let's see who gets here first. Certainly Vazen, because that nigga's always first. We're calling it now. Vazen will be here before anybody. All right. Let's just get started. Motherfuckers could play catch up, because I might be here for a long time today. So, for anybody who comes along and plays this later, just know at some point I might have to migrate. I'll almost certainly get interrupted just based on what time it is. I'm downstairs in the living room. Oh shit, Sean Walker beat Vazen here. Shout out to you, Sean. You won the race. I was just saying that I thought Vazen would be here first. But let's go ahead and get started with our part 4. We're calling it bonus material because, I mean, parts 1, 2, and 3 kind of laid it all out. But we got a part 4 here just to give some bonus material based on some responses we received. We may have to move around at some point. You know, if my little brother comes upstairs to eat or something, I'm just going to go downstairs because he's too loud. And then when he comes back downstairs, I'll go back upstairs. Either way, we'll figure it all out. I don't know if I'm going to be able to do this entire fucking presentation today, but I figure I'll do at least some of it today. All right, so let's just get started with Super Sob. Shout out to Super Sob, member of the Discord. Hey, Shangael, hope all is well, brother. And thanks for moving the conversation of this reality to the fact we need to remove the potential for this all to even exist. Agreed. I agree everything we observe needs the potential to exist before it exists. I can't show you something that exists without the potential to exist. Keep that in mind that he's saying this, right? The problem is there's a strong case the first actualization doesn't need potential. Now, read what he just... I agree. Everything we observe needs the potential to exist before it exists. I can't show you something that exists without the potential to exist. I can't show you something that exists without the potential to exist. Right? The problem is there's a strong case the first actualization doesn't need potential. Wait a second. You telling me that this first actualization doesn't need potential in order to exist is contradicting you telling me that something can't exist without the potential to exist. Do you get what I'm saying? If something can't exist without the potential to exist, it doesn't matter whether it's the first thing or the last thing or anything in between those things. Any numbered thing is still a thing, yes? Whether it's the first actualized thing, the last actualized thing, or the thing that actualized directly in the middle. It doesn't matter. It's still a thing actualizing, yes? Therefore, it still requires potential to actualize, yes? Therefore, it still must be possible. Because if it's not possible, it is impossible, yes? We must remain philosophically and logically consistent. The problem is there's a strong case that the first actualization doesn't need potential, and potential needs the first actualization. It took me a long time to see this. I'm going to do a write-up and finish your vid this next week. I'm glad he's finishing it all, because we did have a whole conversation. By the end of it, I did say you just kind of need to finish it, because some of the things you're saying now are already answered, and you just haven't gotten to them yet. Once you get there, you'll get it. And if you get there and still have a question about it, ask me then. But get there first. There's a reason why I made 3 parts to this thing. So all the questions could be answered without me having to repeat the same thing to every individual coming along to ask the same question that the last 40 people asked. Now, if you see those parts and still have a question afterward, by all means, bring it to me. But if you haven't seen the presentations, go over the presentations. I probably already answered the question, right? So let's get into my response here. Shout out to you, Vazen. I see you in there. I thought you was going to be first, but you was second today. Sean beat you to it. Sean beat you to it. All right, let's get it started. Hope all is well, bro. Hey, Shangael, hope all is well, brother, and thanks for moving the conversation of this reality to the fact we need to remove the potential for this to all even exist.
I agree. Everything we observe needs the potential to exist before it exists. I can't show you something that exists without the potential to exist. The problem is there's a strong case the first actualization doesn't need potential, and potential needs the first actualization. But you just said everything we observe needs the potential to exist before it exists. That would include the first actualization. There's no reason to randomly remove that actualization from all other actualizations. If it needs to actualize, if it is an actualization, it requires the potential to actualize in the first place. Because remember, what is actualizing? That potential is what actualizes into the thing. A potential universe is not a universe, right? When the potential actualizes, it then becomes a universe. And that could be whatever first thing you want. God, non-conceptual reality. It doesn't matter what the first thing is. It must also actualize. And if it must actualize, it has to have the potential to do so. Therefore, it must be that potential. Because it can't have it if it isn't the thing yet, you know? A universe can't have potential if there is no universe yet. So there must be the potential for the universe, and that potential itself must be what actualizes into the universe. So even the first actualization requires potential in order to actualize, because it is the potential itself that is actualizing. So even that thing requires the potential and not the other way around. Potential doesn't require potential. You know, possibility doesn't require possibility. Possibility can't require anything. Potential can't require anything. Do you get what I'm saying? There is no potential for potential. There's no possibility for possibility. Potential is potential. Possibility is possibility. Actualization is that potential or that possibility becoming real. So even the first actualization would require possibility, aka potential, because all actualization requires possibility, aka potential, because all actualization is nothing but that potential / possibility actualizing into a thing. So even the first thing would require, even the first actualization would require potential. There's no two ways around that one. I mean, I'll take your write up. I'll read it. You know me, I love me a good write up. But just read your words here again. Everything needs potential to exist before it exists. The first actualization is no different. No actualization is any different. All actualization is nothing but potential, aka possibility itself, actualizing. No potential, no possibility, no actualization, no first thing. Even the first thing requires potential in order to actualize. Keep that in mind.
All right. Could y'all hear how tired I sounded in that video and that audio? I had just woke up. I love doing this shit when I just first wake up. How's Mark? Mark is Mark. Mark is still alive in this reality, so there's your answer to that. Indeed, I was finishing typing up a particular essay, so no time to be here immediately yet. Yeah, I saw you, Vazen. I was in the group chat. I saw you typing away. I was like, it might take him a moment because he's typing away. All right, let's go into the next recording here. Again, I don't know how many of these I'm gonna get through today. I might get through it all. I might get through part of it. We'll see. At some point, I want to go smoke. We'll see what my little brother wants, because I smoke downstairs, which is where he lives. So I'm not trying to go down there while recording this shit because it's gonna be too loud. But if he comes upstairs to eat at some point, we'll head downstairs.
Just remember this: anything that exists is possible to exist. The fact that it exists means it's not impossible. If it's possible to exist, it has the possibility to exist. That includes the first thing, whether we call it God, non-conceptual reality, the universe, whatever anybody wants to consider the first thing to be. That first thing exists. Therefore, it is possible to exist. Therefore, it requires possibility to exist. If it's actualizing, if it actualized, if it will actualize, that means there was a time it didn't exist. Again, the first thing requires potential in order to actualize, because it is the potential itself that actualizes into the first thing. And the first thing cannot truly be infinite. If the first thing was truly infinite, meaning no beginning, no middle, no end, we couldn't even exist. Yet here we are existing, talking about the existence of the first thing. There's just no two ways around this, you know? Again, the only way around it would be to point out something that exists that is impossible to exist, which is impossible to do, because if something exists, that means it's possible to exist, which guarantees all that exists is possible to exist, which means all that exists requires possibility. And possibility requires nothing, because possibility is possibility. Potential is potential. It literally is that which actualizes into reality. Without that, there is no actualization, because there's nothing to actualize. So there can't be a first actualization without the thing that is required to actualize in the first place, which is potential, aka possibility. No potential / possibility, no actualization, no first actualization, no first thing. You get what I'm saying?
All right, let's see. Who's next here? Oh, that was an interesting one. Peep that. Quantum Explorer, every wild quantum wave function that collapses reality into existence. Right? Did I say anything special here? When watching this, pay very close attention and understand that they are attempting to explain all of reality with physics alone, and understand why it's impossible to do so and why metaphysics is required, because every next thing they go to is still going to be a thing within physics. So when they talk about the particles collapsed as collapsed wave functions, well, then what made the wave function? Like, because the wave function is still a thing in reality. It is not what is collapsing into reality, which is what they were saying originally. This is how quantum mechanics kind of started. Well, the wave function must be collapsing into the particle, which then creates reality. But they're like, yeah, but the wave function itself is a part of reality. As a matter of fact, if we're calling it the base of reality, it is reality. What caused that to be real to begin with? And then you have to go back, and this is how we end up with all the quantum fields and quantum fluctuations, and then you get back to the quantum vacuum and virtual particles. And even at the quantum vacuum, there's some of the quantum physicists have to argue in order to get closer to what it is, which is metaphysical. They have to argue, well, the quantum vacuum isn't actually a thing. It's like a thing that's not a thing at all. Sound familiar? And this thing then fluctuates, which causes these virtual particles, which are particles that aren't really particles, because they're real, but they're not real. Sound familiar? This is the actualization of potentials, but they're trying to explain it with physical words, which is going to be impossible. Trying to explain it physically is going to be impossible. It requires metaphysics, because if you're trying to explain physics itself and what causes physics, if you're trying to explain what causes reality itself, you're going to have to go into the unreal. You're going to have to go into what is pre-physics, what is pre-physical, what is pre-reality as a whole. You're trying to explain existence and what caused existence. It's going to have to be something prior to existence. Existence itself could never explain existence itself. Existence cannot cause existence. You know what I'm saying? Like, there has to be a cause prior to the thing that you're trying to explain the cause for. So they'll never be able to use physics to explain the existence of physics. It's just not going to work. They'll only go back as far as they possibly can, even mathematically and theoretically, let alone literally and realistically. So this is a very good thing to watch. That's why I always say people should study quantum mechanics, because it's as close as you could possibly get using physics, science, and mathematics to understand the actualization of potential, aka possibility, into reality itself. So check this out and peep that. Pay very close attention to that. Yes, study quantum mechanics, study quantum physics, but just know it will never be able to fully explain the acausal. That which exists within causality could never fully explain that which is acausal itself, which is chaos, which is the actualization of potential. All right, let's see. Let me go find the next spot. Let's see, right? So we clicked the first one. Let's click the second one. All right, there we go. Let me sit down while I do this so I'm not shaking the fucking camera on y'all. As y'all can tell, I'm doing things over here while I'm doing this. Let's make sure we are on the same page about the first actualization. It can't be a god or consciousness or field. It is more basic. Indeed. It's basically the screen everything is running on. Indeed. It is the energetic background of all that is. I'm going to define the first actualization as the most basic thing, which is existence itself, and everything depends on it. Good enough? Fair enough? Potential is not a separate layer of reality. It's just the capacity of something that already exists. I'm going to try not to reply to these while I'm reading them because I already replied to them in the audios and I don't want to make this any longer than it has to be. So I'm just going to read it. Potential is not a separate layer of reality. It's just the capacity of something that already exists. After the first actuality, then we can continue with potential. So I'm saying first actualization / reality leads to possibility for everything we see. What makes more logical sense, first actualization to potential or potential to actualization? You can't get actualization without potential, so logically, actuality must be more fundamental than potential. The foundation of reality, existence itself, must be pure actuality because anything with unrealized potential would depend on something more basic, and the ultimate base can't depend on anything. Read that again. The ultimate base can't depend on anything. There is no possibility for possibility. There is no potential for potential. Potential is potential. Possibility is possibility. That's why it's the base of everything. And the first actualization is not. And it requires those. Like, just saying. Pure ultimate base can. Okay. How do we know this? Potential cannot actualize itself. Then what can? Reality must exist before potential itself even exists. Pure possibility without reality equals nothing. He's not wrong about that line. He's kind of explaining it to himself, whether he realizes it or not. Without reality, the first actualization, we have nothing to work with. There's no way around this. The base foundation reality must hold. And yet you'd still have to ask the same questions for that reality, which has answers. Time only exists for dependent things that change and have potential. So the infinity of the first actuality, if we want to make the infinity claim, is in being, not in temporal duration. There is no contradiction, but there is. Because if you are saying something is being infinitely, you are explaining a temporal duration. You can't separate the thing existing from how long it existed. So if it is infinite and has always existed, you're telling me how long it has existed, which is forever. You can't separate the temporality from the existence. It's literally impossible, which makes it contradictory because there could be no infinite existence, which we will get into. I'm not going to say it all now because I'm just going to extend this shit even longer than it needs to be extended. Vesan Kuyasta. Vason. I'm not even sure I ever read this before, but I know he's responding to him, so fuck it, I'm just going to read it. For these three things specifically that I understood to my best ability, potential cannot actualize itself, indeed not entirely anyways, for there would have to be a cause to help the potential be actualized. Would there, though? Plus, how does reality exist before potential itself existed, though? You can't exactly. How does something possible exist before it's possible to exist? That would be impossible, would it not? Because how did reality exist in the first place? Because it was being an actualized potential. At one moment, reality did not exist, so it had the potential to exist. However, it did not exist yet, so it stayed as a potential. And then reality did start to exist, making the potential now be actualized into an actualized potential. Reality itself is being another form of potential for other extra potentials to then exist. Exactly. Exactly. Good shit watching Jujutsu Kaisen Super Sub. It's fire. I told him I'd be back. All right. I appreciate the response. Reality just is. How we know it did not start. Let's see. Let's imagine reality started. What came before it? A. Something existed before reality. This makes no sense. You're right. It doesn't. B. Nothing existed before reality. So reality shouldn't exist. Sort of. You're close. C. A something that's sort of a nothing was before it. Potential. Ding, ding, ding. It's required. Possibility is not a thing that exists. It is the possibility for something to exist. We'll get into it. I'm not going to respond now. Potential always exists in something real. All that is real requires potential to exist. Potential doesn't require something to exist, which we'll get into. If there is no reality at all, there is nothing to have potential. Potential doesn't need to be had, and that's the problem with most people when they see this argument. They think something must exist in order to have potential. No, everything that exists has potential, but potential does not require anything to exist for there to be potential for something to exist. Possibility must be there for anything to even be possible. So nothing could exist without the possibility to exist already being prior to the thing coming into existence. Just is what it is. We'll get into it. There is nothing to have potential. Let me know your thoughts. Interesting. How could we have known that reality did not start? Well, because at some point, well, again, this concept of reality, let alone reality itself, must have not existed at some point. Exactly. Literally had to not, because we are in a timeline that is not infinite. Therefore, it had a beginning. Therefore, it had a start point. Like, this is just how shit works. There's no two ways around it. And since it possibly did not exist, well, it did not start yet. But then, once it exists, then it starts. As starting to exist is where it all starts at a particular point. And if reality started, what came before it? Well, nothing. That is being the point, is it not? Reality is allegedly being realizations, and thus nothing came before it because there are no realizations to come before reality. But if we shall, this is why you got to get into the metaphysics. But if we shall be technical again, a possibility for reality came before reality until further notice. And outside of that, nothing. Exactly. Because reality must be possible for all that is real must be possible in order for it to be at all. A, something existed before reality, and B, nothing existed before reality. That's the way to look at it. I should have read this before. Well, what is reality? Reality is being a conceptualization of real, in which it is just being matter, which was being nothing, and then something, and nothing, and back and forth being allegedly realized, a non conceptual reality being a conceptual reality. Yet something in this reality is being something, but still being nothing, as it eventually goes back into nothing where it originally started. I like the way you're explaining this, Vazen. I wouldn't say it's perfect yet, but you're getting there. And what is something and what is nothing? Something is being nothing realized into something, while nothing is being, well, nothing. Yet eventually, it is eventually being something that is being possibly conceptualized yet realized into something itself from nothing, which is why all physicists, all philosophers, all mathematicians, anyone studying reality itself always finds themselves at the question, how do we get something from nothing? Always. They have no choice but to go there. Where was I at? Da-da-da. For nothing is just being something that is being potentials and conceptualizations and possibly realized and possibly actualized from nothing into a thing. It was not a thing, then it was a thing. That's not possible. Babies exist this way. There was no baby. The actualization process occurred, then there was a baby. There was no chair. Then you took a saw, cut down a tree, cut it into certain dimensions, put it all together, and then there was a chair. Like, for that is how a something that was sort of nothing was before it, while the potential for something from nothing waiting to then be an actual thing was more like it. Nothing or no thing itself is being the potential to be something or some thing until it becomes something. Edit. What if potentiality itself counted as a reality? This is why they call it potential existence, in order to make it easier for people to understand. It's technically prior to existence, which is why it's beyond existence, which is why it's capable of being responsible for existence. But in order for people to understand it, instead of just saying the words chaos, like saying the words potential existence is easier for people to understand, especially when they look it up, study it, research it, Google it, YouTube it, etc. This is what I've been telling people lately too. I don't understand how something could be before existence, and I say go look up potential existence. Just go look that up. Go Google that. Go YouTube that, and you'll probably have a better understanding of it. Because it's not actually something that exists. It's something that could potentially exist. Potential existence. Where were we? What if potentiality itself counted as a reality? Then reality must have never started, not at some point. Instead, it must have somehow always existed as a potential. And if not, then reality must have truly come from nothing, but the nothing was holding the possibility of us. And yet, here we are. Precisely. Reality should not exist indeed, and yet here we are, as it does. It did not before, but now it does. Why? Because once upon a time, nothing was being everything. And then everything was once being nothing, as a bunch of randomness from a void of chaos, all being realized into being something as a reality. And if there is no reality at all, there is nothing to have potential. If we say it like that, then yes, there is nothing to have potential, to not be nothing. Or to say it in a different way, there is nothing itself to be a potential to eventually not be nothing, into something conceptualized into a possible realization, and then have this realization be a potential to be conceptualized to an actualization of reality itself. And yet, a lot of this transpires paradoxically. No. What you just explained is not paradoxical. It might sound that way to some people who don't understand it, and you are saying it in a very complex fashion. Like, which is, but hey, it's good enough for people to get it if they understand it. And yet, to a point that it cannot be elucidated too meticulously. For this reality is being a reality that was being nothing yet something from everything yet nothing. But in the end, it is possibly not actually being real from it all. I like how you said that all there, but man, you are wordy. You can't build reality out of potential. It's the only thing you could build reality out of, because potential only exists inside reality. Then how did you get reality in the first place? Your reality would be impossible without the possibility for your reality. You can't build possibility out of anything. Possibility simply is. All that is possible, or else it could not be. Therefore, all that is requires possibility and not the other way around. Only exists inside reality. So reality can't depend on potential. It has to be the other way around. How long did y'all go on for? Yeah, I'm going to skip this. I'm going to skip y'all. Because goddamn, I didn't even realize y'all had that long of a conversation. But if y'all want to, y'all can get in here. Matter of fact, I'll do it slowly. So y'all, if y'all want to pause at any given point and just read the whole thing, y'all can. But I'm not trying to be here for an extra hour. Like, so y'all can read each of their responses to each other in the conversation they had. Or y'all could just get in the Discord server and read it there. Because that's where we're having these conversations. Y'all definitely had a nice long conversation. All right. I appreciate the response. Reality just is. So that's what I'm responding to here, right? So let's get into my response. While I work these black miles to make them nice and loose and smokable.
So I get what you're saying here, but here's the thing. Potential itself is not real. Potential, nothing, there doesn't have to be something to have potential. Potential itself is what's required in order for there to be anything to have anything at all. So for example, before potential actualizes, there is no reality. That's what the actualization process is. Actualization is making something real, meaning the something that is now becoming real was not real before. And if all things must actualize, then all things must go from being unreal to real, meaning there must be a point in quote unquote time prior to reality. And the only thing that can quote unquote exist prior to reality is potential, aka possibility itself, because it is the only thing that is actually required for reality, aka existence. So potential is what makes things real. Potential is literally what makes reality. If there is no potential to actualize, there is no reality. Potential itself is not really a thing. This is why we call it something yet nothing. It's designated as something because we can conceptualize that it's required, but it's literally not a thing. It doesn't exist. It's not real. It is simply the possibility for things to exist. It is the possibility for things to become real. It's literally the possibility for existence, the possibility for reality. Reality itself is simply that which is real. Reality is not a place. Reality itself is not literally a thing. Reality is just the moment something becomes real, reality becomes. Unless there is something that is real, there is no reality. You don't require a reality for things. You require things for there to be reality. Reality is simply a byproduct of potential actualizing things. It is a byproduct of making things real. So the first thing to come into existence would be that which is the first thing to become real. The moment that first thing becomes real, reality is. The moment that the last thing dissipates and is no longer real, reality no longer is. Reality is not like an empty space that things can come into. Reality simply is that which is real. So, if all things must actualize, and there must be real things in order for there to be reality, prior to those things becoming real, there is no reality. There is only the potential, aka possibility, for things becoming real. Meaning there is only the potential, aka the possibility, for reality. There has to be a before reality, because all things that are real are finite. And all things that are real must actualize into being real. And the only thing that can actualize at all is potential, aka possibility. So it still falls back to the same thing. Without potential, without possibility, nothing could ever be real, meaning there could be no reality. You get what I'm saying? This is what actualization is. This is what realization is. This is what these words are even used for. Actual, actualize, actualization, real, realize, realization. When you look at these words and what they mean and what they're representing, and when you combine them with potential, aka possibility, this is how you get reality based upon getting real things. But prior to the actualization process,
There is no real things, meaning there is no reality. Real things cannot be infinite. They are all finite. Therefore, reality itself cannot be infinite and must be finite. And if it is finite, it must have a beginning. Meaning there must be a time, quote unquote, prior to its beginning. There was a time, quote unquote, before it began. What was before it began? Only the possibility for it to begin. So potential and possibility, this is why I say they can be considered semi-eternal. Because even though we could argue they have no beginning, you could also argue even they somehow do. It's this weird quasi-zone of nothing yet something. Because, wow, that fucking washing machine's pretty loud over there. Because potential, aka possibility, can't even, it has a timeline because it still produces things. So if all things that are produced have a beginning because they're produced, they are actualized, then there is a time, or there is a first thing that was ever created. And I don't just mean in this particular reality. There is a first reality that ever existed. We might be in reality number 10 or reality number 1 quadrillion. We don't know. But no matter how far back you push realities, there is a first reality. Just as no matter how far back you push all things that exist, there's a first thing that exists within all realities that makes that reality. The moment the first thing comes into existence, reality is, because something is real. Once you go back beyond that, there is no reality because nothing is real. But then you keep going further to the last reality that existed. And you go through that reality until that doesn't, and then so you just keep going back until the very first reality that ever existed. When the first thing that created that first reality actualized into existence, that was the beginning of the timeline of actualization itself. Because it was the first thing to ever actualize, which led to the first reality being, which would be the beginning of the timeline of the actualization process itself. But the potential, even though it had not yet actualized, the potential, the possibility for something to actualize was already there. Which is why it could be arguable that potential / possibility is eternal. But since potential / possibility leads to things, meaning there is a somethingness to it, it's not purely nothing, there is a somethingness to it, even it can't truly be infinite. It just can't, because there's a somethingness, and no something could be infinite. It's impossible. If any something was infinite, we could never exist. We literally could not have this conversation. But here we are. The fact that we exist and that things happen at all means there is no infinite anything. It's impossible. Reality could never be infinite or eternal in any form or fashion, because if that was the case, nothing could ever happen within it. And if reality itself cannot be infinite or eternal, that which creates it cannot either. Because if that which created reality was truly infinite or eternal, it would never create reality. It would never do anything because it would be infinite and eternal. In whatever state it is, it simply would be and remain forever. There would be nothing to do. Therefore, nothing would ever actualize. So the simple fact that potential actualizes, which is the chaos, this process that we call chaos, means the chaos itself is not infinite or eternal. To the human mind, because it's metaphysical, it might seem infinite or eternal because we can't calculate its beginning or how it could ever begin, let alone the fact that it could have no beginning yet still have an ending. Doesn't make a lot of sense to people. But something that has no beginning doesn't mean it doesn't have an ending. And the way you can tell this is by something that basically must not have a beginning.
but must have an ending. And there's no two ways around it. Because it has this, it's this nothingness, it's not really a thing, it doesn't actually exist, it's not actually real, it has no beginning. But because it has a somethingness, because it does something, because there is a process taking place, even if that process is literally nothing, because it leads to things and those things themselves are finite, it itself has a somethingness as well, which also must be finite. It is imperfect. If it was perfect, it would be infinite. If it was infinite, nothing would happen within it. It wouldn't do anything. Yet it does things. It creates things. It leads to all things. Without it, no things could ever be. Therefore, it must also be finite. So if this thing has no beginning, because it must have no beginning, but it must be finite, and it must be imperfect, then it must have an end. This is just where the logic takes us. We might not like it. It might hurt our brains because we're fucking humans and we are things that exist within reality. So trying to think of metaphysical things that have no beginning yet must have an end may hurt our brain, but it's not paradoxical because it's where the logic takes us. We're not breaking from the logic at all. This thing does things and creates things and leads to things. And those things themselves are finite and imperfect. Therefore, this thing must be finite and imperfect. Yet, it is literally no thing. It is not a thing. It is not real. It is that which is before reality itself. It does not actually exist. It is literally non-existent, which means it cannot have a beginning. This is just where the logic takes us. So if it cannot have a beginning, meaning it always was, but it cannot be infinite, it cannot be perfect, it cannot be eternal, it cannot last forever, meaning it must eventually have an end. There's no two ways around this logic. You know, it's like picking one or the other, like picking it to be eternal, meaning it will last forever, doesn't make sense because it breaks with the logic. Saying that it must have had a beginning doesn't make sense because it breaks the logic. You must follow the logic chain to its logical conclusion. There's just no two ways around it. And this logic chain leads us to the guarantee, the objectivity, that this thing has no beginning, but must have an end. It has always been, but it can't always be. And this makes perfect sense because it's metaphysical. To think of something metaphysical in a purely physical sense, it wouldn't make sense. That would just be a physical thing that is contained within and requires physics. This thing is why physics even exists. This thing is why there even is existence, why there even is reality, which means it must be non-existent. It must be unreal. It must be metaphysical. And if it is, it will make sense to not make sense. But in its not making sense to us physical beings, it still must follow a logical path. That's the one thing that is a guarantee, which even when you look into potential, and if you go to Google right now and say, is potential nothing? It will tell you potential is technically not a thing, yet it is considered something because in order for it to do what it does at all, there must be a logical space that it operates within, even though there's technically no logic where it is. Like, because there is logic is a thing that is, it requires something to be logical for there to be logic. But this thing makes sense even when to us it doesn't seem to make sense. So you still have to follow the logic of it. Because if it didn't make any sense at all, it wouldn't randomize the actualization. It wouldn't exist. There wouldn't be any potential. You know, that's the somethingness of it. So even when you like Google this, is potential something yet nothing? Is potential something? Is potential nothing? And you really look at how they break it down and explain it, it's always going to come back to, even though it's technically nothing, even though it technically doesn't exist, it is still considered something because it has to be considered something because it does things. And without it, nothing could be. And it must follow some type of logical process, even if that process is randomized and technically nothing. So when you follow the logic, it brings you back to this thing is finite and imperfect because it leads to finite and imperfect things. It does anything at all, which means it's finite and imperfect. It can't be perfect or infinite, or else it wouldn't do anything. And it has a timeline because it creates things. And all of those things are finite and imperfect, meaning every single one of them requires a beginning. All realities require a beginning, meaning there has to be a time prior to all realities that have ever existed. So even this thing, this nothing, this thing that is nothing, this chaos has its own timeline. Though it may not have a beginning itself, as far as the potential is concerned, the actualization process does. Because the first thing to ever actualize is the beginning of that timeline. But if this thing is doing things at all, it can't be infinite, it can't be perfect, even if it has no beginning. Therefore, it literally must have an ending. Like, that's just where the logic takes us. There's like no two ways to get around that. That's the only thing that makes me go, whew. This might take seemingly forever. It might be seemingly eternal. But at some point, automatically on its own, this shit should stop. Like, potential should cease. Meaning there's nothing to actualize, meaning there will no longer be the randomized actualization of potential. And even if potential itself cannot cease for some reason or does not cease, the actualization process is a process, even though it's like a lack of all processes, but it's a process. So therefore it at some point must cease as well, especially since it definitely has a beginning. The potential may not, but the actualization itself does, because that's the beginning of its timeline. The moment the first thing actualized is when actualization began its timeline. So this thing has a timeline. You get what I'm saying? So it literally must have no beginning as far as potential is concerned, though actualization has a beginning. And yet both of them, the potential and the actualization, or together taken as chaos, must have an end. So that's good news. Though since it's semi-eternal, it'll be a very long fucking time. But hopefully we're coming towards the end of that long time. But maybe not. But if it does have an end that is guaranteed to occur at some point, maybe that end could be sped up. Maybe not. Maybe it can even be brought forth. Skipped right up to the front. Maybe not. But might as well try if that's what we want. Might as well just keep pushing in that direction.
Might as well. I know it wasn't that long, Vazen. I know. Especially all the fucking things that we be writing in there. But if I'm gonna get through this shit is gonna take a long time, and I just, I'm not lying. I just don't want to add any extra time to it that I don't have to. Duke Navigator, what's up with you? I don't think I've ever seen you here before, at least not by that name. Shout out to you. Welcome. All right. Oh, Vazen, do me a favor. Go into the Discord and share this in the Chaos Sphere, the Free Will channel, and the group chat. If you would kindly please do so, sir. And on to the next recording.
And I will say, I think one of the things people have the hardest time understanding is that you don't need a thing to have potential. This is why I always bring it to the universe, just treating the universe as the first thing. Let's just treat it as all there is, just so people can understand the example. When there is no universe, but there is the possibility for a universe, the universe doesn't have potential. There is no universe to have potential. There is no universe. Yet, there is still the potential
for a universe. You don't need a thing in order for there to be potential. You need potential in order for there to be a thing. The only time you need a thing to have potential is when you're speaking of a certain type of potential that is requiring pre-potentials. So in order to have in order for a universe to have the potential to produce stars, there must first be a universe. But in order for there to be a universe, there must first be the potential for a universe when there is no universe. In order for reality to have the potential for things to actualize within it, there must first be the potential for reality itself. Potential, possibility, is the only thing that doesn't require potential/possibility, because it literally is potential/possibility. Therefore, it's the only thing with no cause, because it is the cause. All that is real requires a cause, meaning reality requires a cause. All that exists requires a cause, meaning existence requires a cause. And in order for anything to be real, in order for anything to exist, it must be possible. If it is impossible, it cannot exist. If it is impossible, it cannot be real. The only thing that can actualize is potential, aka possibility itself. Do you see the steps we're taking here? So in order for there to be anything that has potential within reality, there must first be the potential for reality in order for reality itself to actualize, and then have the potential to actualize the thing that has the potential to do something else. You got to follow the logic chain, step by step, back to the first cause. The only cause that doesn't require a cause. The only thing that could be simultaneously not a thing. The only thing that is required for all of existence, literally is existence itself, yet can be while remaining non-existent. The only thing that can go from non-existent to existent, from nothing to nothing. And that's why I always say we don't get something from nothing. Something doesn't come out of nothing. There is this nothing that becomes the something. That's what potential is. The capacity to become or develop into something in the future. So the thing that is being developed into, the thing that is becoming in the future, is no thing, because it's not a thing yet. Until it is developed into, until it becomes, it's not a thing. Therefore, it is literally no thing. It is nothing. So this nothing becomes or develops into something in the future. That is what potential is. Things can have potential to become or develop into other things in the future. But in order for there to even be a thing to have the potential to become or develop into another thing in the future, there must first be the potential for that thing to even become or be developed into. And if there is no things yet things must come into existence, they must become or be developed into, then prior to anything, that capacity for those things to become or be developed into must already be. There's no two ways around it. Do you get what I'm saying? As you said, something cannot exist before reality.
A deep silence has fallen over fields and forests across the planet, and scientists say that it's no good news.
Just started playing the next video out of fucking nowhere. Stop playing with me, AI. is why potential itself is not really something. It's not really a thing. But it's also not really no thing. This is why I like to call it this in-between state. We don't have a word for it. It's not really nothing, but it's not really something either. It's this perfect in-between of nothing and something, which is completely metaphysical, which is why we have no word for it, because there's no way to literally define this, which is why when people talk, even going all the way back to Aristotle, when he tries to define this thing, he said it is nothing, yet also something. And there's no other way I can say it. And anyone who's tried to tackle this since him has said the same shit. There's no other, this is why we call it chaos. It's inexplicable. There's no way to literally define this thing. To define nothing is easy. No thing. You're not really defining nothing itself because there's nothing to define. It's the lack of things. Something is literally a thing that exists, a thing in reality. What is between non-existence and existence? What is between not real and real? What is between no thing and something is what is defined as chaos, because there's no real way to say it. Semantics fails here. It completely fails, utterly fails. Which is why people say it is something, yet nothing. It is technically nothing, yet required for all things, and it is those things. If there is no universe, but there is the possibility for a universe, the universe coming to be, the universe being developed into potential, that which is becoming or developing into that universe is the possibility for it itself. If it wasn't, then the universe would literally be impossible. Yet it exists, meaning it is possible. Like, this is just how it is. This is just the logic. Just the logic. So potential, aka possibility, always has been. But it's definitively finite, imperfect. It does things, and it leads to things, and all the things it does and leads to are also finite and imperfect. So we know it's finite and imperfect, meaning it must have an ending. There's just no two ways around it. This is just the logic of it. Whether we like that logic or not, whether that logic seems to make sense to us or not, doesn't matter, because it's metaphysical. Like metaphysical, truly metaphysical things will never fully make sense to a physical mind. It's not possible. You just have to be comfortable enough with that to be able to get that. Once you're comfortable enough with it, then it makes perfect sense to you. It's people's uncomfortability with that doesn't make sense. I mean, that makes it not make sense. But once you become comfortable with that, you're like, oh, okay. So the first logic chain says, this thing must not have a beginning. Understandable. But the actualization process must have a timeline because there must be a first thing that was ever actualized. Ever. Okay. So that means this thing must be finite, must be imperfect. All right. So then it must have an ending. Okay. It has no beginning. It will have an ending. This is the sense that it makes. I might not like it. Because it's metaphysical, it might be hard to wrap my head around, but that's where the logic takes me, and there's nowhere else for it to take me. You get what I'm saying? You get what I'm saying? Yeah, the AI playing games. This has never just randomly played a video before, let alone while I'm playing that audio, and this video just starts playing for no fucking good reason. All right. Thanks for the time to respond. I have so many issues with what you said. I'm going to do a write-up. I'm going to see if I can try to convince you guys that potential comes second. All right. Here's the problem, though. It's impossible to convince me that potential comes second, because if something comes before possibility, it's impossible. Like, do you understand? Like, something cannot happen if it is impossible. If there's no possibility for it, it literally cannot be. The possibility cannot come after something already exists. There has to be the possibility for something to exist in order for something to exist. Do you understand? That's all potential is. Potential is just possibility. These are synonymous, interchangeable. If there is no potential for existence, there cannot be existence. Therefore, potential cannot come second to existence. It's literally impossible. If there is no possibility for reality, if there is no possibility for things to be real, nothing can be real. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, so there's no way to make that argument. There's no way to make the argument that something can exist without being possible. Again, as I said before, and I'll say it again, in order to prove that wrong, you would have to find something that definitively exists, something you can prove exists, but is impossible to exist. If you can't find something that exists, but is impossible, then you could never claim that something could be impossible yet exist. And since, if that was the case, if it was possible for impossible things to exist, that would mean there's no such thing as impossible. If there's no such thing as impossible, impossibilities would be happening at all times. All around you, you'd have impossible shit happening. Yet there's nothing you could ever point to in reality that isn't possible. Do you understand? Like, you can never, this bottle of water in front of me, this tray in front of me, this remote control in front of me, all exist. Therefore, they are all possible. There is nothing around me in existence that is impossible to exist. Meaning, all things that exist are possible to exist. And the simple fact that something exists shows you that it's possible to exist. Meaning, all things that exist require the possibility to exist. If they were impossible, they could not exist. So they would not exist. It doesn't matter what thing that is. Going back to the first thing, going back to existence itself. If existence is impossible, meaning there is no possibility for existence, there could not be existence. So the simple fact that there is existence means existence is possible. Do you get what I'm saying? Existence literally has to come after possibility. There's no two ways around it. In order to claim that something comes before possibility, you would have to be capable of claiming that something impossible exists. Because it doesn't have the possibility to exist, yet it exists. If possibility is only a thing after existence, that means existence itself literally is impossible. Do you get what I'm saying? If there is no potential for existence, yet existence still is, existence is impossible. Yet still is. You'd have to actually show that somehow. To claim that existence impossibly is, you'd have to show how that can be. Which means, what would you have to be shown? You'd have to show how that's possible. Do you get what? Which it's not, because it's impossible. You can never show how it's possible that something impossible could exist. If existence doesn't require potentiality, if it doesn't require possibility, that means it's literally impossible. But how is that possible? Do you get what I'm saying? Like, in order for something to come after the possibility, that makes perfect sense. If it's not possible, it can't come at all. If it's possible, it can come. So if it's not possible and it still exists, that means it's impossible to exist, yet it still exists. How is that possible?
It's not. That's why it's called impossible. Like, that which is impossible cannot happen. That's why it's impossible. So if it did happen, is happening, or will happen, it was possible, is possible, or will be possible. If it was impossible, is impossible, or will be impossible, then it did not happen, is not happening, or will not happen. Potential literally can't come after existence because existence requires the potential to be in the first place. Potential literally is the capacity to become or develop into something. If there is no capacity at all to become or develop into something, something can never become or be developed into. If there is no universe, no existence, no reality, and there is no capacity to become or develop into a universe, an existence, a reality, then there never will be a universe, an existence, a reality. There must be the capacity for it to even be. There must be the possibility for it to even be. If there is no capacity, if there is no possibility, if there is no potential, it cannot be. Again, when we take things in existence, if there is no parents, there is no child, because the child is impossible without parents. The two people existing, coming together, having sex, and being anatomically capable of impregnating and being impregnated is what makes the child possible. Those two people hold that potential. But again, why do those two people exist? Because their potential to exist comes from their parents. And you go back to the humanity. Why does humanity exist? The potential for humanity goes back to nature, which goes back to the earth, which goes back to the cosmos, right? Well, why is there the potential for the cosmos, for the universe? You still have to ask the same question all the way back to even the first thing. You can't stop asking the question at the first thing, because that's still a thing that exists. If it exists, you still have to ask the question how and why it exists. And if all that exists within existence is based on the possibility for it to exist, based on its potential to exist, then existence itself, which is made up of all that exists, requires the possibility to exist. Because all that exists is existence. Existence is not some thing that happens and then things exist. The moment something exists, that is existence. The moment something is real, reality has occurred. And if all that exists, if all that is real, requires the possibility to be real, or else it would be impossible, then reality itself, existence itself, must be possible. If there is no possibility for reality, reality is impossible. If there is no possibility for existence, existence is impossible. They literally can't come before possibility. That would be impossible. For something to happen without it being possible, that is impossible. For a baby to be born with no potential to be born, no possibility to be born, no parents to create this baby, that is impossible. That baby cannot and will not be born because it's not possible for it to be born. It's the same thing with the universe. It's the same thing with reality. It's the same thing with existence. If there is no potential or possibility for the universe, for existence, for reality, then there will not be, there will never become or develop a universe, an existence, a reality. If there is no capacity for those things to become or develop, then they do not become or develop. If there is no capacity for the baby to develop, the baby will not develop. And that's all things in existence. And all things that exist make up existence itself. You can't separate anything within existence from existence because it is existence. So if you can't separate anything within existence from existence because it all is existence,
and all of it requires possibility, all of it requires potential in order for it to exist in the first place, then by proxy, existence itself requires potential, aka possibility. You would have to then, if you're going to say no, you would have to explain how existence can be yet be impossible, which you'd never be able to do due to the simple fact that existence is. If existence is, then it is possible. If it was impossible, it would not be. The simple fact that it is means it is possible, so it can't come before possibility. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, the baby can't come before it's possible for it to. That would be an impossible baby, which has never happened anywhere on Earth that anyone can actually legitimately point to. No one can prove anything in existence exists that is impossible. The moment you can prove something exists, you just proved its possibility to exist. You get what I'm saying? Like, there's no way to make the argument you're attempting to make. You can't, there's no way to convince someone based on the objective facts. Like, you can convince someone of anything, really. But there's no way using objectivity to prove that possibility comes after existence when existence requires possibility to be. Because if existence did not require possibility, that would mean it is impossible. But the simple fact that it is means that it's possible. Like, the logic is the logic. There's no two ways around that. Like, just no two. The fact that this water bottle I'm holding in my hand exists means it's possible to exist. If it was impossible to exist, it would not exist, and I would not be here holding it in my hand. This water bottle could not be without possibility. Meaning it must come after it's possible for it. For example, if there is no water, you can never have a water bottle because there's no water to put in the bottle. If there is no plastic, you could never make this plastic bottle to put the water in, let alone the plastic cap on top. If you didn't have the raw materials, if the raw materials didn't exist, you could never refine them. And if they did exist, but you have no way to refine them, you could never send them to the factory as refined materials. If you do have a way to refine them, but no factory to produce the bottles, you can never make the bottles. If you do have a factory to produce the bottles, you can then make the bottles, but if there is no water to put in the bottles, they don't become water bottles. You got to put something else in them. But if you do have the water to put in the bottles, you can now make a water bottle. All those potentials, all those possibilities had to line up to make the water bottle possible. But without those possibilities, without that potential, the water bottle is impossible. But going back to the very first thing, the raw materials, well, why do the raw materials exist? Because the earth exists. Why does the earth exist? Why does this exist? Going back to the very first thing that exists in this reality. Well, why does that exist? Because it's possible. Everything in that chain of events, from the water bottle back to the very first thing in existence, has possibility. All of it has potential. There's nothing in it that's impossible. The fact that it all is means it's possible. And those possibilities actualizing are what led to each of the next possibilities. No raw materials, no refining process, no factory, no bottles, no bottled water. Every step of that process has to be possible and then actualize into existence in order for the next step to occur. Going back to the first step. But even that first step of getting the natural resources relies on a step that came prior to it that has nothing to do with the process of making water bottles. It has to do with the earth, the minerals in the earth itself, which has to do with nature and the cosmos, which goes back to the universe, which goes back to whatever it goes back to, whatever it goes back to, whatever, until you hit the first thing in existence that allows for all the other things in the chain to exist. But that first thing must also be possible, or else it would be impossible, meaning it could not exist. And if it could not exist, nothing else that relies on its existence could exist. But if it exists, it must be possible to exist, or else it would be impossible to exist. So even the first thing in existence still requires the possibility to exist. If it didn't, meaning it was impossible, then reality could be while being impossible, meaning any impossible thing can happen, meaning you wouldn't need the possibilities and the potentials actualizing into existence to get the water bottle. Water bottles would just be popping in and out of existence randomly all over the place. All things that could ever possibly or impossibly happen would all be occurring simultaneously because there's no impossibilities. If there is no impossibilities, all things would be occurring simultaneously at all times in all places. There'd be 1,000 different versions of you in every space. There'd be an infinite number of you because there'd be no impossibilities. So there'd be an infinite number of you in all spaces at all times. But do you see that happening? No. If there was an infinite number of you in all spaces at all times, you would be seeing, you'd be experiencing that. We all would. Because there'd be an infinite number of all of us. There'd be an infinite number and an infinite variation of all things that are possible and impossible. Because there's no such thing as impossible. If there's no such thing as impossible, there's no restrictions, no guidelines at all. Like, there's nothing to base anything on. You're not answering any questions. You're now making questions themselves impossible. There's no questions to ask. Like, do you get what I'm saying? Like, so possibility can't come after that which requires possibility. Possibility can't come after existence. Existence itself requires possibility, as well as everything in existence requiring possibility. It's all just a chain of what's possible. Starting at the first thing to exist, going down the chain to everything else that exists. There's no part of that chain that is impossible. If it was, it wouldn't exist, including the very first thing to exist. There's just no two ways around that. You get what it's like? That's just objective logic. All that exists requires the possibility to exist, or else it would be impossible. And if the first thing to exist was impossible yet still exists, then there is no chain of possibility to begin with, meaning everything impossible could be, should be, would be. And yet here we are in a world full of nothing but possibilities. We're not in a world of impossibilities. No one in existence can point to anything in existence that is impossible to exist. But we would have to have impossibilities. As a matter of fact, there'd be more impossibilities than possibilities because there'd be no such thing as possibility. Everything would be impossible. Yet everything is possible. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, if existence itself is literally impossible, meaning it doesn't require possibility, nothing in existence would require possibility, meaning all that exists would be impossible. Yet you can't, and I can't, and no one else can point to anything in existence that's impossible. But that's what they would have to do in order to make the argument that anything in existence is impossible, let alone existence itself. But no one can do that. I'm looking at shoes, boots, a TV, a water bottle, a remote control. All of this is possible. There's nothing that I could point to in existence that's impossible. But if existence itself was impossible, meaning it doesn't require possibility, all that is in existence would not require possibility, because all that is within existence is existence. All that exists is existence. All that is real is reality. So if all that is real and all that exists, which makes up reality and existence, requires the possibility, aka the potential to exist, to be real, then existence and reality as a whole require the potential, aka possibility, to exist, to be real. There's no two ways around that. You get what I'm saying? Like, I hope I explained that thoroughly. There's no two ways around that. Any other claim is literally impossible. All right. As I keep saying, in order to prove this wrong, there's only one way to do it. You have to point out something in existence that definitively and objectively exists, but is literally impossible to exist. If you can't point out one thing in existence as impossible to exist, you can never claim existence itself as impossible, which is what you're trying to claim if you're saying that existence comes before possibility. Existence does not require possibility, therefore, it is impossible. It is what it is. If all things that exist are possible to exist, this means they require the possibility to exist. And if all things that exist make up existence itself, then existence itself requires possibility. In order to disprove that, you would have to find at least one thing in existence that is impossible to exist, and then scale your way up to making existence itself impossible, showing that existence itself does not require possibility, which would actually just create a paradox because you cannot have an existence that is both possible and impossible. Meaning, you cannot have things in existence that are both possible and impossible. Either existence is possible or it is impossible, meaning all that exists is either possible or is impossible. There's no two ways around it. Therefore, if the water bottle in my hand is possible, it means all that exists is possible, because the water bottle could not be possible to exist, while the phone I'm holding in my hand is impossible yet still exists. It must be that both the water bottle and the phone are possible, or they're both impossible. But the simple fact that they exist at all already guarantees that they're possible to exist, or they would not exist, which means existence itself is guaranteed to be possible, because all that makes up existence is possible. Therefore, existence must come after its possibility, because it would literally be impossible for it to happen prior to its own possibility. All right, next. Also, if you were capable of doing that, if you were capable of showing that existence does not require the possibility to exist, meaning existence can come before possibility, it can happen without possibility, then possibility would never exist in the first place, because you would never need possibility in an impossible existence. So if reality does not require possibility in order to be, then it would never require it within itself to begin with. So everything here being possible wouldn't make any sense. This water bottle being possible to exist in an impossible reality doesn't make any sense. In an impossible reality, possibility doesn't exist, because the reality itself is impossible. And reality itself is made up of all things that are real. Existence itself is made up of all things that exist. So if existence and reality itself, which is made up of all things that exist and all things that are real, is impossible, then all things in existence and all things that are real would have to also be impossible. See, that's how you know our reality and our existence is possible, meaning it requires possibility in order for it to be. Because all things that are real and all things that exist, which make up existence and reality itself, are possible, showing you that reality and existence is possible. But if all things in existence and all things in reality, meaning all things that exist and all things that are real, were impossible, then we would know that our existence and our reality is impossible, meaning it doesn't require possibility. Anything is possible. Yet we know for a fact, not anything is possible. You cannot just teleport to me right now. Do you know what I'm saying? Like if reality was impossible, if existence was impossible, if reality/existence did not require possibility, then you could do anything, because anything would be possible, because there is no possibility. In an impossible existence, everything would be impossible. In an impossible reality, everything would be impossible. In a possible existence, everything must be possible. Reality is all that is real. Existence is all that exists. And if it exists, if it is real, it is possible to exist. It is possible to be real. If it is not, it would not be. You can't separate the two. You can't separate anything that exists from existence. You can't separate anything that is real from reality. And if all that is real and all that exists is possible and requires the possibility to be real and to exist, then existence and reality require that possibility. If they did not, if they didn't require possibility, that means they would literally be impossible. Because that which is not possible is impossible. Therefore, if they somehow still existed while being impossible, everything in existence and everything that is so-called real, everything within reality, would also be impossible. But we don't have an impossible reality. We don't have an impossible existence. We have a possible reality, a possible existence, which is why everything, including this water bottle I'm holding in my hand, is possible to exist and can be followed through a chain of how it came into existence. There's nothing that exists that anyone could point to anywhere that doesn't have a logical chain of how it came to exist. All that exists can be explained as to how, why, when, and where it came into existence, including the first thing that ever existed, because it is existence, because it exists. Just as all other things that exist are existence. If it is real, it is part of reality, it is reality. As all other real things are part of reality, so they are reality. Do you get what I'm saying? There's no way to separate this. You cannot separate our existence or our reality from possibility without making it impossible, which would then require all things that exist to be impossible. Yet all things that exist are possible. This is the logic chain. You'd have to break the chain of logic to say something else, but in saying something else, you'd be breaking the chain of logic, which is where you'd find your first mistake. You get what I'm saying here? Saying something can happen prior to its possibility. It's like saying a baby can be born before the mother is pregnant. What? That doesn't make sense. A baby cannot be born prior to the pregnancy. The baby being born is what occurs at the end of the pregnancy. Therefore, the pregnancy must occur in order for the baby to be born. If the baby was born prior to the pregnancy even occurring, that would be an impossible baby, which could happen in an impossible reality. As a matter of fact, it would have to happen in an impossible reality, because in an impossible reality, all that is real must be impossible. But in a possible reality, all that is real must be possible. And in our reality, the baby can only exist if it's possible to exist, meaning the pregnancy always occurs before the baby is born. There is no baby on planet Earth that has ever been born that was born before the pregnancy. Why? Because that would be impossible. And that is for all things that exist. Nothing could exist that is impossible to exist. Nothing. Nothing. And if all that exists makes up existence, and all that exists cannot exist without being possible to exist, such as the baby requiring the possibility to exist, then all that makes up existence is possible to exist, meaning existence as a whole is possible. If it wasn't possible, it would not be. Therefore, nothing would exist. Yet here we are. There's just no two ways around that. You're going to like, I'll read your write-up, but it's still going to be the same answer. There's no way around that. The only way around that is for you to point out something that exists that is impossible to exist. But the moment you point out the fact that it exists, means it's possible to exist, as all other things that exist are possible to exist. Meaning existence itself requires possibility. Again, you can't separate anything that exists from existence itself. You can't separate anything that is real from reality itself. So if everything that exists and everything that is real is possible to exist, and it is possible to exist prior to existing, it is possible to be real prior to being real, meaning it's possible to actualize, then all that exists and all that is real must actualize. And nothing can actualize without the capacity to become or develop into something in the future, which is potential. All that actualizes requires potential because it literally is potential that goes through the actualization process. Therefore, even the first thing that exists, which is what causes existence itself, the first thing to be real, which is what causes reality, because the moment something exists, existence is. The moment something is real, reality is. Well, that something requires the capacity to become or developed into, meaning it requires potential. It must be possible, or else it would not occur. Yet it did occur. And we are here. And all that is here, including you and me, are possible to be here. There's no way to separate this. There's no logical path you can take out of that. Nowhere. He goes there's nowhere to go with that. It just is what it is. Whether we like it or not, whether it's easy for us to wrap our heads around it or not, it still is what it is. The logic path is the logic path. The logic chain is the logic chain. The logical conclusion to that logical chain is the logical conclusion, no matter how we feel about it. No matter whether it's easy to wrap our heads around or not, it just is what it is. And there's no way to break that. The only way to break that is to show me something in existence that's impossible to exist. But again, that's impossible to do, because the simple fact that it exists means it's possible to exist. If it was impossible to exist, it would not exist. That's what impossible to exist means. There's no two ways around this. Do you get what I'm saying? A very simple way to understand it, a very simple example is this, right? If you cannot say, for example, the human body does not need energy. Yet every single cell in the human body requires energy. If the cells in the human body do not have energy, they will die. And if the cells of the human body dies, the body dies, right? So you cannot say existence does not require possibility, when every single thing in existence that makes up existence requires possibility. Every single thing you can point to in existence is possible to exist. Therefore, existence as a whole is possible to exist. If all that exists requires the possibility to exist, and all that exists makes up existence, then existence requires the possibility to exist. If all the cells that make up the body require water, for example, then the body requires water. You can't separate the cells that make up the body from the body itself any more than you can separate anything that exists from existence itself, any more than you can separate anything that is real from reality itself, including the first thing that exists, aka the first thing that is real. You can't separate them. They all go hand in hand. They're all one thing. So, if all things that exist, all things that are real, including the first thing to exist, the first thing that is real, require possibility to exist, they require possibility to be real, then reality and existence as a whole requires possibility. There's no two ways around it. If they did not, nothing in them would. If the body does not require water, then nothing in the body requires water. Not a single cell. But if every cell in that body requires water, then the body requires water. If existence/reality did not require possibility, then nothing in existence/reality would require possibility. So if every single thing in existence that you could ever hope to point to requires possibility, aka potential, in order to exist or be real, then all of existence, all of reality as a whole requires that potential, aka possibility. There's no two ways around that. In order to break that, you would have to point out something in existence that definitively and objectively can be proven to exist, yet is literally impossible. Which itself is impossible because all that exists is possible. The simple fact that it exists proves it's possible. And if all that exists, simply existing, proves that it's all possible to exist, it all must require possibility. And since possibility is the only cause of all things, that all things require, that does not require possibility itself, it is the innate cause of all that exists. It cannot come after existence, because if existence came before the possibility of existence, existence would then be impossible, meaning it could not be. But if it still was, even though it was impossible, all that exists would be impossible. All that exists would be impossible. And if all that exists is impossible, that literally means one of two things. Nothing exists, because it's all impossible, meaning existence itself is impossible, meaning nothing could exist. If existence is impossible, meaning all that could exist is also impossible, meaning nothing could actually exist because it's impossible. Or anything and everything is now possible. There's no such thing as impossible. Because if reality/existence itself is impossible, yet still somehow actually exists, it's impossible, yet it still is, then that means all impossibilities will be. Meaning all that exists will be impossible. Yet, again, look around. Point to just one thing in existence that's impossible. You can't do it. Nobody can. There's no two ways around that. You could never make a logical argument to place existence prior to the possibility for existence. Because in doing so, you're making existence impossible, which is an impossible argument to make. If reality is impossible, then it's impossible for anything to be real. Yet look around. We are in reality, and there's many real things. If existence is impossible, it is impossible for things to exist. Yet look around. We exist. I exist. You exist. This phone I'm talking to you on exists. These audio recordings exist. And everything around us exists, meaning it's all possible to exist because it does. Which means possibility must come before existence. That just is what it is. Making any other argument is an impossible argument to make. It is what it is. You know, it's like, I hope I simplified it better. I think those first recordings, I was a little too complex with how I was trying to explain it. Because again, I was trying to go into what the potential and stuff is like, which is impossible to do because potential is nothing yet something. To explain the nothingness of it, it's easy to explain the somethingness of potential because all that exists, all that is real, is that somethingness. All that exists is those potentials actualized into existence. So it's easy to explain that which exists. All things can be perfectly explained. You just have to know enough about them to perfectly explain them. Not in a sensory type of way. Like I can never explain to you the taste of a fruit or what the color pink looks like if you're blind or have never tasted fruit before. I could never make you but I could explain what it is, how it exists. I can explain how a fruit tree grows and how the fruit is created because it exists. Its creation, its existence follows a step-by-step process of potentials actualizing. All I have to do is follow that process and I have the logic chain. You get what I'm saying? So it's easy to explain some things. It's not easy to explain nothings. Because it's basically impossible to explain something that cannot be explained. There's nothing to explain. So when you're talking about something, see, even right there, starting right there, something that causes existence, well, that thing can't actually be something. If it was actually something, even think of the words actually, actualized, real reality, realization. If it was actually something, it would already exist. Meaning it could not be the cause of existence. Therefore, it has to be no thing until existence is. Because the moment there is something, there is existence. The moment something is real, there is reality. So prior to anything being real, prior to anything existing, there is only no thing. There's nothing. Nothing is real. Nothing exists. Right? Yet, if all that exists and all that is real is finite and must have a beginning, because it all follows a timeline, right? There's always things happening. Nothing here is infinite. None of this is perfect. Things are occurring. There are events happening. Right? Then there must be something, quote unquote, that is capable of being nothing, yet actualizing into all things. Because the cause of all things cannot be a thing itself if it is the cause of all things, meaning it's prior to all things. If the cause of existence, the cause of reality cannot exist, it cannot be real. Or else it would not be the cause of existence. It would not be the cause of reality. It would be real. It would exist itself. The only thing that can be classified as no thing is potential, is possibility. Because the possibility for something is not something. The possibility for a reality is not a reality. The possibility for existence is not existence. The possibility for a universe is not a universe. The possibility for a baby is not a baby. Once that possibility actualizes and is realized, it now exists and is real. And potential, aka possibility, is the only thing that can do that. It's the only thing classifiable as that, let alone that has the capacity, or really is the capacity to do. Remember, potential is the capacity to become or develop into something in the future. That's literally what it is. Possibility is the requirement for something to become real. If it's impossible, it cannot happen, it cannot exist, it cannot occur. If it can exist, can happen, can occur, then it is possible. So there must be the possibility for anything and everything to happen, to exist, to occur, prior to anything happening, existing, or occurring. There's no two ways around it. There's no way you could ever put potentiality or possibility after existence. Because how does existence exist then? if it's impossible, if there's no potential for it. Yet, there had to be a time, quote unquote, prior to it. So if there had to be a time prior to it, because it is not infinite, definitively, it is objectively finite, it objectively had a beginning, so there was objectively a time, quote unquote, prior to it, meaning it was not a thing, it was no thing, it was nothing, and then it began, it became a thing, it developed into a thing, it became real, it became existent, it actualized. Like, do you understand? Like, then it requires the possibility or the potential to do so, because that's the only thing that can. For potential literally is that capacity. And potential does not require potential because it is potential. Capacity doesn't require capacity because it is the capacity. Possibility doesn't require possibility because it is possibility. You could never place existence as a cause for possibility. Because if possibility required existence, it wouldn't be possibility. If the capacity to become or develop into something required something, it would not be the capacity to become or develop into something. That something itself would be the capacity to become or develop. But it's not, because the something requires the capacity to become or develop. That is potential. That is possibility. Saying anything else literally is impossible. Saying anything else has no potential of being true. There's no two ways around it. The argument you'd be trying to make itself is impossible. The argument itself has no potential. It has no capacity to become or develop into being true. Do you get what I'm saying? I hope that was I'm trying to make it as easy to understand as possible. Because when speaking semantically about something like potential or possibility, again, speaking on its somethingness is easy. Speaking on its nothingness, it's hard. Because speaking on nothing is hard to do. It's basically impossible to perfectly do. But you try to get as close as possible. But it needs to be done in order to have the conversation, because it's impossible for this something that we are currently in to always have been. It is not possible. There's no potential for that to be the case. It is imperfect. It is finite. There is events occurring within it. There is age. There is decay. There is transfer. There is energy transference everywhere. Everything's an energy transfer. There's always something happening. It's not infinite. It's not perfect. It's always changing. There is a timeline that is steadily moving forward. Experiences are always happening. Always. Everything in existence has an age. Meaning existence itself has an age. Because all that exists makes up existence. All that is real has an age and a decay rate. Therefore, reality itself has an age and has a decay rate. And we know what that is. It's called entropy, which all systems have. Every single thing in existence is affected by entropy. There is nothing in existence not affected by entropy, and there's nothing in existence that could even be theorized to not be affected by entropy, because all that exists is existence. Therefore, existence itself is affected by entropy, driving all things to a state of chaos. Meaning it's a guarantee, objective 100% guarantee that entropy will drive reality / existence back to a state of pure chaos. And if it is always driving everything to a state of pure chaos, which is as close to nothing as possible, it's still technically something. Like we can still classify it as something, even though we can also classify it as nothing, which is the only thing we can classify as both something and nothing. But if it is driving it to a state of chaos, which is as close to pure nothingness as you could possibly get, then it must have a starting point, because it only has a certain amount of time to exist before it's driven back to a state of pure chaos, to a state of non-existence. This just is what it is. If it was not, if it did not have a beginning, it could never be driven to an endpoint. Something without a beginning, something, like an actual thing that exists, something that is real, not something non-existent, not something that is nothing, but something that is real, something that exists. Being driven out of existence means things that exist must come into existence. If they must come into existence, they must have a beginning point. This is a cycle. Things come into existence, things go out of existence. Things come into life, things die. Things are created, have a timeline, they decay, they cease existing. They dissolve. Even energy dissolves over time. Energy cannot create nor destroy energy, and all that exists is energy. But potential itself is just actualized. Energy itself is just actualized potential. It is that which is actualized into. That which potential becomes. And that which all other potentials are actualized out of. Like, if we want to get very technical, the first non-conceptual state of reality would basically be just a pure blank slate of energy. Energy that is doing basically nothing. This is why they go into the quantum field theory and they go into quantum vacuum. And the quantum vacuum is basically just a fucking energy field. It's a quantum field. An energy field that's doing nothing. Every now and again, there's a fluctuation in that field causing what they call virtual particles, which are so close to non-existence, you could barely even say they ever existed. Because again, they're trying to drive physics back as far back as they can possibly get, right to that point of existence becoming. So again, you can never push possibility, potentiality after existence without making existence itself impossible. If existence doesn't require possibility, meaning it's not possible, it itself is impossible. And if it is impossible, yet it is, all that is within it is impossible. So realistically, if it's impossible, it could not be, therefore it would not be. Therefore, all that exists could not be and would not be. But if we make the claim, anyway, ignoring this logic, this obvious objective reality, and we say all that exists is impossible yet still exists, then all that exists within that existence that makes up that existence should also be impossible. Yet, all that exists that either of us could ever point at, including ourselves, is possible. And the simple fact that these things exist, that this water bottle exists, proves its possibility to exist. So it would be impossible to ever make a logical claim that existence itself is impossible, because it's impossible to make the claim that even just one single thing in existence is impossible. That just is what that is. That just is what that is. No matter how anybody feels about it. All right. Super Sob. You're basically saying if anything exists, it must be possible. Everything that exists is part of existence. Therefore, existence as a whole must be possible first. Correct. If it is not possible, nothing could exist. If nothing could exist, there would be no existence, meaning existence would be impossible. Here's the problem. Possibility isn't a separate thing that reality depends upon, but it is, and I just perfectly described exactly why it is. Because you can never describe reality without possibility, especially since everything that is in existence is possible. You could never describe reality without possibility because everything in existence is possible and is possible prior to its existence. There's nothing you can point at that exists that wasn't possible prior to it coming into existence. Where we at? Possibility is a description we make about reality once it exists. No, it's a description of reality that we make prior to it existing. Again, the baby. The baby is impossible without the parents. This bottle is impossible without plastic. Like, once plastic becomes, then you can have a plastic bottle. You can't have a plastic bottle prior to the existence of plastic itself. Prior to the existence of plastic, anything made out of plastic is impossible, let alone this particular plastic bottle in my hand with water in it. Just is what it is. Reality doesn't need permission from possibility. Yes, it does. Possibility is just the shadow reality casts when we think about alternatives. Actually, it's the opposite. Reality is the shadow that possibility casts. Period. Where was I at? In other words, things don't exist because they were possible. Then point to anything existing that isn't possible. See, you could say that things don't exist because they were possible, but then you'd have to actually show me something that exists without the possibility to exist. You would have to show me something impossible that is existing in order to make that claim in reality. You could say words all you want, but where's the evidence? I could say reality relies on possibility and everything around me is possible. There's nothing around me that is impossible. So it's easy for me to make that claim. It's impossible for you to make the claim that impossible things exist. Like, do you get it? Like, it's an impossible claim to make, let alone prove. You can say the words, but can you ever prove those words? Cannot. We call things possible because they exist or could exist given how reality is. Well, all things that are real are reality. That is what that is. Very simple. Very simply, existence is the performance stage. Possibility is the set of scenes that could be played on that stage. The stage doesn't need a stage underneath it. Exactly. Possibility doesn't require possibility. Potential doesn't require potential. But reality requires possibility, or else it is not possible. That means reality itself is not the actual stage. The stage is possibility itself. That reality is being played out upon. Without possibility, there is no reality. That is what that is. The stage doesn't need a stage underneath it. Some things just exist necessarily. Impossible. That's an impossible claim that requires impossible proof that is impossible to provide. They don't, which is an unfalsifiable claim, which is pseudoscientific. They don't arise from potential, and they don't require anything else to bring them out. Examples: mathematical truths, 1 + 1 = 2. Yep. Logical principles, the law of non-contradiction, A cannot be negative A at the same time. Reality itself, the fact that there is something rather than nothing. Potential only comes into play once reality already exists, because potential is about what could happen within reality. There's no pre-reality potential, there's only reality itself, which just is without cause or need. No, that's possibility you're speaking of there. Possibility does not require possibility because it is possibility. But reality requires possibility because all that is real first requires the possibility to be real. And there's nothing that is real that you could point to that did not require the possibility to be real prior to becoming real. Okay. Because reality is, it did not come into existence. We know for sure possibility emerges from reality because of how possibility is defined. It only has meaning relative to something that exists. No, it only has meaning relative to something that could exist. Saying something is possible means it is not currently, but it can be. That which is already is. That which is possible can be. Potential is what can become or be developed into in the future. Yeah, that's you, Amon. I see you. Possibility for X to exist is a prerequisite for X to exist. Can we agree on that? That's all I'm saying. You see how simple that is? Possibility for anything to exist is a prerequisite for anything to exist. Can we agree on that? That's all I'm really saying. And then I just have to respond to people's responses because they try to come up with any way for that not to be true, yet they can never provide any evidence in reality of anything else being true other than that. No matter how many times they use the terms necessary existence, infinity, etc., they can never provide any evidence of such claims. The only evidence they could ever provide is the evidence reality itself provides, which is possibility for X to exist is a prerequisite for X to exist. Can we agree on that? Seems like your argument is contradictory, because it is. Your minute of fame. Shout out to you. Because it is. Yes, raise the fucking entropy. Let's go, Sean Walker. Raise the entropy. All right. Now let's see what I had to say to that. Oh, let me slide over here first. All right.
All right. You're basically saying if anything exists, it must be possible. Everything that exists is part of existence. Therefore, existence as a whole must be possible first. Correct. Because if any individual thing existing requires possibility, you could never get anything existing without possibility. Therefore, you could never get existence without possibility. You could never explain how you can get existence without possibility if nothing can exist without possibility. 1 + 1 = 2. Like, if one requires the other, then it just simply is what it is.
Then it simply is what it is.
Here's the problem. Possibility isn't a separate thing that reality depends upon, but it literally is, which is exactly what I explained. Possibility is not part of reality. Possibility is not real. Before actualization, there is no reality. Before realization, there is no reality. What is actualization? Actualization is something being made real. Meaning, the something is not real yet. It doesn't exist yet. It's not a thing yet. So if there are no things, nothing is real, nothing exists, there is no reality. Yet there is still the possibility for reality, meaning possibility is wholly separate and what reality itself is based upon. That's the entire point. Again, you cannot take some,
especially prior to reality. Prior to things in reality coming into existence, they still require the potential that is produced by the things that come before them. But reality itself, based off the first thing to ever exist, still requires that same potential.
within reality and then say that it is the cause of reality. that which is the cause of reality has to be external and prior to reality. Has to be. You cannot say the parents, that the baby caused the parents. The baby cannot cause that which came prior to it.
The creation cannot cause the creator. If something is consciously created, there must be a conscious creator to create it prior to it being created. The thing that comes after can never come prior to the thing that makes it. Like, it's that simple.
The cause is prior to the outcome. The baby is only possible because the parents exist prior to the baby. So the possibility for the baby must be there prior to the baby. That's for all things in existence. That's for all things in... hold on, I'm recording right now. That's for all things in reality. There is nothing, again, you can't point to any single thing in existence. You can't point to any single thing in reality that could possibly exist before it's possible to exist. The only way you could claim that existence itself or reality itself comes before possibility would be having to point out that which exists or that which is real prior to possibility. You can't do that. Again, I'm looking at a water bottle. I'm looking at a phone. I'm looking at a chair. I'm looking at a backpack. None of them could exist. None of them could be real if they weren't first possible to exist. If they weren't first possible to be real. And there's nothing in existence, nothing in reality that you could point to that does not apply to. In order to make the case that reality / existence does not require the possibility to be real or to exist, you'd have to be able to point out something in existence or in reality that does not require the possibility. You can't do that going all the way back the chain, because you have to keep asking the question. From right here to me, to my parents, to humans, to earth, to nature, to earth, to cosmos, all the way back to the first thing. Guess what? The first thing is still a thing. It still exists. It is still real. And if all things in that chain of existence and reality, going back to the first thing that exists in reality, all require possibility, that first thing is going to require possibility as well, or else it itself would break the logic. It can't break the logic. It is literally what the logic is based upon. If that first thing is required for the second thing, which is required for the third thing, all the way down to the cosmos and earth, nature, humanity, my parents, and then me existing and my baby mama existing now has the potential, the possibility to produce a child, that is just a chain link. That is nothing but a logic chain of possibilities. And the possibility for every single thing in that chain of existence and reality always comes before the thing in the chain. So guess what happens? The first thing in existence, the first thing in reality, also requires that possibility. You could never explain anything existing, including the first thing existing, that isn't possible to exist. You're making an impossible claim. If you're saying the first thing to exist, the first thing in reality, which literally is what reality is, once that first thing comes into existence, existence is. Once that first thing becomes real, now you have reality. Without anything in existence, without anything being real, there is no existence, there is no reality. Reality literally is that which is real. Existence literally is that which exists. So if nothing exists or nothing is real, there is no existence, there is no reality. Right? Right? So, in order for that first thing to exist, in order for that first thing to become real, it must have the possibility to do so, or it would be impossible to do. And if it was impossible to do, it could not be done, therefore it would not be done. The fact that it did actualize means it was possible to actualize. And again, what is actualization? Something becoming real. Right? And what actualizes? Potential.
If there is no capacity to become or develop into something in the future, there is no capacity to actualize. Becoming or developing into something is becoming real. The only thing that can actualize is potential, is possibility. Again, when two parents have a baby, that baby is a possibility, a potential prior to its existence. Once it exists, that possibility, that potential has now actualized into that baby. They did not have an actual baby before. They did not have a real baby. There was no baby existing. There was no real baby. There was only a possible baby, a potential baby. Then they had sex, and then she got pregnant, and now the baby becomes real. The baby actualizes. That potential, that possibility actualizes, becomes real, and now exists as a baby. The same thing happens with the first thing. The difference with the first thing and the parents is that the parents have prerequisite existence. So the parents require humanity, which requires this, which requires... The first thing only requires the possibility to be. That's it. That's all it needs. It needs the possibility. And what does possibility need? Nothing. So again, even the first thing still requires possibility, because if it was impossible, it could not be. You can't make an impossible argument. You can't make an argument for an impossible thing. Because if it's impossible, it does not exist. like, if it exists, it's not impossible. It's possible. Therefore, it exists. And you could never point to anything in existence or anything in reality that exists, yet is impossible to do so. Including the first thing. You could never make that real argument. Not logically. You'd have to break the logic chain. You'd have to go outside of logic. You'd have to be illogical. You'd have to argue for an impossibility. Literally. By saying such things, you're making reality itself impossible, meaning nothing could ever be real, yet here we are. You're saying existence itself is impossible. If it doesn't require possibility, it's not possible. Meaning it's impossible. Do you get what I'm saying? It has no possibility. Therefore, it is not possible. Therefore, it is impossible. And if it's impossible, it cannot be done, it cannot occur, it cannot exist. That's what impossible means. Do you get what I'm saying? When you're talking about things, they must be possible, or else they cannot exist. All things require a cause. If you look at the chain from the baby to the parents that are going all the way back to the first thing, again, the whole point of answering this question is to answer the question of how you get something from nothing. Because science, math, occultism, spirituality, metaphysics, all of it definitively proves, it objectively proves there had to be a time where existence was not. There had to be a point in time where there was nothing that was real. There was no real things, meaning there was no reality. Because all things in reality, all things that exist, are finite and move towards chaos. So they end. They have beginnings and they have endings. If they have beginnings, that means there was a time where they weren't in existence. So if there was a time where the first thing didn't exist, nothing existed. If there was a time where the first thing was not real, nothing was real. So how do you get from that state of nothing being real, nothing existing, to something being real, to something existing? This is the process of actualizing potential. Potential literally actualizes itself. That first thing actualizes. It's pure possibility, pure potential actualizing into reality. Going from non-real to real, going from non-existent to existent. And all it requires is the possibility to do so. After that, you now have what they call prerequisite potentials. You can now add on to that thing. All the way down to us. All the way down to us existing. But without that first thing coming into existence, we don't exist later on down the line, because more potentials after that first potential are required to reach our potential. And then we must actualize to be. So if all that exists must actualize to be, that first thing must also actualize. This is how things come into existence. You can't break the logic chain. You can't make that thing wholly separate from all other things when it's literally connected to all those things and the cause of all those things, right? But which means it has to be prior to all those things. Well, guess what? If the potential is the cause of the first thing, it also has to be prior to the thing. A cause is always prior to the effect. Always. The effect does not precede the cause. The cause precedes the effect. So, if all these things require these things, require these things, require these things to exist, and all those things require potential, aka possibility, before any of them exist to lead to the next possibility, and you bring it all the way back to the first thing, that first thing still requires the possibility to be. What does possibility require? Nothing. Because possibility is possibility. Potential is potential. Potential doesn't require potential. Possibility doesn't require possibility. That's the only place you can stop at. You can't stop at the first thing. That's why they have to ask the question, how do you get from nothing to something? That's the entire reason the question exists and why people have been pondering it for multiple thousands of years. Because it's the only way it could be. So that's why they had to figure out, well, you can't get from literal nothingness. There has to be a capacity, at least, for somethingness. Even though there isn't somethingness, there must still be a capacity for somethingness that is prior to somethingness. Because if there is no property that could lead to, that could actualize into something, then you would just have nothing forever. Yet here we are with something. But the something is finite, the something is not eternal, the something is not infinite, the something is not perfect, the something is driven towards chaos, the something decays, the something has a beginning, the something has an end. So what came before the something? That which can. That's literally possibility. It's the only thing that can. Because without possibility, you can't get something. You can't get anything. Again, the only way to really make this case would be for you to point out something in existence that definitively and objectively exists. Something you can prove exists, but is impossible to exist. Which is impossible to do. Because if it exists, it's possible. If it wasn't possible, it wouldn't exist. There's no two ways around this. This is the logic. The only way you're going to try to go around this is by being illogical. You have to step off the path of logic and just step into the world of faith. You're stepping out of what's actually possible and stepping into what's impossible. And making an impossible claim. Do you get what I'm saying? Possibility is a description we make about reality once it exists. No. That's not all it is. Possibility is the description of why reality exists. Possibility is the description of why anything can be. Why do I have a son? Because it was possible. If it wasn't possible, I could never have a son. And there's nothing that exists that you can't say that about. And all that exists is existence. All that is real is reality. Reality and existence aren't separate from that which exists or that which is real. You and I exist. Therefore, we are part of existence. We are existence. We're not separate from existence. You and I are real. Therefore, we are part of reality. We are reality. We're not separate from reality. Right? So if all things that exist and all things that are real require the possibility to exist, the possibility to be real, if my son can only exist because me and his mother make him possible, and we only exist because of the possibility that came before us, if all things in existence, all things in reality only exist and are only real because of the possibility that came before them, then existence itself and reality itself, which is made up of all those things, requires the possibility in order to be. Because again, you can't point to anything in existence or in reality that doesn't require possibility to be. Which would be the only way to make this argument. Like, it's the only way. If you can't do that, you can't make the argument. The argument itself is impossible. Let's see. Reality doesn't need permission from possibility. It literally does. If you were going to make that claim, you would have to point out something that's real that is impossible. This candle in front of me only exists because it's possible. If it being real did not require the possibility to be real, it could be real while being impossible. Yet there's nothing in existence you can point to that is impossible. And if impossible things could exist it would be happening everywhere because there'd be no such thing as possibility. It would all be possible. There'd be no such thing as impossible. If impossible things were possible, all would be possible. There'd be no impossibilities. So everything around us, there'd be just impossible shit everywhere. Yet I'm in a basement full of stuff. Not a single thing in here is impossible. It's all possible. Every single one of these things is possible. Every single thing in this basement is possible. And I've never seen or heard of anything that is impossible. No one has ever been able to objectively or definitively prove to me ever that something impossible exists. So if you're going to make the claim that reality doesn't need permission from possibility, reality does not require possibility, you're saying reality can exist, it can be real while being impossible. But understand what you're saying. You're saying reality is impossible. If reality is impossible, there wouldn't be a reality. Yet here we are. If reality was impossible and yet still somehow was real, everything in reality would also be impossible because we would have an impossible reality. We would have a reality that should not exist because it's impossible to exist, yet it still does exist. Therefore, everything within it would also be impossible. A possible reality has a logic chain of possibilities all through it, which is exactly what we see in our reality. Everything's possible. You're possible. I'm possible. Everything you've ever done is possible. This is why you can't do impossible things. Fly right now. Right now. Just wherever you're sitting, standing, just start floating. Teleport right to me right now. Like, you know, when you're reading, when you hear this voice message, teleport to me. Do Naruto shadow clones all over the world. Just make 1,000 clones of yourself right now. You can't do that. Why? Because it's impossible. The only things you can do are possible. The only things you can produce or lead to are all possible. You only exist. You're only real because it's possible for you to exist and be real. And there's nothing in existence that doesn't follow those rules. It all requires possibility. That just is what that is. Like, reality has to have permission from possibility. If it didn't, none of this would be possible. So, like, if reality was impossible, this wouldn't be possible. Yet it is possible. It's happening. You get what I'm saying? Like, and all that exists within reality is possible. Like, that just is what that is. There's really no two ways around it. Possibility is just the shadow reality casts when we think about alternatives. No. Reality is the shadow cast by possibility. You're saying it backwards. In order to make the other claim, you would have to show me something real that is not possible. Again, like, you can say that, but you can never actually prove that. I can prove it 20 times from Sunday. This bottle of water right here is possible. I explained earlier how bottles of water are possible. All things in existence are possible. That's why they exist. If they were impossible, they wouldn't exist. This is why you could never do or create something impossible. In order for you to prove the point that something can be real while being impossible, you would have to produce, lead to, create, or prove something existing that is impossible to exist. You have to actually show that in reality. But you can't, because impossibility is unreal. Impossibilities can never be real, but possibilities can. Think about it. That's why possibility is what actualizes into reality. That's what makes reality possible. Like, you get what I'm like. In other words, where am I? Possibilities. In other words, things don't exist because they were possible. That's the only reason things exist. Again, in order to claim things that exist that are impossible, you'd have to show something impossible that's existing. All things that you could ever talk about are possible to exist. If you can't give me one single thing that is impossible to exist, you could never make the claim that something impossible can exist, let alone does exist. You can't make a logic chain showing how something impossible even could exist, let alone produce something in reality and definitively prove externally to all of us, showing us something that exists but is impossible. Making a claim and proving a claim are not the same thing. To prove a claim, you need logic chains at a bare minimum. The philosophy has to line up. And I don't mean like your personal philosophy. I mean, it has to be philosophically consistent. So If things require possibility to be, because all things in existence that you can ever point to require a possibility to be, then to be philosophically and logically consistent, you would have to apply that to all things, including the first thing. The first thing is still a thing that exists, it's still a thing in reality. All things that exist, all things in reality, have this rule of possibility applied to them. All of them. If you were going to break that rule for any particular thing, including the first thing, you'd have to then show how the logic chain, how it's still philosophically consistent to do so. If it becomes illogical or philosophically inconsistent, you've stepped off the path into incorrectness. You've stepped into being illogical, being philosophically inconsistent. Do you get what I'm saying? If you cannot say that babies require parents and then go, well, except for this one over here. And this is why it's laughable to laugh at Christians who be like, well, Jesus was a virgin birth. And you go, okay, make it make sense. Now, if they have some sort of scientific way where they go, well, his mother was a throwback to a time where women had certain organs, abiogenesis, were capable of impregnating themselves, and you say, okay, technically, scientifically, that is a possibility, but now you're going to have to show us how and why. What organs are those? What, like, you know, you're going to have to now break this down to make your case. And then prove to us that his mother was a case of abiogenesis. Or you're just making a claim that you can't back up with reality. But reality shows you all babies of all kinds require parents. I don't care if you're talking about spiders, lions, tigers, bears, oh my, monkeys, humans, whales, seahorses. That which produces the offspring comes before the offspring. The only reason the offspring is possible is because that which produces the offspring came before it, and that only came before it because it was possible based on what came before it. So this whole chain link, this logic chain, this philosophical consistence shows you how reality works. All things must be possible before they can exist. The baby cannot exist before it's possible. It cannot come into existence prior to its parents existing. That's impossible. Like, you get like the possibility must precede the baby, or the baby can never be. And that's all things in existence. The possibility must precede this phone that I'm holding in my hand, or the phone can never actualize from the possibility. The possibility itself can never actualize into the phone. The possible phone can never become an actual phone, a literal phone, a real phone. It's just a possible phone. But if there is no possibility even for the phone, there isn't even a possible phone, you can never have a real phone, an actual phone, a literal phone. That's how reality works, from top to bottom. And I can point to anything in existence and make that case easily. You could never point to something in existence and be like, look at that thing over there. That's impossible to exist, yet it exists. You could never do that. The claim you're making is impossible. You literally can't make that claim logically or philosophically consistent. You got to step into illogical thought processes. That just is what that is. Whether we like it or not, that's just the truth. Let's see. In other words, things don't exist because they were possible. We call things possible because they exist or could exist given how reality is. Now think about that. Even that phrase, we call things possible because they exist, which means what? The fact that they exist means they're possible to exist. If they were impossible to exist, they would not exist. You notice how you didn't say, we call things impossible because they exist. No, we call them possible because they exist, right? Because their existence guarantees that they're possible. That baby existing guaranteed it was possible to exist. If there was no possibility for it to exist, it would not exist. What you're saying here isn't wrong. You just have it backwards in your mind. The reason why we say this bottle of water is possible because it exists is because if it was impossible, it could not exist. all things that exist are possible to exist. That's the only reason that they do exist. So if something exists, you automatically know that it's possible. If something cannot exist, that's because it's impossible. That's what impossibility is. So right there, like the possibility and impossibility dictate what exists. Possibility and impossibility dictate what is real. If something is possible, it can exist. Doesn't mean it will, but if it does, it means it is. If something is impossible, it cannot exist. Therefore, it will not exist. If it does exist, it's not impossible. It's possible. You see what I'm saying? Possibility and impossibility literally dictate existence and reality. The fact that something exists means it's possible to exist. Meaning it had the possibility to exist prior to existing. Meaning it is that possibility. The baby is just an actualized potential. It's an actualized possibility. There was a possible child, and now there's an actual child. But without there being a possible child, there is no actual child. So yes, the baby existing automatically allows us to say the baby was possible. Because if the baby was impossible, the baby could never exist. Possibility and impossibility dictate existence. That's why it's right in the words. That which is possible can be done, can occur, can exist. That which is impossible cannot be done, cannot occur, cannot exist. Potential itself literally is the capacity to become or develop into something in the future. Potential, the definition of potential is not something that has the capacity. No, it is the capacity. The definition is technically showing or having. So if it's something that has it, it's something that exists. If it's simply showing it, it doesn't have to be a thing that exists. So it's prior to the thing existing or a thing existing that then has it. It's still required for all things to exist. It's not something that has the capacity to become or develop into the future. No. It is the capacity. Potential literally is that capacity to become or develop into something in the future. Without that capacity to become or develop into something, something could never become or be developed into. The potential must precede the something that is becoming or developed into in the future. That's why the words in the future are in the definition. Mm-hmm. It's letting you know this comes prior to. If this is not prior to that something can never be developed into. That something can never become. That something can never actualize. I'm going to say that one more time. Potential is the capacity, meaning the ability, the capability, the capacity to become or develop into something in the future. In the future, meaning it is prior to that which is becoming or developing in the future. You hear? It's prior to. It's before. All things require this potential. They require this capacity to become or be developed into in the future. Without that capacity, without that potential, nothing can become or be developed into in the future. The capacity must be before it. It must come prior to it. It literally has to, or it can't be. The baby requires parents. Like, if the baby ain't got no parents, there is no possibility for the baby. The parents make the baby possible. And then something before the parents makes them possible, and something before that makes that, going all the way back to the first thing, which relies on possibility itself. Well, what does possibility rely on? Possibility is possibility. There's nothing for it to rely on. Potential is the capacity to become or develop into something. Potential doesn't require potential. It is potential. Capacity doesn't require capacity. It is the capacity. The capacity to become or develop into something in the future does not require the capacity to become or develop into something in the future, because it is the capacity to become or develop into something in the future. This is the base cause. It requires nothing itself. It requires nothing. You can never point to possibility requiring anything, because if possibility requires something that is not possible itself, that means this possibility is requiring an impossibility. Make that make sense? How does possibility require impossibility to be? That doesn't make any sense. That which is impossible cannot be. Possibility cannot require impossibility to become or develop into something in the future. Doesn't make sense. The capacity to become or develop into something in the future does not require impossibility. It requires possibility. It is possibility. Like, if there is no possibility, there is no thing. If there is no potential, there is no thing. If there is no capacity to become or develop into something in the future, there is nothing in the future becoming or developed into. You got to get what I'm saying here. Very simply, existence is the performance stage. So it's a thing. It's the stage. How did the stage come into existence? How did this performance stage, how does it exist? Why does it exist? Because it's possible to exist. You can't make the claim that the performance stage is impossible to exist, or else it would not exist. If the performance stage exists, it's possible to exist. The simple fact that it exists is proof that it's possible to exist. Do you get what I'm saying? So existence itself can only be because it's possible to be. The performance stage itself can only be because it's possible. If the capacity to become or develop into existence, aka the performance stage, wasn't there, there'd be no existence or performance stage to become or develop into. Yet here we are. Possibility is the set of scenes that could be played on the stage. Yes, but that stage itself requires possibility to even be. And then once the stage exists, now you have the possibility of a bunch of different scenes that can exist on that stage. The stage still requires possibility itself. And all the scenes on the stage require possibility themselves. Do you get what I'm saying? Every scene leads to the next scene, right? So if we go to the end of the play on this stage, the end of this reality, for the end of this existence, you know what I'm saying? Where entropy brings it to. And then we rewind it back, guess what? You get to the point at the beginning of the play, right? The first scene, all right? But the first scene still must be possible. What makes it possible? The stage. Okay, well, the stage exists, so the stage, what makes the stage possible? Possibility itself. The stage still needs possibility in order to exist. If there is no stage, there is no play. If there is no play, there is no scenes. If there is no beginning of the play, there are no scenes in the play, there is no ending of the play. All these things, the ending of the play requires all the things that come before it, all the other possibilities that actualize, all the other potentials that actualize as scenes. All the things in the play, the characters, the people, the playwright who's writing the play, all the costumes, all the props, all the things that go on in this play, on this performance stage, require the possibility to even be, including the stage itself, which is part of the play, because that's where they're holding the play. If you're going to go play football in a football field, the football field still must be possible. The thing you're doing the thing on is still a thing. The football field is still a thing. You still have to explain how the field got there. You still have to explain how the performance stage got there. Why is there a performance stage at all? That's the question. I feel like you're going backwards here almost. Before you were closer before, when you understood that you have to ask the question about the first thing too. Existence. The first thing in existence causes existence. Prior to the first thing existing, there is no existence because nothing exists. Prior to the first thing becoming real, there is no reality because nothing is real. So you have to ask the question, how did that first thing become real? How did that first thing come into existence? Which is the same as asking, how did reality / existence come to be? You always have to ask the question going all the way back, including for the first thing that makes reality and existence itself a thing. Because they're still a thing, containing things. That stage is still a thing on which the play is performed. How did the stage come to be? How could the stage be if the stage was impossible? If the stage is impossible, there won't be a stage. And if there is no stage, there won't be a play. No play, no beginning. No beginning, no scenes. No scenes, no ending. No climax. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, so the stage itself requires possibility too. There's no two ways around that. If the stage was impossible, it would not be. That which is impossible cannot be, cannot happen, cannot occur, cannot exist. That which is possible can happen, can be, can occur, can exist. So that which has happened, is happening, or will happen, was possible, is possible, or will be possible. That which cannot that which could not happen, cannot happen now, and cannot happen in the future, was impossible, is impossible, will be impossible. Do you get what I'm saying? So the stage existing means it's possible. Existence being means existence is possible. All things in existence prove this definitively by showing you that every single thing in existence must be possible to exist. You cannot point to anything in existence that is impossible to exist. Therefore, you could never make the claim that existence itself is impossible. Because here it is, we're all in it, we're all part of it. We exist, therefore we are part of existence. We are existence. All that exists is existence. That's what existence is. All that is real is reality. And if all that exists and all that is real requires possibility, aka potential, aka the capacity to become or develop prior to it existing, so it can become or develop in the future, then existence itself requires possibility, aka potential, aka the capacity to become or develop in the future. Meaning, there was definitively a time prior to the stage. There was a time prior to reality. And we could use the word time. I always put it in quote unquote, but technically you could use that word. It's just a higher type of time. It's the time of chaos itself, the time of the actualization, the timeline of things that actualize and deactualize. So there was a time before this reality, a time before this existence. But the capacity to become or develop into this reality, this existence, was already there. If it wasn't, this could not be, because that would make this impossible. Yet here it is, meaning it is possible. Because it can, and it has occurred. It has happened. It is. So it is possible. You know, the baby is possible. If it wasn't, it wouldn't be. Like that. That's all things in existence. There's nothing in existence you could point to that doesn't follow that logic. And if nothing in existence doesn't follow that logic, then existence itself follows that. You know what I'm saying? Like, all things in existence follow the logic of being possible. Therefore, existence itself follows the logic of being possible, because you can't separate anything in existence from existence. And you can't separate existence from anything in existence. All that exists is what makes existence. If nothing existed, there'd be no existence. The first thing to exist is the beginning of existence. If that thing is impossible, it never exists. Meaning there would never be existence. Meaning existence definitively and objectively requires the possibility to be. It requires the capacity to become or develop into in the future. The stage doesn't need a stage underneath it. No, but the stage still needs to be possible to be a stage at all. Like, if we're going to say the stage is the thing that makes everything possible, then the stage would be possibility itself. But I would say that's actually not the right way to put it. The stage is existence. I think you're right about that. But the stage still requires possibility. If the stage is impossible, there would be no stage. Like, without the possibility for a stage, there is no stage. And prior to the stage, there was no stage. So in order to go from there being no stage to a stage, the stage must actualize, meaning the stage must be possible. Meaning the stage, there must be the capacity to become or develop into a stage in the future, prior to there being a stage. Think of the example you're using. How are stages built? They're built, right? Stages require wood and all. They require all the things that make the stage. The workers, the tools, all the things that come together to make the stage must be there prior to the stage being made, which is what makes the stage possible. So even the stage requires possibility. And you can make the stage as a metaphor or an analogy, whatever you want. The universe, non-conceptual reality, the quantum vacuum. It doesn't matter what you make, what thing you're using the stage as a metaphor for. The stage and that thing are still both things that require possibility to be things. If there is no potential for these things, if there is no capacity for these things to become or developed into in the future, they are never developed into in the future. The capacity must come prior to it. That just is what it is. It just is what it is. The stage needs possibility too. Some things just exist necessarily. That's impossible. You can never make that logical claim. That is what religion people say. That is what Christians say about their God, which is exactly why it doesn't answer the question. If you're answering the question, why do all things exist? What causes existence to be? And you're going to use something that exists as the cause for existence, you already failed. You already broke the logic. You're already being illogical. Something cannot necessarily exist if it's impossible to exist. Like, think about that. It's necessary to exist. That alone would make it possible. If it was impossible, it could never be necessary to begin with. It could never exist to begin with. Even if it's a necessary existence, it must be possible in order to even be necessary, let alone actually exist. Like, it still requires possibility. Yes, the first thing in existence, the base of reality itself, must exist for all other things in reality to exist. But even that first thing, even that base of reality that is reality, still requires possibility. If it was impossible, it would never be, meaning there would be no reality. That just is what that is. They don't arise from potential. They must. What other way do they arise? And they're not perfect and they're not infinite, because if they were, this wouldn't be. See, again, in order for this necessary thing to always have been, it would have to be infinite. It's necessary, meaning it always exists. It cannot cease. It literally... See, and that's the part that people don't get about necessary existence. Necessary existence doesn't just imply that this thing has always been. It implies it literally always has to be. And there's no way it could be any other way. It could never not be. You're describing something perfect and infinite. But look around. Our reality is not perfect and infinite. Therefore, reality is not perfect and infinite. Therefore, the first thing in reality that causes reality cannot be perfect or infinite. So this necessary existence is literally impossible. Because if it was a true necessary existence, it would be infinite and perfect, meaning nothing would happen within it. There'd be nothing going on in existence. Existence would still be akin to nothing happening. It would still be akin to nothing happening. Because there'd be nothing to be done within perfect infinity. You can't do anything in a perfectly infinite reality. There's nothing to be done. It can't be done. So we could not exist. We could not have these phones. We could not be having this conversation right now if we were in a necessary existence. And you can't separate the first thing that is necessary for all of existence from existence itself, because all of existence is chained to that necessary existence. So you have to drive the logic chain back to that thing, which wouldn't make any sense, because all the logic chain, everything else in existence is possible to exist. Yet this first thing, this necessary existence, is impossible. It doesn't require possibility. Therefore, it's literally impossible. If it's impossible, yet it is existence, it is the necessary existence that causes all other things to exist. All other things that exist must follow that same logic and also be impossible. Yet all things that exist are possible. And there's nothing you could point to in existence that is impossible. Therefore, there's no way you could tie a logic chain of impossibilities back to this impossible necessary existence that does not require possibility. All things that exist require the potential to exist, and everywhere in the chain, from the baby to the parents, to humanity, to nature, going all the way back to the first thing, everything in existence requires the potential to exist. It all requires the capacity to become or be developed into in the future. All of it. The moment you hit this necessary existence that does not require this potential, you've broken the logic. It doesn't make sense. You just created a paradox. How does all possibility rely on an impossibility? And how does impossibility produce possibility? It can't. Perfection cannot contain or lead to imperfection. Infinity cannot contain or lead to finite. Finite cannot contain or lead to infinity. Imperfection cannot contain or lead to perfection. Possibility cannot contain or lead to impossibility. Impossibility cannot contain or lead to possibility. That's why they are polar opposites. That which is possible is not impossible. That which is impossible is not possible. That which is impossible cannot be and produces and leads to and contains nothing. But even if it somehow could be, if we ignore the logic of what impossibility actually is and say somehow this necessary existence, which does not require possibility, meaning it's literally impossible, yet somehow still exists, it should only lead to further impossibilities. Yet all it leads to is possibilities. All it leads to is all that's possible. But an impossibility cannot contain or lead to possibility, just like a possibility cannot contain or lead to impossibility. I, as a possibility, as a thing that exists, a thing that is possible, cannot do, contain, create, or lead to impossible things. That's impossible. Like your argument is falling on illogicality. How you say? Your argument is illogical. You're making an impossible argument. You're trying to attach all that is possible to an impossibility, and say the impossibility contains, leads to, and causes all the possibilities. Not possible. Like it's a contradictory argument. It's a paradox in and of itself. This is why I said, no matter how you feel about it, you have to follow the logic chain. You have to. That's the only way to make a logical argument. Like, doing anything else is illogical. That which is illogical is automatically incorrect. It won't make sense. It will contradict itself. It will create a paradox. Do you see what I'm saying? What up, Starman Media? Salute to you, my good brother. I see you. Now on to the next. To say that the stage or the necessary existence does not require potential, it does not require possibility, you're saying it's impossible. That's literally what that means. And to say that potential needs something else is you're literally going against what potential is. Potential requires existence, but potential is the capacity to become or develop into existence. If it required existence, it could not be the capacity to become or develop into it. If potential, which is the capacity to become or develop into something, required something, it would not be the capacity to become or develop into something. Do you get it? It would already be something that requires something. But it's not something that requires something. It is that which something requires prior to it in order to eventually become or develop into it in the future. Potential requires nothing because it is potential. Possibility requires nothing because it literally is possibility. You can't make possibility possible. Then you have an infinite chain of possibility making possibility making, like, which again would still supersede any something making possibility possible. Like, possibility is possibility, is possibility, is possibility, is possibility. It literally can't require something in order for it to be possible. Something might require something else in order for that something to become possible. The baby requires parents in order for the baby to become possible. The baby is something that requires parents, which are also something, in order for the possibility of the baby. See, the baby, something, requires something, parents, in order to become possible. Right? But that possibility for the baby still must come before the baby, right? And the possibility for the parents still must come before the parents, right? If there is no possibility before them, they never come into existence. This is how things work. If there is no capacity if there is no capacity to become or develop into something in the future prior to the something, that something can never become or develop or be developed into in the future. It's just that simple. Reality, that which is real, existence, that which exists, is something. Because if there is no things that are real, if there is no things that exist, there is no reality, there is no existence. The moment something becomes or is developed into, it exists, it is real. That is the moment existence and reality has become or been developed into. And all some things require the capacity to become or be developed into in the future. So reality and existence require the capacity to become or be developed into in the future, meaning it has to be prior to them. Has to be. No two ways around it. This is just where the logic takes us. This is what it is to be philosophically consistent and logically consistent. You don't step off the logic path and step into faith all of a sudden. Just like, no, there was something always there. Make that make sense. I can't. It doesn't make sense. There is an impossible thing that exists, meaning it's possible. So it's impossible, but it's possible. This thing exists, even though it doesn't require the possibility to exist, which means it's impossible, which means it literally could not exist, yet it doesn't. You just created a paradox. It's the same thing as the grandfather paradox. Why is it a paradox? Because the reason you can't go back in time, and we know this for a fact, is because of this. If I had my son, and then my son went back in time to when I was born and killed me in the same timeline, not another timeline, not like Trunks in Dragon Ball Z going to another past. If he went into his actual past and killed his father, he could never be born. If he's never born, he could never go back in the past and kill his father. This is the grandfather paradox. You go back and kill your granddaddy in your timeline, you could never be born to then go back and kill your granddaddy in your timeline. It's a paradox, which means it literally cannot occur. That which is paradoxical cannot be. It would break reality, making things unreal. So it can't exist within reality. It can't be real. This impossible paradox you're attempting to present as reality is an impossible paradox. If it exists, it requires the capacity to exist. It requires the potential to exist. It requires the possibility to exist. If you're saying it doesn't require that possibility, you're saying it's literally impossible. If it's literally impossible, it cannot happen, it cannot occur, it cannot exist. And if it cannot happen, it cannot occur, and it cannot exist, you cannot claim that it does. The moment you do, you just made a paradox. Now you have to solve the paradox, which no religion has ever been able to do. This is why science, mathematics, philosophy, logic, everything that studies anything has gone beyond that God argument. No, there is God, the necessary existence. Make that make sense. You just said this thing is impossible. God does not require possibility. Right? So, God is impossible. Like, you're making our argument for us. Like, if this necessary existence does not require possibility, the necessary existence is impossible. You're making the argument for me. You're doing the same thing religious people have done throughout history. They stop at their God. You're stopping at the necessary existence, which is the same thing as stopping at God. And you're not asking the question of how is that in the first place? If it's impossible, meaning it doesn't require possibility, how could it even be? You just created a paradox. It can't be because it's impossible. It can't be because it has no possibility to be. Therefore, it can't be. You can't call it real or call it reality while saying it's impossible. Like, That's impossible to do. That's an impossible argument to make. It's an impossible claim to prove. It's an impossible claim to even logically or philosophically consistently hypothesize. You got to step off the logic of all things that exist into, well, this thing exists even though it's impossible. What? Make that make sense. Make that make real sense. Don't just claim it. Show me something in existence that's impossible to exist. Just one thing. Just one. That's all you got to do. If you could show me one thing that exists that's impossible to exist, maybe we could start to build up to your claim, because then we would have to be like, okay, even then, all we did was make a paradox of reality, because that doesn't make sense. Like, we would then have to start proving that all things are impossible. Because if the necessary existence itself is impossible, nothing that it leads to, contains, or creates would be possible. It would all be impossible because it's coming from an impossible source. Yet all that exists is possible. So if all that exists is possible, it can't come from an impossible source. It's impossible for it to do that. It must come from a source that is also possible. Parents cannot create impossible children. You see that? The baby, which is possible, must come from a source that is possible. All that exists, which is possible, must come from a source that is possible. So the first thing in existence can't be a necessary existence that's impossible. It must be something that did not exist and then came into existence based on its possibility to exist. And the only thing that doesn't require possibility to be possible is possibility. Like, therefore, possibility must be the base. The capacity to become or develop into something does not require there is no capacity required for the capacity. Well, you must have the capacity to become or develop into the capacity to become or develop into something. That doesn't work. You must have the possibility to become possible. No, possibility is possibility. The capacity is the capacity. Potential is potential. That thing, possibility, potential, the capacity itself, does not require possibility or potential or the capacity, because it is that. But all that exists requires that, or it could not exist. So there can't be a necessary existence that's literally impossible. Like, there can't be a necessary existence that is not possible to exist in the first place. It would be impossible, meaning it could not exist, so it would not exist. And even if it somehow, if we ignore the logic of it, and it somehow did exist, it would lead to nothing but impossibilities. Which is why nothing could occur within it. This is why within perfection, within infinity, within a necessary existence that has no beginning, no middle, no end, no timeline, no events could occur. Nothing could happen. We could never exist or have this conversation, because this conversation is an event occurring. This is a thing that is happening within this infinite reality. Like, you can't have it. All spaces, all times would be infinitely far away from each other. Me even starting this conversation, me even making my first live stream would be infinitely far away in time. We would never be able to even develop or become in order to even get to a point where I could learn enough to even make that live stream. YouTube could never exist. People could never exist. The earth could never exist. Nothing could ever happen. And from that one first live stream to the second live stream would be an infinite amount of time. You could never get there. Each individual live stream would have an infinite amount of time between them, because it's an infinite reality. Which is why there'd be no timeline, because it'd be all an infinite moment. You would never be able to get to the next moment because it would be infinitely far away. The next moment would be infinitely into the future. So you could never actually reach it, which means nothing could occur. No events could happen. There could be no timeline. Yet I'm 37 years old. I'm on a planet that spins and goes around the sun, and we call that a year. I have days and nights. I could tell you what I did yesterday. I could tell you what I did an hour ago. I can break up my experience into a measurement that we call time. I could never have an experience, let alone measure it, let alone name it anything such as time, if we were in an infinite reality. And we would have to be in an infinite reality if there was a necessary existence that has no beginning, no middle, and no end. And it's literally impossible because it doesn't require possibility. What up, Black Anarchist, aka Life Abolitionist? Shout out to you. Salute, salute, salute. And if we ignore all that logic and say it happened anyway, for no reason, which is faith, this is religion. That's what religion does. They ignore the reality and go into a logical thought process and just claim it anyway. That's what faith is. If we just take it on faith and ignore the logic of the argument and say, well, this impossible necessary existence that is infinite and perfect always has been and always will be, which has no timelines within it, still exists, and we are still here having an experience within it, then what we should be experiencing should all be impossible. And yet, all we experience is possibilities. You've never experienced anything impossible in your entire life. You can't point to anything in existence that is impossible. Again, I'll say this for the 5,000th time because I know how to prove me wrong. This is the reason why I can't prove this wrong, because I cannot point out anything in existence that is impossible to exist. I can't prove this argument wrong. That's how I know it's objective. There's no logical step-by-step process to show anything in existence that is impossible to exist. So I could never make a logic chain and remain philosophically consistent without stepping into faith and religion to claim that there is an infinite and perfect necessary existence that always has been and always will be, because it has to, because it's impossible, because it's not possible, because it doesn't require possibility, yet it still is, which would mean it's impossible for it to ever not be, because it's impossible to be in the first place. So there's no way to take something that is impossible, yet still exists, and then make it not exist, making it impossible. It was already impossible, and yet it's here. So there couldn't be anything happen. There could be no events. There could be no timelines. It would be an infinite and perfect reality, an infinitely perfect moment that nothing could ever happen within. Yet here we are, doing things. We are happenings. And everything we do is something happening. Everything we do, everything we see, everything we experience, everything we've ever done, including our existence, is possible. Therefore, existence must be possible. It cannot be an impossible, necessary existence, not requiring possibility, infinitely imperfect, stuck in a single moment forever. That's impossible. Like, do you get what I'm saying? The argument you're making is an impossibility. All right. Examples, mathematical truths. 1 + 1 = 2. And you know why? Because you can prove it. If I tell you, put up one finger, right? Now put up one more finger. Now count those fingers. That's 2 fingers. 1 + 1 = 2. That's reality. That's existence. It's provable. It's definitive. I can then say, okay, this phone I'm holding in my hand is possible. It exists, therefore it's possible. And I can prove that it's possible based on the logic line, based on the steps it takes to make the phone. The resources exist. The refinement processes can be created. The factories can be made. People exist so they can come together and do these jobs, and they can take these refined materials and put them together in a structure that leads to what we call a phone. These things are all possibilities lining up in a logic chain. They line up in a chain of possibilities, a chain of potentials that have actualized, leading to the potential phone, the possible phone, because it leads first to the possibility that the phone could even be. Somebody thinks of the phone. Is that possible? Well, what will we need? These materials, this refinement process, yes, the phone is possible. We just need to actualize these other potentials, such as digging up the minerals, which have already actualized themselves thanks to the cosmos. They're just in the earth. We need to actualize the refinement process, so we got to create refineries and stuff and hire people who have already been actualized by their parents, thanks to nature actualizing humanity. It's all this is actualization. These are all things that didn't exist and now exist and are here and are possible. making the next steps possible. So we can get the materials, get the refinement process, send it to the factory, have the people work the factory, put the phones together, ship the phones out to the stores that we can build out of other raw materials, and then we can sell the phones with currencies that we've invented based upon other materials that, like, these are all possibilities, all potentials that have all been actualized, leading to other possibilities and other potentials being capable of actualizing, and then people putting their mind to it, deciding they want it, and then actualizing those potentials, manifesting them into reality. And that's why I have a phone in my hand. So I can prove the phone is possible. Just as I can prove 1 + 1 = 2. I can never prove the phone is impossible. I can never prove anything in existence is impossible to exist. This is why I always say 1 + 1 = 2, because it's provable. You can never prove a necessary existence. You can never prove an impossibility, because an impossibility is impossible. It literally can never be proven. It can only be disproven. It's impossible. Like, you can never prove that something exists without the possibility to exist. Just making the claim, you're saying the thing is impossible. Your claim itself is contradictory. This thing does not require possibility to exist. Then it can't exist. Then it doesn't exist, because it's impossible to exist, because it has no possibility to exist. And there's nothing in existence you could point to. The same way I can tell you 1 finger + 1 finger is 2 fingers, you could never do that with anything in existence that you're trying to claim is impossible to exist. Everything you point to and exists. I'm looking at a tennis racket, a tennis ball, a candle, a Febreze spray, a water bottle, the phone in my hand itself. These things only exist because they're possible to exist, and that possibility was there prior to them ever coming into existence. If it was not, they could not exist. See, I can do that. I can 1 + 1 = 2 with anything in existence and tie it to possibility. You cannot 1 + 1 = 2 with anything in existence and tie it to impossibility. That's impossible. Like, do you get what I'm saying? Like, that's why I like 1 + 1 = 2, because you bring it back to something real simple. Bro, let me show you how to prove something real quick. Hold up 1 finger, right? Now hold up 1 more finger. Now count that. 1, 2. That's 2 fingers, right? 1 + 1 = 2 every time. Every fucking time. That's a logic chain. That's remaining philosophically consistent. If you say 1 + 1 = 3, you just broke the chain of logic. You just became illogical. You're going off of faith. You could never prove that. What you just said is impossible. And then you go, well, it doesn't require possibility to be 3. What? Make that make real sense. You can't. Every time you hold up 1 finger and another finger, you're going to get 2 fingers. It's impossible to be 3 because you're only holding up 2. Trying to argue for the impossibility of 1 + 1 = 3 is an impossible argument to make. You're making an impossible claim. The claim itself is contradictory. Do you get what I'm saying? Life abolitionist. I just switched channels. I can see that now, brother. Who says they have experienced something that is impossible? None of them. That's the point. They claim that they're basically claiming that reality itself is impossible, that existence itself is impossible, by claiming things like necessary existences, which are impossible, by claiming things like reality doesn't require possibility in order to be, even though nothing in reality is impossible. Like, all things that are said to be real are possible. If they weren't, they would not be real. So when they argue that reality is based on impossibility, yet nothing in existence is impossible, I'm like, in order to prove your case, you're going to have to show me something impossible. Like, show me something impossible in existence. And then maybe we can say that you're correct about existence itself being impossible. Stealing the materials from Africa. I'm guessing you're talking about when I was talking about the phone. Yes, that's exactly what they do. These are facts. Enslaving Africans to mine materials. These are facts. Using Western currencies to keep Africans in debt. These are facts. Off topic, but definitely facts. This is a long-winded way to say that it's impossible to prove a negative. I don't get it. You have to go back to the beginning. This is presentation number 4. So basically, they're claiming an impossibility that they cannot prove. And I'm showing them you can't prove this because it's impossible. And if you could prove it, you would be capable of showing me something impossible that actually exists, which they cannot do. Yet they continue to argue for it. I would suggest watching my first presentation on this first, Anti-Cosmic Voidism Part 1, and going from there, because this is where 3 presentations in and in the middle of a conversation. Let me just show you. So you see all these we are just in this one presentation, we're this far into the conversation. So you're kind of jumping in the middle here. So it might sound a little confusing to anyone jumping in, but it's all about existence requiring possibility. All things that exist require the possibility to exist. If they don't require possibility, that means they are impossible. But people keep arguing for this. They keep arguing that existence is infinite. Okay, makes no sense, but sure. All right, whatever you say. Let's get them. I'm just trying to get them to the point of understanding what it all is so they can, because they always want to ask the question, well, how do we get rid of it all? Well, first you got to understand it. You don't even understand what it is or why it is or how it's even possible. You can never do anything about the problem. You got to know the problem, understand the problem, get what causes the problem, and then you can attack that underlying cause and get rid of it so the problem never rears its ugly head again. In this case, the level of problem we're talking about is existence itself. That's what this particular presentation is on. We have many other presentations about lower level problems, problems within existence, but this one is the problem of existence itself. Vazen. If something does not require a possibility to exist, then now it cannot exist because it does not have the possibility to exist. And again, it must have the possibility to exist to then exist. Precisely. But it must first require that possibility. And if it does not, then it does not have the possibility and then ultimately has no existing capacity. Then it is ultimately impossible to exist. Exactly. The only thing that is infinite is nothingness. The void is infinite. You don't even need this presentation. You're already there. This is where I'm trying to get them to. Those words that you and Vazen just spoke are exactly where I'm trying to get them. So, without further ado, let's get on to the next part of this recording, because we still got hours to go. Logical principles. The law of non-contradiction. A cannot be non-negative A at the same time. Reality itself. The fact that there is something rather than nothing. And that's the question. Also, for anybody coming in, when you hear me reading something and then contradicting it right after, it's because I'm reading what somebody is saying to me and then responding to it. It's not just me contradicting myself, I promise. Logical principles. The law of non-contradiction. A cannot be non-negative A at the same time. Reality itself. The fact that there is something rather than nothing. And that's the question. Why is there something rather than nothing? The answer is because it's possible. Because if it was impossible, there would be nothing. Meaning, if there was no properties at all, if there was no capacity to become or develop into something in the future, there would just be nothing. Because nothing would have become or been developed into. Without the capacity to become or develop into something, something cannot become or be developed into. Therefore, there would just be nothing. There would just be nothing. Yet here we are, some things within something, surrounded by some things. And none of these things are infinite. None of these things are perfect. All these things have a timeline. Existence itself and reality itself is finite, imperfect, has a timeline. The moments aren't infinite. We're not going from an infinite moment to an infinite moment because, again, you can never go from one infinite moment to another infinite moment. You'd be stuck in a singular infinite moment, meaning nothing could ever happen. Yet here we are having a conversation. Things are happening. We are in an existence, in a reality where things occur all the time. Therefore, things can occur. Therefore, things are possible, not impossible. If we were in an impossible reality that was infinite and perfect stuck in an eternal moment, things could never occur. Things happening would be impossible. That's why that reality itself is impossible. A reality not based in possibility leads to no possibilities, meaning nothing can happen because there's no capacity for anything to happen. Like, yet here we are happening, happening all the time. Potential only comes into play once reality already exists. Then how did reality exist? How? You'll never be able to explain that, and that's the problem. That's like, well, potential only comes into play once God exists. Well, then how does God exist? If God is impossible, if God is not possible, if there is no potential for God, how is there God? How could God be necessary if God isn't even possible? How could this necessary existence be necessary and exist if it's impossible because it doesn't require possibility? And right in the definition of impossible is cannot exist. All that exists requires possibility. You can never point to something existing that is impossible to exist. That's the only way you can make this argument. The only way you could do it is if you could objectively and definitively show me something that exists that is impossible to exist, and you could never do that. No one can. I say this all the time. Show me one thing that exists that's impossible to exist. No one has even attempted to, because it's literally impossible to do. Because we are in a possible existence. We are in a possible reality. We are all possible things surrounded by possible things in a possible reality that leads to more possibilities. We're not impossible things in an impossible reality surrounded by impossible things leading to other impossibilities. That's not what, like, do you get that? Like, that's a whole impossible art. That's a chain of impossibilities. A chain of impossibilities is something that is impossible. All those things are impossible, meaning the chain is impossible, meaning going back to the first thing that caused the chain is impossible. So the argument itself is impossible. You can't even prove one thing in the entire chain of existence is actually impossible. All things in the chain of existence are possible to exist. You can't even prove one of them's impossible. So you can never prove the whole chain's impossible, meaning you can never prove that the reality, the existence itself is impossible. So you could not logically or philosophically consistently prove that the necessary existence, which is also impossible, is what it is. Whatever this first thing is, whatever the first thing in existence is, which causes existence to be, must be possible. And then lead to all these possibilities in order to have this timeline of events that occur, all these experiences, this conversation right here. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, 1 + 1 = 2 every time. You could prove it every time. You can't prove impossibilities because they're impossible. But 1 + 1 = 2 is possible because you could prove it. You could show it. Like, it is possible for 1 + 1 to equal 2. It's impossible for 1 + 1 to equal 1,000. Why? Well, hold up one finger. Now hold up one more finger. How many fingers you got? 2 fingers. You'll never have 1,000. That's impossible. That's impossible. Like, potential is about what could happen within reality. It's also reality itself being possible. So without the potential for reality, reality could not happen. Reality itself is something happening. Yes, all things that happen within reality are potentials. Then you're making the point. You're proving the point right here. All things within reality are potentials that must actualize. All things. Therefore, all things that are reality, all things that are real, make up reality. Reality is not something separate from real things. It is all those things. Reality is not something, existence is not something separate from the things that exist. The things existing are existence. Prior to there being anything existing, prior to anything being real, there is no reality, there is no existence. There's not a reality and then things that are real. The reality is the thing that is real. All things that are real are reality. All things that exist are existence. You can't, just like all the cells in your body are your body. You can't separate them from your body. They make up your body. If your cells disappeared, your body disappears. If all that exists ceases to exist, existence is no longer. If all that is real ceases to be real right now, then there is no longer reality. All that is real makes up reality. All that exists makes up existence. All the cells of your body make up your body. You can't separate them. Like, they are that. So if all the cells in your body must be possible in order for them to exist, without that possibility, your body can't exist. If all things in existence, if all things that are real require possibility, require potential to exist, then reality/existence requires potential. It requires possibility. You can't separate it. So yes, potential does come into play once reality exists, because now that you have this potential that has actualized that we're calling reality, more potentials can actualize. But that is still a potential that had to actualize, or else it would have never had the capacity to become or develop in the first place. That is still a possibility that had to actualize. It still had to be possible, or else it would have been impossible in the first place, meaning it would have never occurred. And even if it did, if we ignore the logic and somehow through faith say that it did occur, nothing could happen within it. We'd be stuck in an infinite moment forever. And if we ignore that logic, like, we can just keep ignoring logic and just keep being illogical and going to this next step anyway without being able to make it make any sense, everything it leads to would also be impossible, because it is impossible. It can only create impossibilities. It having a logic chain of possibilities leading to more possibilities, leading to more possibilities, even though it is impossible itself because it doesn't require possibility, makes no sense at all. Like, this makes no sense at all. That cannot be logically or philosophically consistently explained. It makes no sense. There's no pre-reality potential. Yes, there is. Remember, Remember that word pre. What is potential? The capacity to become or develop into something. What is something? Something that is real, something that exists. It is a thing that exists. It is a thing that is real. In the future. Potential is the capacity to become or develop into something in the future, meaning it must be pre that which it is making real. So the something is not yet real. It has not yet become or been developed into. A possible universe is not a universe. The possibility for the universe is prior, before the universe itself. Because if it was not, the universe could never become or be developed into. That capacity must be there, or the universe never could. Switch out the word universe for existence, reality, first thing, whatever you, anything, baby, tree, cat, dog, atom, human, alien. Anything that exists, anything that is real, including existence and reality itself, because they are just all that exists and all that is real, requires possibility prior to them. It requires the capacity to become or develop into in the future. In the future. So it must be prior. It literally has to be pre-reality. There's no two ways, or it has to be pre-reality. There's no logically consistent way to argue against that. In order for it to not be pre-reality, reality itself would have to be impossible. And if reality is impossible, it cannot be. Yet it is. Therefore, it's possible. Or else it would not be. You can't make the other argument. You can't say reality is impossible, yet it is. Make that make sense. You can't do it. No one can. No one in human history ever has. And every time they try, they end up making the opposite point, as you're doing right here. You're making the other point, trying to make the other point, because you're arguing an impossibility, showing exactly why it's impossible to argue. You get what I'm saying? Like, you're putting on full display why that argument is impossible to make, because it's based on impossibilities is based on a chain of impossibilities that doesn't exist, that's not real, that's nowhere to point out. You can't point to anything in existence that's impossible. Going back to an impossible first thing that is necessary and always existent and must always exist. Therefore, it is infinite. It is perfect. It is eternal. It is one moment. There is nothing that can happen, and yet here we are. Here we are. Like, you know, I can only say that so many times because it's the answer remains the same. It doesn't change. Like, the logic is still the logic is still the logic. That's why you have to remain philosophically consistent, logically consistent, mathematically consistent, scientifically consistent, magically consistent, metaphysically consistent. Trying to go to an impossibility, you're stepping into faith, you're stepping into religion. God did it. God always was and always will be because God could never not be. So God is impossible. Well, no. Well, you just said God requires no possibility. God doesn't require potential. God does not require the capacity to become or develop into in the future. God always was, is, and always will be. Therefore, there was never a time where God was not. Therefore, nothing came before God, because there is no before God. Meaning, there is no capacity prior to God to become or develop into God. Meaning, God does not require potential. God does not require possibility, which means God is literally impossible. You're explaining an impossible thing. You're explaining something that could never be. You're explaining something that could never happen, never occur, and never exist. You're making my argument for me. And this is why it's easy to stump Christians. It's easy to stump these religious people who say that about their God, and why philosophers have done it for 4,000 straight years. And they never have an argument against it because they can't make their God make no sense. Because it don't make no sense. It makes no sense at all. Like, my God is impossible. Then your God doesn't exist. Well, no. My God exists. Then your God is possible. No, my God does not require possibility. Then your God is impossible. No. My God exists, though. Then your God is possible. 1 + 1 = 2 every time. You cannot claim something is impossible and then claim that it exists. And in order to do so, especially if you're going to call it a necessary existence that leads to all other existence, that leads to the chain of possibilities, which makes no sense, you would have to show a chain of impossibilities coming from that first impossibility. When, in reality, you can't show one thing that's impossible. There's not a single thing in existence you can point to that's impossible, let alone a chain of impossibilities. All impossibility, all things would have to be impossible, leading back to this impossible thing. This impossible God, this impossible necessary existence. It's not possible. It's impossible. Just is what it is. So yes, there is a pre-reality potential. There must be. There's a pre-reality possibility for reality itself. There must be, or there could be no reality. That just is what that is. There's the only reality itself, which just is without cause or need. Make that make real sense. You can't do it. That's impossible. If it has no cause, it has no need, it is not possible. The only thing that doesn't require a cause or need is possibility itself, because it is possibility. If it has no capacity to become or be developed into in the future, it cannot become or be developed into in the future. The only thing that doesn't need potential is potential. The only thing that doesn't need possibility is possibility. The only thing that doesn't need the capacity to become or develop into in the future is the capacity to become or develop into in the future. That just is what that is. Because reality is, it did not come into existence. No, it had to, or else it would be infinite and perfect. Meaning we would have an infinite, eternal, perfect moment, and there'd be no timeline, nothing could ever happen. There'd be no events occurring. There'd be no step-by-step processes for anything. There'd be no logic chains. You and I could never have this conversation. We could never even exist. There would only be God. All of existence, all of reality would just be one eternal, infinite, perfect moment. Yet here we are in this imperfect bullshit that is ran through by entropy everywhere. There's nowhere and nothing in existence you can point to not affected by entropy. Nothing. So it's imperfect. It's finite. It's always dying at all times. It's fighting for survival at all times. And it's guaranteed to lose because entropy always rises. The overall entropy always rises at all times. Entropy is overpowering this perfect infinity. That doesn't make no type of sense. There should be no entropy because there should be nothing happening. It should be perfect and eternal. It should be infinite. It's necessary. Yet here we are in an entropic reality. In an entropic reality. This is why I keep telling motherfuckers entropy is basically God. Chaos develops this shit. Order occurs. And then the entropy instantly starts rising, trying to bring it back to a state of chaos. That's the cycle. That's what all studies have shown us. All of them. Period. Like, to ignore that is to ignore reality. And ignoring reality, becoming illogical, being philosophically inconsistent is the only way to claim a necessary existence that is literally impossible because it doesn't require a possibility. And though that should lead to a chain of impossibilities, if it leads to anything, it really shouldn't lead to anything at all. But if we skip that, that's another impossibility. So if we get past that impossibility and go to, well, it does lead to things, the things it leads to should also be a chain of impossibilities because it's coming from an impossible source. That shouldn't be doing anything, yet is impossibly doing things. So this impossible thing shouldn't be able to do anything, yet it's doing things, which is already impossible. It should be an infinite, eternal moment, but it's not. There's a timeline. Things happen, which is another impossibility. And all this entire timeline, everything within it, everything that exists, everything that is so-called real should be impossible, which is another impossibility, a whole chain of impossibilities. And yet, none of that is actually evident in reality. All that exists is possible. Period. All you can do, see, hear, taste, touch, smell, everything that could be done is all possible. If it wasn't, it wouldn't be done. Yet here we are doing it, so it's all possible, right? There's no two ways around that. You can't argue impossibilities. If they are impossible, they are impossible. If we were in an impossible reality, meaning either nothing can happen, the reality itself can't occur because it's impossible, and if it still can occur, it leads to nothing but impossibilities, then that's what we would see everywhere, impossibilities. Yet everything is possible. This phone is possible, I'm possible, you're possible, every person here is possible, everything in existence is possible. That's why it exists. If it wasn't, it wouldn't. So first you got to show me one thing that's impossible, yet still exists. Then you have to show me how that connects to a chain of impossibilities, going back to this impossible thing that shouldn't be capable of doing anything, yet is still doing everything, and that this impossible thing somehow exists without needing the possibility to exist. That's impossible. This is why religious people always have to say, we take it on faith. They can't take it on logic. They can't take it on philosophy. They can't be philosophically or logically consistent in their argument. They must step into faith. They just have to believe it against all reality. All evidence proves them otherwise, but they must just believe. That's what you're doing right here when you make such an argument. Mm-hmm. All right. What we got here? What up, Spooky? Class is in session. Indeed it is. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm fucking eating over here. Metazusta. And yes, this person is playing a bunch of long audio recordings, so it may take a while for him to respond to you eventually after the recordings finish. Indeed. Destroy everything. Agreed. But how do we end this shit show? You already know the answer, Sean Walker. You of all people, Sean, know the answer. You've already said it multiple times here in this chat. Matter of fact, I was just talking about it. Entropy. Life abolitionism. Sorry, I didn't know that was you. For some reason, I thought you were reviewing Perpetual Pleasurist. I agree with you. Well, shout out to you. And Perpetual Pleasurist is kind of annoying and contradictory. Like, that nigga don't make no sense most of the time. I get it now. I'm glad you do, brother. All right, we all caught up? Cool. On to the next one. So you can see we got 2 more recordings here, and then on to the next thing Super Sab had to say. So for anybody who's in the Discord and wants to know what this is based on, go to Chaos Sphere. You'll see that I put things that say here with a bunch of red dots at the bottom of the screen, and it will bring you up to this so you can read it for yourself, so you can see what this is all based on. Or you could just go back to the first presentation, second presentation, third presentation, and just catch up that way. Spooky. He has a scat fetish, and I don't mess with that. Hey, to each their own. I'm not dealing with that nastiness, but hey, that is what that is. Whatever brings you pleasure, pleasurist. On to the next thing. This man's got a scat fetish.
Last but not least, we know for sure possibility emerges from reality because of how possibility is defined. It only has meaning relative to something that exists. No, it only has meaning relative to something that can exist. When something comes into existence, that's not what makes it possible. Again, the baby is possible prior to its existence. All things that can exist are possible prior to them existing. If they're not possible prior to coming into existence, they never could come into existence. If the parents don't exist, the baby can't exist. Why? Because the parents created the possibility for the baby. And those parents can't exist as their parent, going all the way back to the first thing. And the first thing can't exist if it's impossible to exist. No thing can exist if it's not first possible for it to exist. If it was possible for something to exist without being possible, see, you can't even say the words. Like, it doesn't even work. And we're talking about things. We're not talking about nothing. With nothing, semantics can fail. They have to fail. There's no two ways around them because there's nothing to describe. So when you start talking about nothingness, semantics must fail because semantics there are things that can only describe things. If you're talking about existence or something that exists, you're talking about things. Period. So, if the semantics begins to fail while talking about things, you're automatically wrong. There's something illogical going on here. All things must be possible in order to become prior to them becoming. The baby must be possible before the baby is born. If the woman can't get pregnant or the man cannot impregnate a woman or vice versa, both of them, neither of them can, she can't get pregnant and he can't get a woman pregnant. It doesn't matter how many times they have sex, they'll never have a baby. That baby is impossible. There is no possible baby. Those two people together have zero potential children. They have zero possible children. But two people who can create a pregnancy now have a bunch of possible children depending on how their genetics line up, when they have sex, the position they have, all the shit all these little potentialities that line up to the moment of the sperm and which fucking sperm it is hits the egg, it's like causing their genetics to mix in the ways they can. They have a bunch of potential children. And as that baby gestates and develops, the list of potential children shortens and shortens and shortens based on what that baby's actually becoming. And then when the baby comes out, it is out of the list of possible children that it could have been, it is the one child it actually is. It has now actualized. But without those potentials, without that possibility lining up to create that thing could never be created. The possibility must come before the thing, or else the thing could never be. And you can never make another argument. You can make a claim, you can't make a real argument. You can claim that there's this necessary existence, you can never make it make real sense. You can never make a logical argument for it, because you're making an argument that is impossible. This necessary existence, this God, let's be real, because that's exactly, if I was to ask my mother, that's exactly how she defines God. That's exactly, if you go look at God's Eye, the guy that I responded to on YouTube, that's exactly how he defined God, as a necessary existence. Religious people have been doing this for thousands of years, but they've always been stumped for thousands of years by anybody who understands what that means. This is why Aristotle laughed at their ass. This is why a lot of people were killed. This is why a lot of philosophers and people who think logically were murdered over years, because they laugh at their gods. They say, your gods don't make no sense. You're saying your God is impossible. You are telling me, you are making the argument that your God is impossible. You're making my argument for me. When you say this necessary existence must be, yet does not require possibility, then it's impossible. Well,
Well, yeah, well what? You just said it's impossible. Like, you said this thing has no possibility. There is no possibility for it before it. If there is no possibility for it before it, it is not possible. It is impossible. It cannot be, cannot happen, cannot occur, cannot exist. So then you have to ignore that to then claim that it still does anyway. All right, we've already ignored one logical step. Now let's step into the next illogical fallacy. The next logical fallacy, because that's a logical fallacy. Let's step into the next logical fallacy of this. This thing is impossible, yet still exists. It is necessary. It always has been, is right now, and will always be. And it could never not be, because again, it's an impossible existence. So it could never become impossible and cease to exist. If it's an impossible existence, being impossible doesn't stop it from existing. Therefore, which makes no sense, is another logical fallacy. Therefore, it could never go out of existence. It must always exist, which is why they call it a necessary existence. It's necessary. It must always be. All right. That's the next logical fallacy. Well, then, if that's the case, it always has been, is right now, always will be, and can never not be. You're talking about something that is truly eternal, truly infinite, truly perfect. If that's the case, it has no timeline. It can't have a timeline. It has no start. Even when I talk about actualization, even when I talk about chaos, what do I say? Potential could have always been. Potential itself could have always been. But the process of actualization has a timeline. It's not perfect. It's not infinite. It's not truly eternal. It has a timeline. Because the first thing that it ever actualized ever is the beginning of its timeline. That is the first event that occurred in its line of events that have occurred in its timeline. But this necessary existence that always has been, always is right now, and always will be, and literally could not ever not be, has no timeline. It can't. There's no beginning. There's no middle. There's no end. There is no timeline. If there is no timeline, there are no events that could occur. You could never show me where they happened. There's no timeline. This is another logical fallacy. You know why? Because things are happening all around us. We happened and are happening and will continue happening until we cease happening. We have a beginning, a middle, and an end within existence, within reality. All things that you can point to in existence, all things you can point to in reality have timelines. They are all things are events that have occurred and are occurring until they stop occurring. That's a beginning, a middle, and an end. And I like to go back to babies being born because that's the beginning of that baby. Then it grows up and you can watch it as it matures and gets older. We're talking about these Epstein files, around this time where they're pedophiles. These are old men fucking children. These men have an age that is far above the children they're molesting. Like, all things in existence go back to this. There's timelines. We look at the emails and we see what happened in the Epstein files and we see what occurred in different years. You and I have been having this conversation for like a month now. That's a timeline. I can scroll up in this thread and see the past conversations we had. There can't be a past, a present, or a future in an infinite, eternal, and perfect existence. Every moment would be infinitely and eternally and perfectly far away from the next moment. So you could never get to the next moment. This God, this eternal existence, this necessary existence could never have a timeline. Ever. It could never lead to a timeline. It could never create timelines. Because again, leading to something is an occurrence. That is an event happening. Creating something is an occurrence. That is an event happening. So it could never lead to, contain, or create anything because that is a timeline. Leading to, containing, or creating anything is events that are occurring, things that are happening, which is a timeline. The order in which they happened in is the timeline. But this thing can't have a timeline, yet here we are, smack dab in the middle of one, clearly. I'm 37 years old based on how many times this spinning ball has gone around another spinning ball called the sun. These are events that occur. The sun rises, the sun sets every day. Every day. Like, I go to sleep, I wake up, I'm breathing. This is a thing I'm doing. I'm talking right now. This is an event that is occurring. This could not happen in a reality that could not have timelines because it's infinite, eternal, and perfect, meaning every moment is infinitely and eternally and perfectly far away from the last. You can never reach the next moment because this necessary existence always has been, is right now, and always will be, and never could not be, even though it's impossibly so because it requires no possibility. Do you hear the impossibilities on impossibilities on impossibilities? The moment you start talking of things being infinite, you have to understand that that is just a mathematical designation for impossibility. But a necessary existence is infinite. It always has been, is right now, and always will be because it never could not be. You're arguing for something that is infinitely perfect. You can't logically argue for something that is impossible to be, something that is infinitely, eternally perfect, something who could never have a timeline because every moment would be infinitely far away from the next moment, and then claim that we exist within it. Having moments, having conversations, doing things. You can never claim that this impossibility that requires no possibility then leads to a chain of possibilities. That makes no sense. The reason why existence leads to further possibilities is because existence itself is a possibility. You're breaking the logic. Possibility leading to the first thing existing is why the first thing existing is the first thing in the chain of possibilities actualizing that leads to the other possibilities actualizing all the way down to the cosmos, all the way down to the earth, all the way down to nature, all the way down to humans, all the way down to my parents, to me, to my son. That chain of possibilities is based on the first actualized possibility. That's why it makes logical sense. That's why it's philosophically consistent. You can't start that chain with an impossibility. Something that does not require possibility could never lead to things that require possibility. It can never contain things or create things that require possibility. It is an impossibility. It could never lead to anything. It could never even be because it's impossible. It could never be. But even if we, again, because I could say this over and over because it's the same logic. Again, if we ignore that logic, that this impossible thing, this thing that does not require possibility, this thing that has no possibility prior to it, this thing that has no capacity to be, even if we ignore that logic, and we just ignore the first logical fallacy and say it is anyway, now it's infinite, eternal, always has been, is right now, always will be, could not never be, which is another logical fallacy. And then we're going to say it leads to chains of possibilities, which is another logical fallacy, because if it can't lead to anything, nothing could happen, no timeline could occur. And even if we ignore that logical fallacy and say it could, which is another logical fallacy, we would then have to say all it leads to is impossible. Again, that's the logic chain. Your logic chain started with something impossible. It's an illogical logic chain, but if we're going to start with illogicality, we have to continue with illogicality. The illogical claim leads to the next illogical claim, which leads to the next illogical claim. So we wouldn't have a chain of possibilities in existence, a bunch of possibilities and potentials actualizing. We would have a chain of impossibilities, which is a logical fallacy. Yet, when you look around at reality, again, you can't point to a single thing in that chain that is impossible. All things in the chain of existence are possible. Do you guys like, this is how you find if something's philosophically consistent, logically consistent, if it makes sense, going all the way into metaphysics. Metaphysics doesn't require physics to be explained, but it still has to make sense in order to get to the physics. If it doesn't make sense to lead to physics, and your impossible reality does not lead to physics, your necessary existence could never lead to physics. First off, it could never exist, but even if it did, it could never lead to anything. But even if it did, again, like we have to ignore logical fallacies just to get to this point, but even if it did lead to something, it could never lead to physics. And then we have to ignore another logical fallacy to say, but it did though. Well, that physics would be impossible physics that could never lead to possibilities. And yet we got to ignore that illogical fallacy to say, but it did though. Like, all the way down, it would just be impossibilities. Realistically, it could never happen. But if it did, everything that occurs from it would be impossible. Because you started off with an impossibility. A necessary existence that requires no possibility, meaning it is impossible, yet it still exists. Okay, so it's eternally infinite and perfect. No moments could ever happen. No timelines could ever occur. You could never get from one infinite moment to the next moment. Oh, and we ignore that too. Oh, okay. So now it's leading to things, creating things, and containing things, because it is existence, right? You said it's the stage that the performance, the scenes are being played on, right? So it should be leading to a bunch of impossibilities, right? No, it leads to a bunch of possibilities. What? Oh, okay. Like, well, we should at least be able to find something in existence that's impossible, something that doesn't require a possibility. If it's based on this thing that doesn't require no, we can't find anything. All things that exist that we could ever fucking point to require possibility. Damn. Oh, there's also this thing called entropy that is decaying it from the inside out and slowly but surely returning it to a state of chaos. But I thought you said it's infinite, eternal, perfect. Doesn't require possibility. Always has been, is right now, always will be. Entropy can't affect it, yet it is. All of that exists is being affected by entropy, and no one could ever make a claim otherwise, because if you can, show me. No one can. No one can. They can't even properly theorize it. Their theories are impossible. Their theories require infinities that literally could never exist in reality. Infinities aren't real. They're literally unreal. Infinity is just a placeholder for that which isn't. Just like a singularity is a placeholder for a potential, because they can't define it physically. Because possibility is not a physical thing. It's not a thing that exists. It's not a thing that is real. It is the thing that leads to existence. It is the thing that leads to reality. It is the thing that leads to physics. So it can never be described properly by physics, by existence, by reality. It could never require those things, but those things all require it and can all be defined by it. Again, if the baby is impossible, meaning it's not possible, it can and will never be born. If the baby is possible, it can be born. Doesn't mean it will, but it can be. Reality is defined by possibility. If it's impossible, it can't be done. If it's possible, it can be done. If it occurred, it's definitively possible. Because that which can happen, can occur, can exist is possible. That which can't happen, can't exist, can't occur is impossible. Reality is defined by possibility, not the other way around. Possibility is not defined by reality. The baby existing doesn't define the possibility for the baby. It simply proves that it was. The possibility for the baby comes before the baby ever exists. Can this man and this woman, is she capable of being pregnant? Yes. Is he capable of getting a woman pregnant? Yes. Are their genetics capable? Do they have the capacity to mix? Yes. So these two people have the potential to create a child. Yes. So the potential for the child is there, but the child is not there. Yes. She's not even pregnant yet. Yet they could possibly lead to children if they have sex. Yes. So the possibility for the child is there, even though the child is not there. Yes. Okay. That is reality being defined by possibility. Don't believe me? Let's go the other way. Can this man get a woman pregnant? No. Can this woman get pregnant? No. She's Rh negative, he's Rh positive, so they even have a lesser chance. Even if they could get babies, they are even less likely to have babies together, right? Their genes don't work out real well, right? So is it possible for them to have a child? No. Is the child there? No. But the child not being there is not what defines the child being impossible. The child not being there is not what defines the child being possible. The child being there definitively proves it was possible, and definitively proves it wasn't impossible. Possibility and impossibility define reality. They lead to reality. They cause reality. You could never do, see, taste, touch, smell, hear, feel, think, experience, create, lead to, or contain anything that is impossible because you are possible. Don't believe me? Do something impossible right now. Create something impossible right now. You can't do it. Everything you can do or create or whatever is possible, right? Do you get what I'm saying? Like, this is really simple. This is really simple. Possibility has to come before reality, or else there could be no reality. It has to come before existence, or there could be no existence. If it's not possible, it's impossible. It's that simple. It's really that simple. All right. On to the next one. Amon's disciple. Possibility for X to exist is a prerequisite for X to exist. Exactly. And arguing otherwise means X could exist while being impossible. Make that make real sense. Show me any X's existing that are impossible. You can't do it. Show me anything existing that is impossible. You can't do it. It's not possible. Like, show me a baby that impossibly exists. Show me an animal, a creature, anything in existence. Show me a star, a planet, a universe, a cosmos, a layer of reality, a concept. Show me anything in existence, anything in reality that exists without the possibility for it to exist as a prerequisite for it to exist. Just one thing. You can't do that. But according to the argument that is being made above, not you, Amon, but the argument that the Super Sob is attempting to make here. And shout out to you, Super Sob. You're a good sport about this. I like you. I like you. At least you're trying. A lot of motherfuckers don't even try. They just be saying some random stupid shit. At least you're trying. In order to make the argument that Super Sob is trying to make here, you'd have to bare minimum find one thing in existence that exists definitively and objectively that is impossible to exist in order to start the chain of impossible existences, to show that all that exists is impossible, leading back to the first impossible thing that exists, which would then prove possibility is not required for existence. And yet no one in human history has ever, could ever, or will ever point to a single thing that exists that is impossible to exist. And this is why I say this over and over again. I give motherfuckers the exact way they can prove me wrong. You think I'm wrong, here's how you do it. I am saying all that exists, all that is real, requires possibility to exist, requires possibility to be real, and I can prove that by showing you all that exists is possible. All that is real is possible. And all that is impossible does not exist and is not real. Cannot be done, cannot happen, cannot occur, never has happened, never has occurred, never, and no one can point to it. So, if you want to prove me wrong, find something that objectively and definitively exists. Not something you believe exists, not something you think exists, something you can prove exists that is objectively impossible, and show it to me. And then I'm like, damn, this man found something impossible that exists. But guess what? That's impossible to do. That's impossible to do. If it's an impossible thing to do, it's an impossible argument to make. It's an impossible claim to make. Because you make the claim is backed up by the logical and philosophical consistency of the argument is backed up by the evidence and the proof. It has to be backed up by objectivity, not faith, not belief, not subjectivity. That's called religion. Religion doesn't prove anything. It's based in belief. It's based in faith. It is anti-proof. It doesn't matter how many times you disprove it. They believe it anyway. They believe it
anyway. 1 plus 1 is 3. That's impossible. Hold up one finger. Now hold up another finger. That's 2 fingers, nigga, always, every time. Nah, it's still 3 though. Okay, that guy's religion. He's part of the religion of 3. Like, we worship the 3. 1 plus 1 is 3. It always has been, it is right now, and it always will be 3. But that's not possible. That's impossible. But it is. Okay. That guy's religious. Impossible things can exist. Okay. Well, all this stuff existing is possible. I can't point to anything that exists that's impossible. So all that exists is possible. So what your claim is impossible. Unless you could show me something that exists that's impossible, let alone all that exists, which would be required if we're in an impossible reality. But at least just show me one thing that exists. I cannot do this. Then you're wrong. No, I am not. I have faith. I believe. Things can exist while being impossible. They don't require possibility because there is this necessary existence that does not require possibility, and it is the existence. It is what all this is based on. It is what all this comes from. So then all this is impossible. If the base of existence itself is literally impossible, all that comes from it is also impossible. Impossibilities can't lead to anything, but if they could, they would lead to impossibilities, not possibilities. Possibilities lead to possibilities. They can't lead to impossibilities. Perfection leads to perfection. It can't lead to or contain imperfection. Imperfection leads to more imperfections. 2 imperfect parents will never have a perfect child. It's impossible. Because imperfection could never lead to perfection. You see what I'm saying? Perfection can never lead to or contain or create imperfection. Imperfection can never lead to, contain, or create perfection. Possibility can never contain, lead to, or create impossibility. Impossibility can never contain, lead to, or create possibility. This is why these things are polar opposites of each other. That which is real is not fake. That which is real is not unreal. That which exists is not non-existent. And all that exists and all that is real requires the possibility to be real, because if, again, this water bottle, this phone, this ashtray, that other phone, this candle, this chair, me, all of this had to be possible before it came into existence, and it can all be proven definitively that it was possible before it came into existence. Nothing that exists can be definitively proven to be impossible to exist. That's just a fact that can't be overcome. The only way you can overcome it is to show me something in existence that objectively and definitively exists, yet is objectively and definitively impossible. Doing anything else is just religion. It's just belief. It's just faith. That just is what it is. So as you said here, Amon, possibility for X to exist is a prerequisite for X to exist. There's no 2 ways around that. No one could ever make an argument around that. No matter how hard they try, it will always be contradictory. It'll always be paradoxical. Can we agree on that? I agree. Because that's just objective reality. Even if people don't agree, it doesn't matter. They're still wrong. They're objectively and definitively, provably wrong. And could never make another argument. They could never be like, nah, this cat right here, this cat doesn't require possibility as a prerequisite to exist. I'm like, didn't that cat have a mother and a father? Yeah, it required the prerequisite of possibility too. All things do. You know, it's like, this thing doesn't require the prerequisite of possibility. Make it make real sense, nigga. They never can, right? It seems like your argument is contradictory. It is. It's self-evident as contradictory. A logically consistent and philosophically consistent argument is self-reaffirming. An illogical and philosophically inconsistent argument is self-destroying. It is contradictory within itself. Again, I'll say it one last time, because I know I've been beating motherfuckers over the head with this, but I wanted to get the point across. Like, I don't want to be
I don't want no confusion here. If you have a necessary existence that always has been, is right now, always will be, and could never not be, and requires no possibility, you're saying that it's impossible. You're making an argument for its non-existence. It can't be. Like, it can't be. You can't call it a necessary existence and then say it's impossible to exist. That's contradictory in itself. You've already your claim starts off with a contradiction. Which moves on, which is why every step of the way is a logical fallacy, because that's a logical fallacy. Right there, your claim starts off with a logical fallacy. 1 + 1 = 3. Wait, what? Nigga. Your claim starts with a logical fallacy. Then you have to move on to the argument. Okay, you have to look at the logic, the philosophy of it. All right, if that was the case, what would that mean? That would mean it's eternal. It's infinite. That's what you just said. It's a necessary existence that always has been, is right now, always will be. It could never not be. Okay, you just described infinity. You just described perfection, eternity. Well, then there's no timeline, because there's no beginning, there's no middle, there's no end. There's no timeline. There's no events occurring. Events cannot occur. The moment an event occurs, you now have a timeline. Which is another logical fallacy, because events are occurring all the time. All the time. You're an event, I'm an event. This is an event. It's occurring. We have a timeline. Our timelines are mingling in this greater timeline. Matter of fact, this one recording right here is 10 minutes and 33 seconds, 34 seconds, 35 seconds. Every one of these individual recordings is its own little timeline. In the greater timeline of this conversation, in the greater timeline of this Discord thread, in the greater timeline of this Discord server, in the greater timeline of Discord, in the greater timeline of technology and phones and humanity and to the cosmos, to the first thing, to all existence. It's all timelines on timelines on timelines. A baby was just born right now. That's another timeline within the timeline. Like, it's all timelines. It's all events occurring. It's all things happening, coming into existence and out of existence. Entropy could not be in such a reality that is infinite, eternal. Always has been, always is, always will be. Could never not be. There could never be entropy, period. And entropy could only exist if it's driving things toward a state of chaos, because that was the original state. See, this is entropy, the laws of thermodynamics, proves to us definitively, and this is why people really need to study this shit. Even the geometric theory of gravitation goes into this shit. Quantum physics goes into this shit. The Big Bang Theory gets stuck right at the moment of this shit. Because entropy is a thing, there must, absolutely must, capital M, capital U, capital S, capital T, be a beginning to this reality. Because entropy is always rising and collapsing systems, meaning there had to be a time in this reality where entropy was at its lowest. The entropy trying to destroy this reality had to start at the beginning of the reality. The simple fact that there is entropy guarantees this place is not infinite. Honestly, everything about it guarantees it's not infinite. Us having this conversation, things existing, things happening, timelines occurring, entropy, destruction, creation, all that exists. Existence itself proves that it's not infinite. It proves itself. Its own self being what it is. Reality being what reality is proves that it's not impossible, proves that it is possible, proves that it requires possibility, proves that it's not eternal, not infinite, it hasn't always been, isn't always going to be, isn't necessary, and could never not be. Like, existence and reality itself as a whole, let alone all the individual things within it that make it up, proves this definitively. The same way your body as a whole, let alone every individual cell within it that makes it up, proves what it is definitively. If your body ages and decays, if your body If every cell in your body is affected by entropy, your body's affected by entropy. There's no two ways around it. If every cell in your body ages, decays, and dies, goes through a process of replication to try to keep itself renewing, as it ages, it tries to keep itself alive, but over time it gets to the point where it can no longer continue its replication process. Things get old, your hair gets gray, your face starts to wrinkle. You are decaying. You are dying. Every cell in your body has a decay rate, which means your body has a decay rate. Every cell in your body is affected by entropy. That means your body's affected by entropy. Everything in existence, everything that is real, is affected by entropy. Therefore, existence/reality is affected by entropy, which guarantees that reality/existence has a beginning, a middle, and an end. Which means it could not be infinite, it could not be perfect, it could not be eternal. It must have timelines, and as we look around, we see it does. Things must be occurring, and as we look around, they are. So this existence, no level of it could actually be truly necessary in the way that is being described. Because that would be impossible. Yet all things that exist are possible and could not exist if they weren't possible, because nothing in existence is impossible, and all that is impossible doesn't exist and cannot be done and cannot happen. And all these statements you can prove to yourself. Again, everything I just said is a logical proof of it. Don't believe me? Do something impossible right now. Make something impossible. Lead to something impossible. Create or contain something impossible right now. You can't do it. And you never will be able to. No one ever has. No one ever will. Nothing ever has. Nothing ever will. Because all that is possible. Do you get what I'm saying? Like 1 + 1 is 2 every time. Hold up one finger, hold up another finger. How many fingers you got? 2 every time. Answering any other question is objectively wrong. You're becoming illogical. And if you truly believe any other answer, like it's number 4, you're not just being facetious or being argumentative, you actually believe it's number 4, you're now religious. Believing that there is an infinite, eternal, perfect, necessary existence that always has been, is right now, and always will be, and could never not be, and doesn't require possibility, meaning it's impossible, and shouldn't be able to do anything, and shouldn't have any timelines at all, and there should be no events occurring, and if anything does happen, it should lead to nothing but impossibilities, and yet not a single any of that is evidenced by reality itself. Because again, all that exists is possible. All that is real is possible. All that exists and is real requires the possibility for it to become in existence or to become real. Because it's not infinite. We're not in an eternal place. Events are occurring. Things are happening. We do exist. like things are led to, created and contained and destroyed. Those things are all finite. Those things are all imperfect. So reality and existence is finite and imperfect. All things actualize from nothing to something. The baby was not a baby, then it was a baby. It did not exist, then it did exist. All things don't exist, and then they do. So all things have beginnings, middles, and ends. All things face entropy. All things face decay. Even energy itself, over given enough time, will eventually stop vibrating. Just look at the big crunch. Look at the big freeze. Look at the big rip. Look at all the possibilities for how entropy ends this reality. And take them to their furthest point, and they all end with energy no longer vibrating, dissolving back into the chaos, dissolving back into nothing. That potential that is actualized, which is what they call the singularity, having a fluctuation, the Big Bang, because they can't actually explain it physically, so they do their best, deactualizes in the end. That's what entropy does. It drives things to chaos. Meaning chaos is, chaos was. Chaos is the closest thing you'll ever get to eternal. the closest thing you'll ever get to perfect, the closest thing you'll ever get to infinite. And even it is not, because the actualization process itself has a timeline, because things don't exist and then they do. Potentials are simply potentials, possibilities are simply possibilities, and then they actualize into reality, becoming things that exist, becoming and or developing into things in the future, meaning it's prior to those things. Like, there should be nothing but impossibilities stretching from that impossible reality, yet all things that we know of are possible. The entire chain of existence is just possibilities on possibilities on possibilities. Potentials actualizing on potentials actualizing on potentials actualizing. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, all the evidence, all the proof, all the logic, all the philosophical consistency goes in one direction and tells one story. And it doesn't tell the story of a necessary existence that is infinite, eternal, perfect, a singular moment that leads to nothing, and if it did lead to anything, it leads to all impossibilities. That's just not the story we get. Put up one finger, put up another finger, that's 2 fingers, it's never 3 fingers. That's the story we get. Claiming that it's 3 is not the story we're being shown. It's just that simple. So yes, possibility for X to exist is a prerequisite for X to exist, and we should all be able to agree on that because it's objective. And even if we don't all agree on that, it doesn't matter. Who doesn't agree is objectively incorrect. Objectively incorrect. What up, Danny Phage? 1414. Is that Danny from the Discord? Metazusta, we are a decay rate itself. You're damn right. Once again, shout out Super Sub. Let's see what he had to say here. Okay, that's it for me. Oh, that was me responding to Super Sub, which I lied because I said that's it for me, and then I think I just kept going. But let's see. So that's it for me. I think I've broken it down way more than necessary. But I will say this one last time. See, I lied. Look at that. Immediate lie. Just that's it for me. Well, except for this. If you still disagree, all you have to do to prove me wrong is show me just one thing in all of existence that definitively and objectively exists, yet is objectively impossible. All you have to do right now yourself is show me one impossible thing that exists, or do something impossible, like teleport yourself over here right now by tapping your belly button 3 times and saying hip hip hooray. But if you can't prove that anything in existence is objectively impossible, nor that objectively impossible things can be done, you cannot make the claim that existence itself is objectively impossible, which is the claim you're making when you say the necessary existence does not require possibility. That just is what it is. There's literally no 2 ways around it. Tapping belly button is so random. You damn right, that's the point. That's the point. Indeed, and it was possible to be able to tap a belly button and then do so. And yet, if we did not exist, in which there was possibility for us to exist itself in a sentient body, that would be impossible, correct? You can't tap your belly button if you have no belly button. If belly buttons don't exist, no belly buttons can be tapped. Open your YouTube channel. I didn't know what he meant. He meant to like record. All he saw was that one vocal. And he was like, damn, bro, you need to put that on YouTube. I'm like, you missed all the shit that came before this, big fella. But it will be on YouTube. And as you guys know, you are here experiencing it currently. All right, so let's get to the next thing. I'm trying to get through this one as fast as fucking possible. I only got one more day here where I'm at right now. So I'm trying to get it all out today and tomorrow, if not just today. So let's click this next one. It is indeed impossible to tap your belly button 3 times and say hip hip hooray if you don't have a belly button and are incapable of speaking. It must first be possible for you to even have a belly button in order for you to actually have one. And it must be first possible for you to even say the words hip hip hooray. It must be possible for the sounds, the utterances that make up the words hip hip hooray. Like, all these things are possibilities, and the moment you do it, you've actualized it. But guess what? It will not lead to the impossibility of him teleporting over here. See, it's possible for him to tap his belly button if he has a belly button. It's possible for him to say hip hip hooray if he has a mouth, a voice box, a tongue, if he's capable of speech. If he doesn't have a mouth, a voice box, a tongue, if he's incapable of speech, then it's impossible for him to say hip hip hooray. If he doesn't have a belly button, or like hands or fingers or a way to tap the belly button, it would be impossible for him to tap his belly button 3 times, let alone to tap his belly button 3 times and say hip hip hooray simultaneously. But even if all that is possible, if he has hands, fingers, a mouth, a tongue, a voice box, if he has the ability to tap his belly button and the ability to speak the words hip hip hooray, even if he's able and has the possibility, has the capacity, the potential to tap his belly button 3 times and say hip hip hooray, he does not have the potential or possibility to teleport based upon that. That is impossible. See, this is what I mean. This is how simple it is to prove these things. It's possible if you have fingers and hands and a belly button and you're not like a paraplegic or something. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, if you're an anatomically correct human and your limbs function, it is possible to tap your belly buttons 3 times. It is possible to say hip hip hooray. It is possible to do both of those simultaneously. But it's impossible for that alone to lead to you teleporting. Now, if you created a technology that activates when you tap your belly button 3 times and say hip hip hooray, you know what I'm saying? If you've discovered something in the laws of physics that that you've somehow encoded within your belly button and speech to activate it, then it would be possible. But since, let's be real, we know he has not developed that technology. That technology does not exist in his belly button. We know he doesn't have some Lovecraftian occult shit going on in his belly button that's going to allow him to tap his belly button 3 times, say hip hip hooray, and then teleport to me. It's impossible. So it will not occur. Because it's impossible, it cannot and will not happen, occur, or exist. Yet that which is possible can happen, occur, and exist. That which is impossible cannot happen, occur, or exist. So even if he's right now tapping his belly button 3 times saying hip hip hooray, he's not teleporting nowhere because it's impossible. It's possible for him to tap his belly button and say hip hip hooray. It's impossible for him to teleport because of it. One thing will happen because it's possible. The thing will not because it's impossible. This is how easy it is to prove this. And as above, so below, as within, so without, as between, so around. Reality is reality is reality. Existence is existence is existence. That which exists is part of existence, is existence. That which is real is part of reality, is reality. The cells of your body make up your body. Your body is not a body without the cells that make it up. Reality is not a reality without the things that are real. Like, existence is not an existence if nothing exists. There is no existence. That's called non-existence. Nothing exists. No existence. Non-existence. Nothing is real. That's unreality. There is no reality. That's why no thing, the first word is no. In the word nothing. If there is nothing that is real, there is no reality. If nothing exists, there is only non-existence. No thing exists. So if all things and all that that is real makes up existence and makes up reality, if reality and existence itself requires things being real, things existing, in order for there to be existence, in order for there to be reality, and all of those things provably, definitively, and objectively require possibility to exist prior to them to existing, which they do, then it is an objective fact that existence / reality requires possibility prior to its own existence, prior to it becoming a reality. Because existence only is and reality only is when there is things that exist, when there is things that are real. If there is no things that exist and there's no things that are real, there is no existence, there is no reality. And if those things that exist and those things that are real require possibility prior to them existing, prior to them being real, reality and existence requires possibility prior to them. There's no 2 ways around that. You have to get illogical and ignore the logic to try to make any other argument. And shout out to Supersonic, because at least he's trying. He's not making like his argument might be hard. It might be hard for him to understand why his argument is incorrect at face value. That's why there's a lot of religious people in the world. That's why there's a lot of people who believe in God and say that about God. That was my argument with Godsai. And you notice when I debunked everything Godsai said, he had no rebuttal. He could not come back with anything I said. He responded to everything I said. And then when I gave him the rebuttal to that, he had nothing in return. Because there's no way to do it. You can't make an impossible argument. It's impossible to make. It's impossible to be true. It's impossible to be real. It's impossible to exist. It's impossible to happen, to occur. It's impossible. This necessary existence that religious people rely upon is literally impossible by their own explanation of it. It does not require possibility. Okay, so it's impossible. Meaning it cannot be, it cannot happen, it cannot occur, it cannot exist. Cannot. Because it's not possible. It's funny, my little brother walked down here while I was recording that, and he said, well, is it possible for God to exist? Because he just heard what I said at the end. He said, well, is it possible for God to exist? And I said, that depends on how you define God. He said, well, let's say, I just say, this reality is like a science project. Something made this universe. I go, science requires time, does not? Science is a process, yes? Creation is a process, yes? Yes, so that requires a timeline. Yeah, that requires choice, decision-making processes, mathematics, right? Things that occur, happening, events that happen. Yeah, that's a timeline, right? Yeah, I guess from the moment God thought about making the decision to make the thing, that would be the beginning of the timeline of the creation. I mean, they even say in the Bible that it took 7 days. And I'm looking at this guy because my brother is not that intellectually adept. And that's why I say, when you're trying to make the argument, when you want something to be true, that's the only time you go into these dumb arguments. That's the only time you go into illogical arguments. Children would never do this unless they're being stubborn. And that's why I love bringing it back to kids. Kids are so simple. 1 + 1 = 2 every time. The only way they can argue otherwise is when they're being stubborn. And you know it, even in their demeanor. No, it's 3. Prove it. I don't have to. So if they hold up one finger and one finger is going to be 2 every time. If you ask a kid, if something like, hey kid, what if I told you right now I was going to jump off the ground and fly into the sky? He'd be like, that's impossible. You can't do that. And he'd be right. It is impossible. I can't do it. Do you get what I'm saying? This is how simple this is to understand. But as adults, we try to make it more complex than it is because we want to believe things. So we try to make our beliefs true, and in doing so, we provide the exact argument that debunks our beliefs. Because the argument itself doesn't contain the evidence or the proof. Trying to argue that 1 + 1 = 3, you will never be able to provide me the evidence of that. You will never be able to show me 2 fingers equaling 3 fingers. Trying to say that existence is based on impossibility, because even then, even when you say, well, it doesn't require possibility, well, so what you're saying is it requires impossibility. It's one or the other. Either it's possible or it's impossible, period. Either the thing is possible or it's impossible. So if you're saying it's impossible, yet it exists, you're saying it requires impossibility. It still requires something. The requirement just doesn't make any fucking sense now. But even then, you're still arguing that your necessary reality requires impossibility. And if it requires impossibility, all that comes from it would also be impossible. Because it is impossible. It doesn't require possibility. There is no possibility of it prior to it. Therefore, it literally is impossible. Therefore, it can't do anything. It can't even exist. But if it does, it can't do anything. It must be eternal, perfect, etc., etc. Which is illogical itself. But if it is, and it still does things, it shouldn't be able to do anything. But if it does, which is illogical, then everything it does should be impossible because it is impossible. It itself is an impossible thing. It's an impossible existence. So all that comes into existence based upon it should also be impossible. You can't have a sudden chain of possibilities based on the first thing being impossible. You have a chain of possibilities based on the first thing being possible. Because possibility is what caused that first thing, which allows that first thing to then cause a bunch of other possibilities. If possibility does not cause the first thing, meaning the first thing is impossible, then there's no reason at all. First off, it would be impossible for that impossibility to lead to a chain of possibilities. and no reason to argue that it ever even could. Like there's no reason that it even should or that it would, even if it could, which it can't, because itself is impossible. It doesn't require possibility. So why would it require possibility to make anything else? If it is impossible, always has been, always is, always will be, is a necessary existence, could never not be, yet it's impossible because it does not require possibility, which would technically mean it requires impossibility, which makes it even worse because it requires impossibility. Possibility could never exist within it. All that exists within it must be impossible. So then it should lead to a chain of impossible things, yet the chain of things that it leads to is all possibilities. This makes no sense. This makes no sense. Like, this is how simple to just follow the logic path. Just follow the logic chain. Just remain philosophically consistent and see where it takes you. And you'll see it takes you into nonsensical reality. It takes you into non-reality. It takes you into impossibility. And if it takes you into impossibility, it's impossible. It can't be. It has to be possible in order to be, as all things are possible. Because if they were not possible, they would not be. And nobody could ever argue otherwise, because nobody ever could point to anything in existence that is real, that is impossible. They can only point to things in existence that are real, that are possible. And that required the possibility for them to be real and in existence prior to them becoming. You can never point to anything in existence that existed prior to the possibility for it to exist. Do you get it? Like, this is basic logic. This is basic philosophy. You just got to remain consistent, not be religious, and not want something to be true. And I'm not even saying this of Super Saab, because he might just be confused. I don't know. You know, we're having a conversation. Like, shout out to him. He's a good sport. But I'm just saying, most people who make that argument want it to be true for one reason or another. There's some form of religious, usually like active religion, like Christianity, Islam, something along those lines. But in other cases, it's like existential masochists, like, no offense to Bliss, I love the guy. Reaper 1984, shout out to him, but he's an existential masochist. He wants to believe that it's hopeless. So he makes arguments that attempt to prove that, but all they do is prove the other way around. His argument itself proves the impossibility of his own argument, because his argument is literally based on an impossibility that requires impossibility, because it does not require possibility. Like, the thing that he's trying to say exists is impossible to exist, because it does not require possibility to exist prior to it existing. So he's arguing for an impossibility. There's no two ways around that. If you're arguing for an impossibility, your claim is impossible. Your argument is impossible. The evidence and proof that you will need to provide for this impossibility are also impossible. Which is why no one could ever provide anything in existence that is real, that definitively and objectively exists, that is objectively impossible. You can't point to anything in existence that is objectively impossible and did not require the possibility for it to exist prior to its existence. You cannot gather any evidence or provide any proof of your claim because your argument, because your argument itself is impossible. Meaning, your argument could never prove the claim because the claim is impossible. This is a chain of impossibilities. In order to gather evidence that can amount to proof, that can support your argument, that can then prove your claim, there has to be evidence. And there has to be enough of it to amount to proof that can then support the argument, that can do the claim. And if you don't have the evidence and the proof, your argument has to bare minimum be logically consistent, philosophically consistent, make sense on all levels of reality, because this is an argument, this is a conversation that contains all levels of existence, including the cause of existence. Why is there something rather than nothing? So it must be philosophically and logically consistent on all levels of reality, meaning math must line up with it, science must line up with it, the occult must line up with it, spirituality must line up, like anything that can be definitive must line up with it and make sense. It must make it make sense, and it must make those things make sense. They must be perfectly tied into each other. If they are not, something's missing here. You fucked up a variable somewhere along the way. So if you can't gather the evidence or the proof, and your argument is illogical, it's not logically consistent or philosophically consistent, it does not lock in to the chain that is reality, that is existence, all the things that have actualized into reality, all these potentials, it does not make them make sense. It makes them make less sense, or makes them impossible, or they make it make less sense, or they make it impossible, or both. It makes them impossible and they make it impossible, then your argument is impossible. And if your argument is impossible and your argument is set up to support your claim is impossible. Especially if your claim starts with an impossibility such as, this necessary existence does not require possibility to exist, so this necessary existence is impossible to exist, meaning it can never exist, so it doesn't exist, because it's impossible. Like, your claim starts with an impossibility that leads to an impossible argument that is logically and philosophically inconsistent, because then that argument somehow claims that it leads to all the possibilities, which is logically and philosophically inconsistent. And all those possibilities coming into existence when they should be impossibilities based on an impossible existence, even though they shouldn't exist at all because nothing should happen in this impossible existence. And this existence shouldn't even exist because it's impossible, so it shouldn't exist in the first place. Like, do you understand what I'm saying? When you go down the chain and back up the chain, it's just a bunch of impossibilities that cannot be. Impossible evidence, impossible proof, impossible arguments, impossible claim. Impossible claim, impossible arguments, impossible proof, impossible evidence. You're never going to get possibility out of that. Ever. You can't get possibility out of impossibility. Possibility makes impossibility. It makes your impossible claim wrong. The simple fact that possibility is and what all is required in order to be, and you can't point to anything in existence that is impossible. You can't point to anything in existence that did not have the possibility for it to exist before it came into existence. Then you can never make the argument that somehow this chain of possibilities will lead back to this impossibility. It's not possible. It's literally impossible. See, if I make a possible claim that existence requires possibility, and I make an argument about why it requires possibility, I should then be able to gather the evidence and the proof that all things in existence require possibility, which I can easily do. There's nothing in existence that I can point to that doesn't require possibility. All that I can point to in existence requires possibility prior to it existing in order to exist. All of existence itself is the evidence of the claim. You cannot make a claim about existence and then anywhere in existence doesn't represent that claim. If anything, anywhere in existence, this is why I keep saying, all you need to do is show me one thing that's impossible. If you show me one thing that's impossible, my claim is impossible. But if you can't show me one thing that's impossible, your claim is impossible. Only one can be right. They're contradictory. They can't both be right. So either possibility is required for existence, or it's not. And if it's not, then existence is impossible. Meaning, impossibility is required for existence. Meaning, all that exists would be impossible. So if you can't show me one thing that exists that's impossible, and I can show you all things that exist that are possible, I can gather the evidence to support my argument. You cannot. And I have so much evidence, literally everything in existence is my evidence, existence itself is my evidence, then I have proof that makes my argument valid. And my argument is logically and philosophically consistent from start to finish, from top to bottom, from bottom to top. From the beginning down to the fucking babies of humanity, from the babies of humanity all the way up to the beginning of existence. It follows a logic chain. It follows a chain of potentials being actualized. And if you continue to follow that philosophy, that logical consistency, you automatically bring it back to possibility being the cause for existence. You got no choice. That's where it brings you. You got no choice. So if your argument brings you to impossibility, it's an impossible argument, meaning your claim is impossible, especially since your claim begins with impossibility. Do you get what I was like? It's that simple. It's really not that hard. You just gotta want the truth rather than whatever you want to be true. Really just gotta want the truth rather than want what you want to be true. That is the difference between truth seekers and those looking for religion. All right. What y'all in here saying? Damn, Vazen. See lots of gods in here. Most people define God incorrectly. I would say so, but the way I really like to look at it is more like, to me, it's like, how do you define God? Because a lot of people just like to say God. And they just leave it at that. And I go, what do you even mean when you say that? Like, define that. Well, God created everything. Okay, first, define your God. Describe your God to me. If you're going to make an objective claim about this God, then I'm going to need an objective description of this God so we can test that objectivity. Now, if this is just your subjective belief that you cannot prove and would never claim to be definitively true, I won't even challenge a motherfucker on it. It's a waste of time. They didn't come to this belief based on truth to begin with. But if they're claiming that it's true, then what they're claiming is they came to this belief based on truth. So they came to this is objective. Okay, well, now we could test this theory. Like, you want to say this is objective, let's test it out. If you're saying it's purely subjective in your personal belief system and nothing more, whatever. I have no reason to argue with that. Do your thing. The moment you start saying, no, this is true, all right, let's start cracking knuckles and and dig into it. People always say God, 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 but never specify which one ever. Like, which one? Be specific now. Seriously. And why is this being a God? Not God, but a God. Let alone if it's just God. You know what I'm saying? Like, why? Explain this. Make this make sense. And if a God created everything, then how so? This God would have also had to create itself. And this is why I always say God would be chaos, then God would be potential. Actualizing itself. Fine, okay, I'll say that. You know? Oh, God is all consciousness. Okay, I'm fine with that. But that means that God did not create everything. Because consciousness could not have existed from the beginning of existence. It requires tiers of existence for itself to even become, let alone to individuate, let alone to be self-aware enough to start creating things on purpose. Like, so your God is still not responsible for all of reality. Like, you know, it's like people make weird claims. God is responsible for all of existence. Is God a conscious entity that makes choices? Yes. Then you're wrong. If you're saying God is chaos, purely randomized actualization of potential, then fine, cool. God is responsible for all things. See, how do you define God? Based on how you define God, you can then make your claims about God, and then you can test those claims. But until they define God, their claims are useless because they cannot be tested, meaning they're unfalsifiable. You get what I'm saying? If you're going to tell me something's true, it should be capable of being proven or disproven. If it's incapable of being proven or disproven, you can't claim that it's true. So define this God, and then we can test this definition and your claims based upon this definition. God created everything, then how so? This God would have also had to create itself as it was part of that everything, but that makes no sense because it did not exist yet before. Correct. Before everything, which this God must be a part of, did not exist yet or just be created. And plus, what created God? What makes God possible? If not everything, especially if God always existed. For that shall tell you everything right there. Nothing could have always existed, not even a God itself. Facts. For it is all having a cause to then be and then start and then eventually end. Which is why calling it a necessary existence makes no sense, because if it was necessary, then this existence would be infinite, as it must exist no matter what, and yet it doesn't. These are facts. Because we be here right now, do we not? We do. In a moment of temporariness that just started and shall eventually end, and then there shall be another moment going on and then ending as well. Facts. And again, we ought to stop just saying God. Name your God. Lucifer, Yahweh, Baal, Zeus, Lilith, Tiamat, whatever. But be specific, or be your own God. And that's what I like to say. Even when I say things like, oh, my gods are old. My gods are very old. I'm one of them. Do you understand? Like, my gods are my peers. There's a reason why I call you God, Metaphysics. You get what it's like? People don't get it. Be your own God. All these gods we just named are peers. Shout out to Lucifer. Fuck that nigga Yahweh. Baal just means Lord, so there's a bunch of Baals. Zeus, can't stand that nigga. Lilith, love you, boo-boo. Tiamat, hey, baby. You know, these are peers. And again, archetypes. Understand where we're really going with this. Get it. Get it. All right, where was we at? Open YouTube channel. What do you mean? 20-minute vocal crazy. Not really. This person. I love when you say this shit, Basin. This person. He does this shit all the time. This person does this all the time. So expect a bunch of these 20-minute recordings. And 20 minutes is being nothing as he does 8+ hour streams. How long are we in right now? 288 minutes? What's that? My brain isn't working. 4 hours and 48 minutes-ish. So we're like halfway to that. Besides, we're having discussions here that must be explained in long ways each time, not only just on YouTube. Yes, because especially since people keep replying, and a lot of people have some of the same exact replies. You know what I'm saying? Well, shout out to life abolitionism. Civilization is the problem, indeed. Let's see. Where's the next shit? Okay, so it's not. Let's go down. Let's see where the next one is. We clicked 1, 2. Let's click 3. Let's see where that brings us. Did we already clear? No, we did not. All right, perfect. Explore every weird way the void refuses to be empty, even when everything is gone, which is why we're discussing this, right? Gotta empty that void, baby. Gotta empty that void. Make it really a void, you feel me? Even science provides evidence for the potential, aka possibility, within the void, because that's what it's discussing in that video. That is the main problem that leads to all things. I did that live stream because I kept hearing people say that civilization is the solution. People are stupid. I'm glad you did that live stream because those people are idiots. I'm like, what do they think we're in right now? And most of these people can only think of problems that are civilizational in the first place. They can't even think beyond civilization. Most of them can't even think to human nature or nature itself or existence or the potential for existence. Like they can't even think beyond societal or civilizational level, and yet somehow they think civilization's the answer when it's the cause of all the problems they themselves are even capable of contemplating. It's mind-boggling. Potential, aka possibility, remains. If one truly wants to empty the void, they must empty it of all potentiality. And that's the goal. That's the ultimate goal. We got levels of goals over here. Levels on levels on levels of goals. But that is the ultimate goal. Super Saab, responding to Amon, when he said possibility for X to exist is a prerequisite for X to exist. Can we agree on that? He said exactly my entire point. The logic is incorrect. X must be possible before it can exist is backwards. It's like saying a chess move must exist before the chessboard exists. Is it though? No board equals no moves. No reality equals no possibilities. Possibility depends on reality structure. Does it though? I mean, certain possibilities, sure. But the reality itself still requires possibility to be. All things that are possible within that reality require that reality, you know? No universe, you get no stars. But no possibility, you get no universe to begin with to get the possibility of stars in that universe. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's just how shit works. Possibility depends on reality structure, not the other way around. This is what is undeniable, but I'm not forcing anyone to accept anything. If you want to say possibility comes first, that's fine. But try that on a philosophy board and see how they respond. I have. Not a philosophy board, but philosophers, and they have no answer against it either. Most of them agree. Like, actually, almost all of them agree. And the ones who don't are usually theologians. They're theological philosophers. They have a belief system they're attempting to philosophize, and they fail every time. Thanks for the responses. I'm going to need a long time to go through them. This is understandable. Also, your challenge doesn't work. If anything exists, it must be possible because impossible things can't exist. How does this not work? But notice what happened. You didn't prove that possibility is prior to existence. But you notice that's what I've been doing this entire time, has it not? I've provided nothing but examples of things that this phone I'm looking at through this phone I'm holding is possible. It exists and it is possible. And there is nothing that I can point this phone at. That bottle, that fucking TV, anything in this kitchen, this lamp next to me, lamp. All of this is possible. If it wasn't, it could not be. And I cannot point to anything in existence that is impossible. I can't provide a single example of something impossible. Yet all examples I can provide are possible. Meaning, all things are possible if they exist. And none of these things were impossible prior to existing. That phone required all the materials and everything about it to exist in order for it to come together as a phone prior to it coming together as a phone. Or else it could never come together as a phone, which means the phone would be impossible. Right? Like, anyway, let me not extend this any longer than it needs to be, because I'm pretty sure I said all this shit in the recordings anyway. But notice what happened. You didn't prove that possibility is prior to existence. You just defined impossible as cannot exist, because that's how it is defined. That's what impossible means. That's literally what it means. That makes your argument circular. Impossible things can't exist. They can't. That's why it's the definition. The word impossible is based on that which can't be done. So when people looked around in reality and thought about things that they could not do, things that could not occur, things that could not exist, they created a word to explain that. And that word is impossible. It's not like people came up with a word, impossible, and then started things could not exist. You know, it's like, no, things already could not exist. I cannot fly. I can't teleport. I cannot shoot lasers from my eyes. That is impossible. Whether I use that particular word or not, whether that word even exists or not, it still is the truth. I still can't shoot lasers from my eyes, whether I know the word impossible or its definition or not. Whether I know that word or its definition or not, it is still impossible for me to shoot lasers from my eyes. Meaning it cannot be done, right? You know, like, that makes your argument circular. Impossible things can't exist by definition. B, A, impossible things can't exist by definition. B, everything that exists, therefore, isn't impossible. Correct. C, therefore, everything that exists was possible. Correct. That doesn't show possibility is a prerequisite. Then what does it show? It just shows we use the word impossible to mean doesn't happen in reality. And if it doesn't happen in reality, because it can't happen in reality, meaning it's not possible to happen in reality, meaning there is no possibility or potential for it to happen, occur, or exist within reality, that thing would be impossible, right? Therefore, that which can exist, can occur, and can happen in reality is what? It is possible. And since nothing we can point to in reality was impossible prior to its existence, meaning everything we can point to in reality was possible prior to its existence, all things in reality are possible prior to existing, right? This phone was possible prior to even the blueprints of the phone being drawn up. You can never draw up the blueprints for a possible phone if the blueprints are depicting something impossible. If you're trying to use materials that are impossible to gather because you simply can't. Like if you want to use moon rocks or some shit to make a phone out of, but you can't get to the moon and get the moon rocks. Versus, I want to use a material that doesn't exist. How the fuck would we do that? The material doesn't exist. Can we make this material? No, this material is impossible. So you want to create a phone out of an impossible material. Yeah, that's impossible to do. You're talking about an impossible phone that we could never make. Like, the materials must exist, making the phone possible. Right? So the phone's possibility must come before the phone. And there's nothing in existence anyone can point to that wasn't possible prior to it coming into existence. Not a single example can be provided. And I say this every time. I say it out loud very clearly. Give me one example. No one ever can. No one that has ever even attempted to disagree with this in all of human history, going back to fucking Aristotle and Socrates and them niggas, having they arguments and shit. No one in history, let alone anyone who has disagreed with me, has ever been able to provide an example of a single impossible thing in existence, nor a single thing that exists that was not possible to exist prior to its existence. Because if it is not possible to exist prior to existing, then it was literally impossible to exist prior to existing. And yet it still exists, which would mean that thing that exists impossibly, which is impossible, which is why you could never provide an example of something that exists that was not already possible to exist prior to its existence. Are we not? Where's the disconnect here? You know what I'm saying? Like, therefore, everything that exists is possible. Yeah, absolutely. If it wasn't, it wouldn't exist. Vazen, this person shall, it is being, may you be, insert random noun here, there be no whatever thing, you shall not be out here, we shall have all these fancy catchphrases out here. These are your phrases. Every fucking one of those is making me laugh because you do, that is the perfect example of your, what do you call this, lexicon? Like, that is the things you say. Let me just say it simply. Oh, man. This person shall, it is being, may you be, there be no, you shall not be out here. That one right there always gets me. You shall not be out here, because I know somebody's about to get roasted as soon as you start your sentence with that. But anyway, y'all see what we got left here, right? So let's get started on this list. Let's see how much we get through tonight. Let's see if we can get through all of this shit tonight. So here's my response to what Super Sob just said there.
All right, exactly. My entire point. The logic is incorrect. X must be possible before it can exist is backwards. So in order to say that's backwards, what you're saying is things can exist while still being impossible. If X is not possible, X cannot exist. If you're saying X can exist...
Hold on 1 second. Life abolitionism. Things which people claim are impossible actually are possible. They just haven't figured out how to make them possible. That depends on what they're claiming. So, for example, if I say 1 + 1 = 3, that's impossible. I could never make 1 + 1 = 3. It's literally impossible. But if I say, like, we need to overthrow this government. Oh, that's impossible. No, it's not. You just haven't sat around long enough thinking about how to make it possible. See, like, you're right to an extent. Like, certain things that people claim are impossible are absolutely possible. 100%. I mean, they make appeals to futility. Exactly. That's why I brought it up and said it that way. That's why I said, oh, we need to overthrow this government. That's not possible. There's nothing we can do. These appeals to futility are useless. But when they try to make claims of like necessary existence, well, that is impossible, and they can never prove such a claim. You know what I'm saying? Like, so it does depend on what people are claiming is possible and is impossible, and what objectivity we can come to in order to discern whether something is possible or impossible. Trying to claim that we can't overthrow a power structure, that's just dumb. That's just weak will. That's all that is. That's just being a pussy. We can't overthrow the power structure. Are you kidding me, bro? We over here we talking about getting rid of potential from the void itself. From the void itself. And niggas is stuck on we can't overthrow an elite. Get the fuck out of here. These niggas. They claim democracy is necessary, which is foolish and laughable. Because democracy is ruled by the same beings that they're like at war with, and they just don't realize it. Anyway, I'm gonna get to it.
All right, exactly. My entire point. The logic is incorrect. X must be possible before it can exist is backwards. So in order to say that's backwards, what you're saying is things can exist while still being impossible. If X is not possible, X cannot exist. If you're saying X can exist while it's not possible, you have to explain that and make it make sense. And if X could exist while being impossible, you would have to then provide evidence of that. You would have to show us something that exists yet is impossible. Yet everything that exists is possible. You would have to show us something that is impossible and yet doesn't exist, and then make it exist. But anything and everything you or anyone anywhere or anything anywhere could ever make exist is already possible. Again, if a man and a woman cannot produce children, them producing a child is impossible. Therefore, they will never produce children. But a man and a woman who can produce children may produce children. If they have enough sex unprotected, they eventually will produce children because they can produce children. But if they can't produce children, they never will produce children because it's not possible for them to produce children, meaning it's impossible for them to produce children. You would have to make that make no sense, which you can't do. You could never say, all right, this woman cannot get pregnant. Literally, we took her fucking uterus out. She has no way to get pregnant. She's got no ovaries. She's got no eggs in there. There's literally nothing to get pregnant. And this man's sperm doesn't work. Matter of fact, we gave him a vasectomy. We gave him a vasectomy. This man doesn't even produce sperm, right? They're going to have sex. If those two produce a baby, that baby is arguably impossible. Now, because it shouldn't be possible for them to have sex. But even if that's the case, I guarantee you, if scientists went and looked and studied it, they'd be like, oh, this is how it happened. Because it happened. If it happens, it's possible. Like, it's that so you can never argue otherwise. If it happened, it was possible to happen. Because if it was impossible to happen, it would have never happened. Things that cannot happen will not happen. For example, right now, you do not possess the ability to grow 2 extra arms like Tien from Dragon Ball. You don't have the capability to control your DNA to a level where you could just grow 2 extra arms. It's impossible. X is impossible, X being the 2 extra arms. So if X is impossible, meaning you growing 2 extra arms is impossible, but you're going to argue that it being impossible can't stop it from being, then grow 2 extra arms right now. That's my point. You can't. You could never provide an actual example. You could never provide actual evidence of X being impossible, yet still existing. You could never show anyone anything that is impossible. Like, you can't do it. This is why I said right now, teleport to me right now. You can't do it. It's impossible. The fact that it's impossible means you can't do it. It would first have to be possible in order for you to do it. If it's not possible, you cannot do it. Like, it's that simple. I cannot fly to the sun, grab it in my hands, crush it down to the size of my palm,
teleport to you and show it to you. That's impossible. So it can't be done. So I will never do it. In order for me to do that, it would have to be possible. I would have to be fucking Superman or something with some super psychic telekinetic powers that can crush a sun down to the fucking size of my palm without turning it into a black hole somehow. And then have the ability to teleport to wherever you are, knowing where you are somehow. Like, none of that is possible. I can't fly. I'm not Superman. I can't survive in space. I can't survive near the sun. I can't crush down the sun into the size of my hand without it turning into a black hole, let alone. And I can't detect you in wherever the hell you are. And then I can't teleport to you to show you that sun in the size of... So it'll never happen because it's impossible. You can never argue the possibility of impossibilities. X must be possible before X can exist. The baby must be possible before the baby can exist. If, for example, you can't create a fire in space, it's impossible to do. Fire can't exist. There is no oxygen. There must first be oxygen trapped within something that the oxygen can be released from by having the carbon and the oxygen come together, which releases the energy that we know as fire. So, for example, the oxygen trapped in wood or paper, if I take paper and I put a flame to it, the paper will burn because it's possible to burn. But the possibility to burn is there prior to the fire. If there is no potential, no possibility for the paper to burn, the paper will not burn. For example, there's no possibility for me to burn water. That's impossible. So if I put my lighter under the faucet on the sink, you know what's going to happen? The flame is going to go out because it's impossible for me to light the water on fire that is coming out of the faucet. That's not possible. That possibility, that potential does not exist. Therefore, it cannot be done. But it is possible to ignite gas. If I was to go get some gasoline and put a flame to it, the gas rising from the gasoline, rising from the liquid itself, would catch fire because the potential for fire is there. The possibility for fire is there. All that can be prior to it being. If the fire can't be, it will not be. If the fire can be, it will, as long as the circumstances are met. My lighter plus a piece of paper can create fire. So if I put the flame of my lighter to a piece of paper, it will catch fire. Because it's possible. It holds the potential to catch fire. No matter what it is that's being done, the possibility for it to be done must already be prior to the thing being done. The possibility for it can't come after it. Because if the possibility comes after the thing, then the thing came before it was possible. Meaning, it came when it was impossible. But that itself is literally impossible. So saying X must be possible before it can exist is not backwards. And everything in existence proves this. And again, you could not provide an actual example. Let me keep going here, right? It's like saying a chess move must exist before the chessboard exists. No. It's like saying the potential for the chessboard must exist before the chessboard exists. If there is no possibility to create a chessboard, you could never create a chessboard. Once you've made the chessboard, now the possibility for chess moves exists. You've made the board, you've made the game, you've made the rules. Now we know how the chess pieces move. Before the first game of chess was ever played, guess what? The potential for the moves were there. It's not the potential for chess moves exist before the chessboard exists. It's the potential for chess moves exist before the move itself does.
If you have no possibility to move a pawn because there's another pawn in front of it, you can't move the pawn there. You can only move the pawn to the open space in front of it, unless there is something diagonally to it, and then you can use that pawn to kill whatever piece that is diagonally. The possibility for the chessboard must be there before the chessboard is there, or else you could never make a chessboard. The possibility for the chess move must be there before you make the chess move. If the piece is boxed in and cannot move according to the rules of the game of chess, then you can't make that move. Like, physically, you might be able to make that move. It's physically possible to put your piece anywhere on the board. You can take your piece off the board. You can take your piece off the board, hop on a plane, fly halfway around the world, and throw it in the ocean. But that's not a chess move, now is it? Right? So that would be an illegal move. You lose the game. You just forfeited. So if you're playing the chess game, you have to play by the rules of chess. So if your pawn is blocked by another pawn directly in front of it, and there is no pieces at an angle to the left or an angle to the right, that pawn can't move. Right? Picture a chessboard, picture a pawn, a white pawn. Now picture a black pawn directly in front of it, and no other pieces around them. Those two pawns can't move. According to the rules of chess, a pawn can only go forward when the space in front of it is empty. So, those two pawns, being in front of each other, have no possibility, no potential for movement until another piece comes along the side of one of those pawns. Because if you put a piece along the side of one of those pawns, so if you put a white piece beside the white pawn, the black pawn can now move that diagonal movement and kill that piece. But if there is no piece near the white pawn on either side of it, and it's just the black pawn and the white pawn in front of each other, they can't move. Their movement is impossible. It is restricted by the rules. Now, is it physically impossible? Of course not. You can move the pawn anywhere, as I said earlier. But you can only move the pawn in a way that's physical to you. You can't grab the pawn and just fly into space. Why? Because you can't fly. That's impossible. You must first have the ability to fly to space. Superman can take the pawn and fly it to space because Superman can fly to space. For him, space flight is possible. For you, it's impossible because you're not Superman. You would have to go to NASA or some shit, go over to SpaceX, hop on a fucking rocket, put on a fucking spacesuit, step outside, and throw the pawn into space. You would have to do things that make it possible for you to do that thing. Since you cannot fly into space like Superman can, but you want to bring the pawn to space and throw it into space, you would have to go work out some deals with people who can go to space. Go get on a rocket somewhere with a spacesuit on, go for a spacewalk, take the pawn with you, and throw it out into space. You'd have to do things that make it possible for you to go to space and throw the pawn into space. Because you don't have the ability to just fly into space and throw the pawn into space. Do you get what I'm saying? There is no potential, no possibility for you to fly to space like Superman can. So you could never fly to space like Superman and throw the pawn into space. But as long as your legs and your hands and stuff work, you do have the potential to take it outside and throw it in the fucking grass or something. You can go throw it in the street. You can go throw that pawn wherever it is possible for you to go throw that pawn. But wherever it's impossible for you to throw the pawn, into the sun, you cannot do because you don't have that possibility. It is impossible for you to do, so you cannot do it. Do you get what I'm saying? This is very simple stuff. A chess move must exist before the chessboard. No. See, the chess move is not a potential. That's not a possibility. That's an action. That's an actuality. That's a reality. The chess move is an actualization. All the possible chess moves are the possibility. And those chess moves themselves aren't possible until there is a game called chess. There's no such thing
as a possible chess move, let alone a literal chess move, if there is no game called chess with the rules of chess and the chess board. These are all potentials that must actualize in order for the potential of a chess move to even be born, let alone for the actuality of a chess move to occur in reality. So, someone must first think of this game. You know what? I want to have a game called chess. It will be a checkerboard type board. They create the board. Now that I have the board, I'm going to make these pieces. And these pieces will have these rules for their movement. So now that the board exists, and the pieces exist, and the rules exist, and what is the goal of these moving pieces? To kill the king. To put the king in a position where nothing can be done to stop it from being beheaded. That's called a checkmate, right? Okay, now that we have the chessboard, the pieces, the rules for their movement, and the goal for the game, two players can set up across from each other, put the pieces on the board, and now they can make the moves. You give us, like, these are actualized potentials step by step by step. And now, the first person that ever played chess and made the first chess move ever is the first person to actualize a chess move. Up to that point, it was only a possibility. The moment they sat down and had their chess pieces and their chess board, chess moves became possible. But you must first create the chess game, the chess board, the chess pieces, the chess rules, and the goal for the game. Once you have that, you now have the possibility of all the chess moves. All possible chess moves now exist as possibilities. Not literally, because they haven't been done yet. No one's ever even done a single chess move yet they're all possible. Before, you could not move the pawn if it was impossible to move the pawn. The possibility to move the pawn must be there prior to you moving the pawn. You must first have a pawn. You must first have a chessboard. Once you have a chessboard and a pawn, the rules for the pawn's movement, and the reason you're making the pawn move, you now have all the possible moves that pawn can make. And then you make the move. It's like if I'm playing basketball and I'm dribbling up the court, I can make any move when the defender gets in front of me. I could cross to my left, cross to my right. I could spin. I could put it between my legs. I could pass the ball. I could just pull up and shoot from half court. I have all these possibilities. But once I actually do something, it's no longer a possibility. It is now an actualized potential. I had all these potential moves that I could have did with this defender in front of me. But once I picked to cross him from the left to the right, I actualized the crossover. Prior to doing the crossover, the potential or possibility for the crossover was already there. I could do the crossover, but I could have did a spin move. I could have passed the ball. I could have shot the ball. What did I do? I did the crossover. So out of all the potentials, out of all the possible moves, I did one. But if that move was impossible, I could have never did it. So the possibility to perform the crossover must be there prior to me actually performing the crossover. The possibility for me to move the pawn on the chessboard must be there prior to me actually moving the pawn on the chessboard, or I could never move the pawn on the chessboard. This is real simple shit, bro. I feel like you're kind of going backwards now. Like, this is, it's like what you just did was kind of a straw man. You kind of tried to, like, almost corner what he said by doing something prior to the potential. What you just said proved our point. A chess move must exist before the chessboard exists. No, that's not what we're saying. That's not at all what we're saying. That's what you're saying. What you just said is impossible. If there is no chess game, no chessboard, no chess rules, no goal for chess, there is no chess, then there is no chess moves. The chess moves are impossible, so they cannot be done. The chess moves can only be done once they're possible. That's what we're saying. X must be possible before it can exist. The chess move must be possible before the chess move can exist. If X is impossible, X cannot exist. If the chess move is impossible, the chess move cannot exist. You're arguing the opposite. You're saying the chess move can exist prior to the chess move being possible. You're saying X can exist prior to X being possible, meaning X can exist while being impossible, meaning the chess move can exist while being impossible. No, that's just wrong. Nothing can exist while being impossible. It must first be possible before it can exist. That's what he's saying. You just said it right there. You're proving his point for him. Like I say, when people try to make impossible points, they will end up proving your point for them. They have no choice but to do so. They got no choice but to do so because they're making an impossible claim that is impossible to prove. So as they try to prove their impossible claim, they're going to prove that it's impossible. There's no two ways around it. No board, no moves. Correct. No reality, no possibilities. False. Because again, no board, no moves, right? But even the board needs the possibility or else it can't exist. Like, you're proving the point right there. If there is no board, there is no moves. Why? Because the board, without the board, there is no possibility for the moves. But without the possibility for a board, there is no board. You still have to ask the question about the board. This is the problem with people going back to God or a necessary existence. They stop asking the questions once they get back to the thing they're comfortable with. You say, there must be a chess board in order for there to be chess moves. Absolutely correct. But what must there be in order for there to be a chess board? Well, there must be a reality in order for there to be possibilities within reality. Correct. But what must there be in order to be a reality? You can't stop you can't stop asking the same question about something that exists. If the baby requires the possibility for the baby to exist prior to it existing, meaning it requires two people who could be its parents in order to create it prior to it existing, then the baby requires the possibility to exist prior to it actually coming into existence, right? Well, guess what? You don't stop at the parents. The parents also require the possibility to exist, right? And it keeps going back to humanity. Well, humanity also requires that possibility. Nature also requires that possibility. Every single thing in the chain requires that possibility, including the first thing to exist. It all requires the same possibility. You cannot take the possibility to exist away from the first thing, yet give it to every single thing after that. That makes zero sense at all. You're breaking the chain of logic. If all things in existence require the possibility to exist prior to them existing, then so does the first thing. And if we know all these things require possibility, then possibility is something that's required. So what does the first thing require? Possibility, just like every other thing. Like, there is no thing in existence that doesn't require the possibility to exist, including the first thing. So, prior to the first thing that existed, prior to the first real thing, there is no existence, there is no reality. Because if nothing is real, and if nothing exists, there is no reality, there is no existence. Yet we know there had to be a time where there was no reality and there was no existence. Because nothing in reality and nothing in existence is infinite. Nothing is eternal. Nothing is perfect. Just think of the words I'm using. No thing is perfect, eternal, or infinite. And that's a guarantee because you and I exist. We are not eternal. We are not infinite. We are not perfect. Nothing in existence is. Nothing in reality is. Nothing you could ever point to is. All of reality, as far as we know it, is affected by entropy, and there's no reason to think any part of reality wouldn't be affected by entropy, because all that is within reality is reality. All that is real is reality. All that exists is existence. And if everything that we know of existing, and everything we can even possibly theorize existing, is affected by entropy, then existence and reality is affected by entropy. Like, nothing perfect could create, lead to, or contain imperfection. Nothing imperfect could create, lead to, or contain perfection. Nothing possible could create, lead to, or contain impossibility. Nothing impossible could create, lead to, or contain anything at all, let alone possibility. So you can't have a realm of nothing but possibilities, of a realm of nothing but things that exist in reality, a bunch of real things that exist that all require the possibility to exist prior to them existing, and are all affected by entropy, are all finite, are all imperfect, none of them are eternal, and then somehow create a logic chain of existence going back to a thing creating them that is impossible itself. It makes no sense. It makes no sense. The chessboard must be possible in order for there to be a chessboard, right? And then the chess rules, the chess pieces must be possible. The outcome, the end goal of the chess game must be possible. If any of this is impossible, you don't get chess as it is. Because it's all possible, we can now have the game we call chess, and we can now make chess moves with chess pieces. But if there was no chess pieces and no rules for how they move, you could never make a chess move, because it would be impossible. There would be no possibility, no potential for chess moves. But the moment chess pieces and the rules that go along with them come into existence, you now have a new potential, a new possibility that comes along with that, which is chess moves. But prior to chess moves being possible, you could never make a chess move. It must first be possible, and then you can make a chess move. So no board, no moves, correct. But no possibility, no board. If the board is impossible, you never get the board. And if you never get the board, you never get the moves. No reality, no possibilities. No reality, no possibilities within reality. Possibilities don't require reality. Reality requires possibility. All that is real requires the possibility to be real prior to it being real. That's what actualization is. That's what realization is. Something becoming real, meaning it wasn't real before. If it's impossible, it could never become real. It could only become real if it's possible. If the chessboard is impossible, it could never become real. Meaning the chess pieces, the rules that go along with them, and the intended outcome for the game, capturing the king, could never become real. Which means chess could never become real, which means chess moves could never become real. But since the chessboard, the chess pieces, the rules that go along with it, the outcome for the game can all become real, and then they do become real, they actualize into reality, someone creates them, now the chess moves become possible. And then the first person to make a chess move on a chessboard just made chess moves real. That's an actualization process. X must be possible before it can exist, happen, or occur. If the chess move cannot exist, happen, or occur, it will not exist, happen, or occur. Like, it's that simple. Just as you don't have the ability, the capacity, the potential, the possibility to grow 2 extra arms right now out of your back, like Tien from Dragon Ball. So even if you try right now, you will not do it, because you don't have that potential, that possibility, that capability, that capacity. And since you don't have that possibility, potential, you cannot do it. So no matter how hard you try to do it, you will not do it. Because you require the possibility in order to do it. X must be possible before it can be done. X, you growing 2 extra arms, must be possible before it can be done, you actually growing 2 extra arms. Before you can actualize the 2 extra arms, you must first have the potential to actualize 2 extra arms. Before those 2 extra arms can exist, they must first be possible to exist. If they are impossible to exist, those 2 extra arms cannot exist, therefore they will not exist. It's that simple. And there's nothing in existence you could point to that doesn't follow these rules. So even if you brought it back to the first thing in existence, which is what makes existence existence, because until something exists, that means nothing exists, which means there is no existence. So the first thing in existence still must follow these rules, because it's still a thing that exists. So it still must follow the rules of things that exist. And the number 1 rule for all things that exist is it possible or impossible? If it's impossible, it cannot and therefore will not exist. If it's possible, it can exist. And if the variables line up for it to exist, then it will exist. If the variables don't line up for it to exist, it won't exist even if it's possible to exist, because possibility doesn't guarantee existence. It simply means it can. But if it's impossible, it means it can't. And there's nothing impossible in our reality that you could point to as an example of impossibility existing in reality. In order to make the claim that something impossible can exist, you would have to point at something impossible that does exist. Yet all that you can point at, I'm looking at a couch, chairs, stools, backpack, water bottle, remote, TV, cable box, boots, shoes, gloves, table, hair pick, shovel. All these things can exist. All these things are possible. I can't point to anything in here that is impossible, and neither could you. If we were in an impossible existence, everything would be impossible. Yet, not a single thing in this existence is impossible, meaning this existence is possible, meaning all that exists is possible, meaning existence requires possibility, because if it did not, all things that exist would not be possible. If existence did not require possibility, then impossible things could and would exist. If impossible things could exist, meaning existence does not require possibility, the amount of impossible things would vastly outnumber the possible things. Vastly. We'd be able to point at an infinite number of impossible things, because impossibility is what restrains infinity. Without impossibilities, the possibilities are endless. The possibilities are infinite. But the moment you have impossibility, there are things that are not possible. Impossibility is literally that which proves the lack of infinity. Because infinity is infinity. If the possibilities were infinite, that means there is no impossibilities. There is no restraint on possibility if possibility is infinite. So the moment there is a single thing that is impossible, let alone many things that are impossible, let alone more things that are impossible than possible, you know automatically you're not in an infinite reality, because if you were truly in an infinite reality, the possibilities would be infinite. And in an infinite reality with infinite possibilities, all things are happening simultaneously to the point of nothing happening at all. It's all carried out exactly at the same exact time. You're in an infinite moment. There's nothing, you would never actually even be able to experience that, even though technically all experiences are possible. Because that type of reality is itself impossible. infinity is impossible. And you know how we know that? Because there are impossibilities in our reality, meaning there are certain things that are not possible. And if there are certain things that are not possible, guess what? The possibilities are not infinite, meaning infinity is impossible. Like, this is how the logic works. This is how philosophy works when you're remaining consistent. You can't get around this shit. The fact that everything in this room that I'm standing in is possible and not a single thing in here is impossible, that alone, this one living room, guarantees all of existence is finite. This one living room I'm standing in, full of nothing but possible things, guarantees all of existence, all of reality is finite. Because if it was infinite, everything in here would be infinite. I would have an infinite living room, which itself is not really true. I'm being facetious. There'd be no living room. Like, within an infinite reality, you could never have a living room. Within infinity, technically, nothing could ever happen. This is why only nothing is infinite. Only the void is infinite. All else is finite. That just is what that is. like, whether we like it or not, that just is what it is. No board, no chess moves, but no possibility for a board, no board. See, the reason why there's no board, no chess moves is because without the board, the chess moves aren't possible. But if there's no possibility for the board, there's no board either. If there is no reality, there is no possibilities within reality. But if there is no possibility for reality, there is no reality to begin with. The reality is the board. The possibilities within reality are the chess moves. The possible moves on the board. I am within this reality, and there's many moves I can make. I can step forward, backwards, sideways, I could jump. There's many things I could do in this reality, but guess what? I can only do that which is possible for me to do in this reality. But if this reality itself was impossible, I could never exist within it, let alone do anything within it. The possibilities within the reality would be impossible themselves if the reality was impossible itself. So the reality must be possible in order for it to exist, so then all the possibilities within it can exist. And then whatever possibilities within it actualized and actually come into existence, becoming real, can then act on whatever possibilities are attached to their existence. Because the reality is possible, I can now exist within it, and I can now do that which is possible for me to do within this reality. But I can only do that because this reality is possible. An impossible reality could never exist. Therefore, I could never exist within an impossible reality. Therefore, I could never carry out any possibilities attached to my existence within an impossible reality, because there would be no possibilities attached to my impossible existence within an impossible reality. You're making the point right here. You're making the point. You're proving the point. Possibility depends on reality structure. No. The possibilities that depend on reality structure depend on reality structure. But reality structure itself also depends on possibility. If it is impossible for that reality to have structure at all, let alone the particular structure it has, it will not have structure at all, let alone the particular structure it has. Again, all structures, this bottle I'm holding, this phone I'm holding is a structure. This phone, this structure that I'm holding, within my structure, my hand, my skeleton, I am a structure holding a structure. All that is real is structure. Yet there is no structure you can point to. No building, no type of, like I'm thinking structures, like literal buildings. There's literally no structures within existence, no real structures, no structures that exist that you could point to that could impossibly exist, that you could point to if they weren't first possible to become a structure. If that which makes them possible, you get what I'm like, no possibility, no structure. It's that simple. No structure, no further possibilities. The structure itself creates new possibilities, just as the chessboard creates new possibilities. But that chessboard itself is still a possibility. The structure that you're referring to creates new possibilities based on it actualizing into existence. But if it has no potential, no possibility for it to actualize into existence, then it never will, meaning it will never lead to those further possibilities that rely on its existence. If the universe is impossible, then stars could never become possible. And if stars couldn't become possible, they could not actualize. But since the universe is possible, and it did actualize into existence, becoming real, the possibility for stars then became, and then stars actualized and became real. All of it still requires possibility, and there's no way to argue otherwise. There's no way to argue otherwise. What we got going on? What up, Hypnosis? Shout out to you. I should be 20 minutes closer to you in a matter of a couple days. Actually, you said that you went somewhere else now, so I don't know where you're living at right now, but maybe I'll be 20 minutes closer to you in a couple days. People have a hard time grasping infinite. Yes, they fucking do. And eternity. Yes. A number can simply be unfathomably large, but it's still a number. This is facts. Even if it's unfathomably large, it is still finite. I'm going to bed soon, but I'll listen back in the AM. Roger that. On to the next one. This is what is undeniable, but I'm not forcing anyone to accept anything. If you want to say possibility comes first, that's fine, but try that on a philosophy board and see how they respond. I have. I have. First off, I've destroyed certain people who have made it. Secondly, this is philosophy. This is literally, philosophers have been doing this for like 4,000 years now, and no one has been able to defeat them. No one. You can't. It has. This is what I'm saying. Over 4,000 years, it's boiled down to one thing. If you want to make the argument you're making, you have to show us something in existence that is impossible to exist. Because the moment you can't show anything in existence that is impossible to exist, then your entire argument falls flat. The moment you can't show anything in existence that does not first require the possibility to exist, your argument falls flat. And no philosophy board in the world could do that. No philosophy board in all of human history can do that. It doesn't matter who you bring this to. Not a single human out of all 8 billion on the planet, not a being in existence, could show me something that definitively and objectively exists that is definitively and objectively impossible. Period. That's just a fact. This is a 4,000-year-old problem that no one's been able to ever overcome. The people on this side of possibility have been dominating the entire time, to the point where scientists used to laugh at metaphysics, and now guess what? They're in quantum mechanics and quantum physics, and every day they get closer to metaphysics because they have no fucking choice. They got to the point, even science, even mathematics, all philosophy, all logic points to the same thing. You have to get to the point of asking the question, how do we get something from nothing? Why is there something rather than nothing? Which brings you down the path. Well, has there always been something? And the answer is no, because reality itself proves that. Nothing is eternal, nothing is infinite. Nothing. There is no thing you can point to in existence that is eternal, that is infinite. In order for it to be truly eternal, truly infinite, it always was, it always will be, it's a necessary existence, it would have to be perfect. Nothing is perfect. All is imperfect. Perfection cannot lead to, contain, or create imperfection. I'm saying things that are very old in philosophy. Because people argue that, well, reality is perfect. It's infinite. It's eternal. And then another philosopher comes along and says, how is that possible? If all of this, you, me, and everything around us is imperfect, finite, affected by entropy, nothing here is eternal. Nothing here is perfect. How could reality, since we are all a part of reality, we are all real, and all that is real is what makes up reality. If there was no real things, there'd be no reality. If nothing was real, there is no reality. So, all that is real must, literally has to be what makes up reality. There's no two ways around that. So if all that is real makes up reality, if all that exists makes up existence, and all that is real and all that exists is finite, imperfect, and not eternal, it's all affected by age, decay rates, it's all affected by entropy in some form or fashion, we could not say existence/reality is eternal, perfect infinity. Damn, okay, so what's next? Well, if all that exists, all that is real, is finite, has not always been, could not always be, is guaranteed to have a beginning and an ending, then that means there must be a time where nothing existed. There has to be a time where nothing was real, meaning there has to be a time where there was no existence, there was no reality. There's no two ways around that. Well, if that's the case, how did we go from something to nothing? Why is there something rather than nothing? This is where it all goes back to philosophy, logic, mathematics, science, quantum mechanics, you name it, Big Bang Theory. What happened before the Big Bang? This is why they had to get into quantum physics and quantum mechanics. Because the Big Bang is a physical thing that occurred. All physical things that occur, all existing things, all real things, going all the way into non-conceptual reality. Because when people hear physical, they only think conceptual or material. That's not what physical means. Physical simply means real and existing. That which exists, that which is real. All that is measurable, all that is experienceable, all that is contained within physics. So if this Big Bang, as they call it, occurred, what caused it? Because it can't just happen for no reason. There must be a reason for all effects. If there is an effect, there was a cause. Like, there's, and no one could ever argue. You can say, no, not all effects need causes. Okay, point to one effect that. Not all causes need causes, but all effects do need causes. Doesn't need a cause. I'll wait. Niggas have been waiting for 4,000 years. No one's ever presented an effect that did not have a cause preceding it. Like, and you in your entire life have never experienced an effect that preceded a cause. No one ever has, because that's impossible. Like, that's why no one can present it. To make any other argument, you would have to prove something impossible actually exists. But you could never present anything impossible that actually exists. If you could, you'd win the argument right then and there. There's no point to try and say things in any fancy way to try and make it seem like through semantics that you're correct. All you have to do is present something. See, that's the thing. I don't just have semantics that says I'm right. All of existence says I'm right. There's nothing you could point to in existence that does not require the possibility to exist. There's nothing you could point to in existence that is impossible. Yet I can point to this sandwich right here on the table in front of me and tell you exactly how it's possible and how that possibility was there prior to any of the pieces. The bread could not be bread if there was no wheat. The wheat could not be wheat if there was not the wheat seeds. You go back to the whole process of how the bread was put together, the meat, the pigs that were grown. Like, This sandwich that is on my plate is only possible because every piece of it was possible and went through a process of actualization. The ham, the turkey, the pickles, the onions, the tomatoes, the barbecue sauce, the ketchup, the mustard, the mayonnaise. These are all processes. You can go on YouTube right now and be like, how is bread made? And they'll show you how is ham made. And they'll show you how is sliced turkey made. They'll show you how is pickles made. They'll show you how is barbecue sauce made. They'll show you. You can even get the exact brands that I used. Type those in, and they'll show you how they make those. Like their own websites will be like, yes, we've been making this since 1826, and here's our recipe. And like, my sandwich can only be on my plate right now because it's possible, and it's only possible because of the actualization processes of every piece of it coming together in that sandwich. All those companies and whatever did all the things that they do to sell all their products. You go to the store, you get all those products, you bring them into your house, you take each piece of those products, you put them together, and that's a sandwich. But that sandwich would be impossible if those products didn't exist. And those products wouldn't exist if, say, pigs didn't exist and turkeys didn't exist, because it's ham and turkey. If pickles don't exist, I can't have pickles on my sandwich. In order to have pickles on my sandwich, pickles must first exist. If pickles don't exist, it's impossible for me to put pickles on a sandwich. This is how simple it is. The only way I can make a sandwich using bread is if bread is even possible. If bread is not possible to exist, bread will not exist. And if bread does not exist, I cannot make a sandwich using bread. So, since bread is possible, and then someone decided to make the bread, they actualized that possibility, they actualized that potential, and took it from possible bread to actual bread, I can now make a sandwich using bread. But if bread was never actualized as a possibility, let alone if it was never possible to begin with, I could never make a sandwich using bread. You cannot do that which is impossible. You can only do that which is possible. Meaning, the possibility for you to do the thing must exist prior to you doing it. There's a door in front of me. I have not opened this door. The door is not open. But it is possible for me to walk over here, unlock the door, and then open the door. The door is now open. Look at that. It was possible, and then I actualized that possibility. Now that the door is open, it is possible it could remain open. It's also possible I could close it. Which possibility am I going to decide to actualize? I decide to actualize the possibility of closing the door. I walk back over to the door, I grab the door handle, I close the door, and now I lock the door. If the door was impossible to close, I could have never actualized the possibility of closing the door because it wouldn't be a possibility that could be actualized. This is how simple this is. It is possible for me to pick up this bottle of water. That doesn't mean I have to. I don't have to actualize that possibility. I could never pick up that bottle of water again if I want to. But I want to pick up the bottle of water. So I just picked up the bottle of the water. But if it was impossible for me to pick up this bottle of water, I could have never picked it up. But since it's possible to pick it up, I can pick it up. And since I wanted to pick it up, I picked it up. Now, it's possible for me to put this water back on the table. I want to put the water back on the table. So I'm going to actualize the possibility of putting the water back on the table. And there's 1,000 possibilities I can do with this water bottle. I can smack it to the left. I can smack it to the right. I can tip it over. I could open it and spray the water everywhere. I could drink the water. I could throw the cap across the... I could take the water bottle, walk over to that door I just opened, open the door, and throw the water bottle outside. Or I could just leave it right where it is. All of those are possible. Therefore, I can do all of those. But you know what I can't do? I can't stare at this water bottle and with my psychic powers make it disappear. I can't do that. That's impossible. So no matter how hard I fucking stare at this thing and think disappear, 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 I'm trying to make it disappear so fucking hard right now. I am giving it all to make this fucking water bottle disappear, and it's still fucking there. Because it's impossible for me to make that water bottle disappear by staring at it and thinking disappear, disappear, disappear. And because that's impossible to actually do, I cannot actualize it as a possibility, which means it is an impossibility, something that is not possible, something that cannot be actualized. But I can pick it up and I can put it down because that's possible. But without that possibility, I could not do that. Do you get what I'm saying? You could never do anything that is impossible. You could never show anything that is impossible. You could never lead to, contain, or create anything that is impossible. It must first be possible in order for you to do it, lead to it, contain it, create it, express it, show it, achieve it, accomplish it. It must first be possible. If it's not, you can't do it, show it, prove it, contain it, create it, lead to it, etc. You literally can't because it's impossible. The only way to defeat that reality is to do, to lead to create, to contain, to show, to prove something impossible. Until you can do that, the argument falls flat on its face. And you'll never be able to do that because if you could, nothing would be here existing in possibility. It would all be impossible, yet nothing impossible exists, and all that exists is possible. Even your points of the chessboard, again, they make this point. Chessboard can't exist if it's impossible to exist. The possibility for the chessboard must be there before the chessboard. It's that simple. It doesn't matter what you use it as an example in place of reality. All things require the possibility to exist and be real. So all things that exist, all that is real, which is existence and reality, all that is existent, all that exists is existence. All that is real is reality. And all that exists and all that is real requires the possibility to exist and to be real. And there's nothing in existence or within reality that you could ever point to that does not require the possibility to exist or be real. Therefore, existence and reality literally have to be possible before they could exist or be real. There could be no existence, there could be no reality without the possibility for them. And really, we should say it, because existence and reality are basically the same thing. They're not different. That which exists is real. That which is real exists. Reality and existence are interchangeable, just as possibility and potential are. So we can really just say one or the other. I just like saying both to be thorough, because sometimes people seem to think like they're different things. All that is real exists. All that exists is real. All that exists is existence. All that is real is reality. Therefore, all that exists is reality, and all that is real is existence. Same thing. All that is possible is a potential that could be actualized. All potentials are possibilities. Same shit. These are interchangeable. They're synonymous. So, all that exists requires possibility, or else else, there could be no existence. It's that simple. And there's no two ways to argue that. None. The only thing you could ever do is point out something in existence that is impossible to exist, yet still exists. If you can't do that, you can't make your argument. That's all you have to do to win. That's all you have to do to make that point. And no one in history ever has. Aristotle issued this challenge almost 3,000, it was like 20, what is this, 20, it's 2025 right now, so like 2,300, 2,400 years ago, something like that. We'll say 2,500 years ago, just to make it a nice even number. About 2,500 years ago, Aristotle issued this exact challenge, this exact one. Show me something in existence that is impossible. In his words, show me something that exists without the potency to exist. However you say that in Greek, but he used the word potency, meaning potentiality, potential, possibility. Show me something that exists definitively and objectively, that is literally impossible. If you can show me that, you can say things can exist that are impossible. But if you can't point to one thing that exists that is impossible, you can never make the claim that impossible things could exist. Meaning, you can never make the claim that there could be existence without the possibility for existence. Philosophers have been saying this for about 4,000 years, but the reason I go back to Aristotle is because he issued the challenge. People tried to argue with him, and he said, just show me one thing that's impossible. And it shut up everyone, because no one ever could. They just kept making nonsensical arguments that always made his argument for him, which is what you're doing here, which is exactly what I said, right? That's what I said in my 3 presentations. That's what I've been saying this whole time. I keep saying it. Anyone who tries to argue against this is going to argue for it, whether they realize it or not. You have no choice but to do so. Like, again, when people try to argue their impossible God, their God that is a necessary existence, all they end up doing is proving that their God is impossible. So the naysayer doesn't even have to make the argument. They just let the believer make the argument, and they make the argument for the naysayer, proving their necessary existing God cannot exist. Like, their necessary God cannot exist. Amon. Infinity is not a number. No, it is not. It is a concept. But you can apply it to numbers, like infinite sets of countable infinities, odd numbers, equal numbers, both numbers, all numbers. Zablud. Hello, Zablud. Signal form. I don't know what that means. It seems like it was translated, so I'm not sure that it translated properly. I don't know what you're talking about. On to the next one. The problem is people don't even realize, especially religious people, they try to latch on to that philosophy of the necessary existence, not realizing it's already been debunked for like 2,000 years. It's already been destroyed. But they can't latch on to the thing that destroyed it, because the thing that destroyed it destroys the idea of their God. It just is what it is. You could never have a necessary existence, because a necessary existence would have to be eternal, truly eternal, not semi-eternal, not something that has no beginning but must have an end. No, it's got to be truly eternal, because it's existence. It's not just possibility for existence. It's not this nothing that is something. It's a something. Existence is something. So to say that something has always existed, then it must be eternal, because there must be nothing affecting its somethingness. Nothing in all this time has done anything to stop it from being something. Yet, when we measure the somethingness, we see that it all has decay rates. It's all affected by entropy. All of it's finite. Nothing within this something is infinite. Nothing within this something is perfect. Nothing within this something is eternal. And if all of the something that makes up the greater something that we call existence is affected by entropy and is guaranteed to one day cease existing, then existence itself is affected by entropy and guaranteed to one day cease existing. There's no two ways around it. 1 + 1 = 2. You can't separate it. Any more than you could separate the cells from your body. If your cells are affected by entropy, your body's affected by entropy. If your body's affected by entropy, your cells are affected by entropy. The individuated cells make up the overarching structure that is your body. The individual things that exist make up the overarching structure of existence itself. You can't separate that which exists from existence. It's impossible to do because these things exist. They are existence. That which is real is reality. You can't separate that which is real from reality. If you separate that which is real from reality, you're saying that which is real is not real, or that reality is not real. One of them has to not be real. If this couch is real, and I try to say this couch is not reality, then I'm either saying the couch is not real or reality is not real. But if reality is not real, that's not reality. That's unreality. If the couch is not real, that's not real. That's fake. That's unreality. It means the couch doesn't exist. But it does exist. I cannot say this couch that exists, clearly exists, does not exist. And if it exists, it is part of existence. It's truly that simple. There's just no two ways around that. Like, I can't separate the couch from existence because the couch exists. In order to separate the couch from existence, I would have to say the couch is non-existent, which would be a lie. Or I would have to say existence is non-existence, but existence is existence, therefore existence could not be non-existence because it is existence. Like, do you hear the paradox you're creating? Trying to separate things that exist from existence itself when all that exists is existence itself. You instantly create a paradox by trying to say something that exists is non-existent, or that existence itself, since you're separating it from the things that exist, is non-existent. Like, you have to pick one or the other. Either the couch doesn't exist, or there is no existence. But if there is no existence, the couch couldn't exist. And if the couch doesn't exist, even though it clearly fucking does, there couldn't be existence because that means the things that exist are actually non-existent, so there would be no existence. Like, you're creating a paradox. Either the couch exists or it doesn't. And if it exists, it is existence. Because it is within and part of existence. That's what existence is. All that exists is within and part of existence. All that exists makes up existence. Without anything existing, you would have no existence. Because nothing would exist. No thing would exist. Not a thing would exist. So there is no existence. That's what non-existence is. Individual things can cease existing as they are. For example, this couch. If I go outside, break it into pieces, it's no longer a couch. The things that made it up still exist, though. It's still the wood, the cushioning, the fucking, all the stuff that makes up the couch. All that stuff still exists, I just broke it into pieces. Then I set it on fire. Those pieces no longer exist. But as smoke, as molecules and atoms, as matter and as energy, it still exists. It's still within and part of existence. It is still something that is making up existence. So I could not separate it from existence, even if I changed its form within existence. Because it exists. The couch might not exist anymore, but that which made it up still does. Therefore, it is still part of existence, meaning it is still something that helps to make up existence. If all of that ceased to exist, if we got to the point where entropy was affecting things down to the the energy that makes them up, like we're at the end of the reality, to the point where the entropy causes all vibration to cease. Meaning, the energy literally dissolves. Because if you go look at quantum theory, I just shared a video in Chaos Sphere a little while ago about why things exist. Is because the quantum vacuum does not allow shit to stay still. Everything must move. If things stop, shit just stops. Shit dissolves. There is no more reality. The particles need to move. The waves need frequency. They need to have ups and downs. They need to be waves. If it flatlines, literally, like that's a heart is a perfect, a heart monitor. When the heart stops beating, it's dead. When the wave frequencies are no longer frequencies, they just flatline. Nothing is moving. Which is where it's all headed. Entropy proves this. The laws of thermodynamics prove this definitively. Shit, I even like that terminology. Nothing is moving. Which is how we definitively know, not just all of reality, but even down to the physical laws, that this shit can't last forever. It has a beginning, and it has an end. It's guaranteed. Once you reach that point, the energy itself stops vibrating. The quantum vacuum stays still, like a placid lake. No virtual particles are created. No potentials are being actualized. And then, for a certain period of time, it remains that way. Until there is, for whatever reason, a fluctuation causing a potential to actualize, and a new reality is born. Because something real now exists. And the moment something real exists, there is reality. There is existence. And if that something real is persistent enough and self-replicating enough, it will exist long enough to be called a stable existence. And the more stable the existence, the longer it will take the entropy to build within it and return it to the void. To return it to the state of chaos. The less persistent it is, the less self-replicating it is, the less stable it is, the faster the entropy builds within it, its structure breaks down, because the structure is no longer possible to remain stable, meaning the structure is becoming impossible, and then it is returned once again to the void. This is what entropy measures, which guarantees your argument is incorrect. Proves it definitively. Everything in existence itself, reality itself, disproves the argument you're attempting to make. Because the argument you're attempting to make is impossible. It's an impossible claim with an impossible argument, with impossible evidence and proof that you could never show. Again, you could never even show one thing that is impossible yet exists. You could never do one thing that is impossible. You can never think, smell, taste, touch, hear, experience, cause, lead to, create, contain, show, or prove anything impossible. Not one thing in all of existence. Not one. So you have zero evidence to back up your argument. You have zero evidence to gather enough of it to call it proof. Because enough evidence you can then claim as proof. if that evidence proves your argument. And if it proves your argument then proves your claim. But if you can't gather even one piece of evidence in all of existence, let alone the proof to back up your argument, to support your claim falls flat on its face. But if I can point to everything in existence and show you that all of it's possible, this couch is possible, I'm possible, you're possible, this phone I'm holding is possible, everything you've ever seen, done, heard, smelled, tasted, touched, experienced, led to, created, contained, etc. is possible, then I have all the evidence, which is proof. Like, all that exists is my proof that possibility is required for existence. Meaning, my argument is extremely solid. It's literally proven by that which we're discussing itself, existence. Meaning, my claim has to be correct, that existence requires possibility prior to it, or else it could not exist, because all that exists requires possibility prior to it, and all that exists is existence, because you can never separate anything that exists from existence. Again, this couch exists. Go ahead and separate it from existence for me. The only way to do it would be to make it unreal. You'd have to take the energy it's made from and dissolve it. I can make the couch itself no longer exist, but that which makes up the couch still exists. Even if I burn it, vaporize it. Guess what vaporizing does? It turns something to vapor. Vapor exists, right? Like, so unless I literally dissolve the energy the particles and waves are made of that make up the couch at a quantum level, let alone the atomic structure, the molecular structure, mineral structure, etc. If I don't dissolve the energy of the thing back into the void, it still exists. Therefore, I cannot separate that which makes this couch up from existence. You get what I'm saying? Like, so as long as the couch exists, as long as the energy that makes up the couch at a quantum level exists, let alone the couch as a structure that we know as a couch. As long as it exists, I cannot separate it from existence because it exists. It is part of existence. It helps make up existence. Right? So in order for you to make your argument, you'd have to make an argument that this couch that I'm looking at right here, you could somehow separate that from existence. Even though it exists, that's not possible. You cannot sit here and say that thing doesn't exist when it does exist. You cannot call it non-existent when it's clearly existent. Nor could you say, well, okay, it exists, but existence doesn't. Nigga, if it exists, existence is. Like, as long as anything exists, there is existence. In order for there to be no existence, nothing must exist. No thing must exist. Not a thing must exist. If anything exists, there is existence. Do you get what I'm saying? So all that exists makes up existence. Because if there's even just one thing existing, there is existence. Period. And if this couch and every other thing that exists makes up existence, and all of those things require possibility to exist prior to them existing, then existence has no choice but to require possibility prior to it being. There's no two ways around that. The only way, I'm going to say it for the 10,000th time, let's see if you take the challenge this time, because no one ever has and no one ever will. But let's see if you do. The only way you could disprove that is if you could find something in existence that definitively and objectively exists, that you could prove to us externally exists, but is literally and objectively impossible to exist. You have to find something impossible that exists and present it as your evidence of something impossible existing, which would prove existence does not require possibility. Because until you do that, all things that you could possibly point to, hear the word possibly, all things that you could possibly point to require possibility to exist prior to them existing. I'm looking at a thing of cupcakes right now, right? It's got the chocolate cupcakes with the chocolate frosting. My mom likes double chocolate type things. If chocolate did not exist, she could not make chocolate cupcakes, because chocolate cupcakes would be impossible to create without chocolate. There's no potential for chocolate cupcakes with chocolate frosting if there is no such thing as chocolate. Chocolate existing creates the possibility for chocolate frosting and chocolate cupcakes, let alone chocolate cupcakes with chocolate frosting. But what about the next question? I'm glad you asked. Chocolate could not exist if there was no possibility for chocolate to exist. What is chocolate? What plant does chocolate grow from? How does that do you get like if there is no possibility for a thing, there cannot be a thing. If there is no possibility for the cupcake, there cannot be a cupcake. My mom cannot create impossible cupcakes. Every cupcake she has ever made and will ever make will be possible for her to make. And that possibility will already be prior to her making the cupcakes. There's no two ways around that. You could never make a cupcake that's impossible to make. It must first be possible, and then you can make it. There must first be chocolate before you can make chocolate cupcakes. That just is what that is. That's just what that is. Next. Thanks for the response. I'm going to need a long time to go through. Yeah, you got some more now too. So you're going to take a while, but you take your time, buddy. You take your time. And I hope I'm saying this as thoroughly as possible. Don't think I'm yelling at you. I just like to emphasize my words so they get the point across. You got a lot of emphasization coming your way. Also, your challenge doesn't work. If anything exists, it must be possible, because impossible things can't exist. So you're telling me impossible things can exist? If you're telling me, see, here's we go back to. If you're telling me that impossible things can exist, show me one impossible thing that does exist. Provide evidence for your claim. And if you could provide at least one piece of evidence, well, then at least you'd have evidence, but you can't. And even one piece of evidence is not definitive proof, always. Don't get me wrong, it can be. One piece of evidence can be definitive proof. But in the face of all that exists, well, everything I'm looking at is possible. So for you to bring one impossible thing, just one, even that would not amount to proof. It would be the exception that proves the rule. So there's one impossible thing that exists, yet all other things are possible. Seems like that one thing somehow broke a rule. There's some sort of loophole here that we gotta find. There's something we're missing. There's a variable we're not understanding. But the general rule still remains, all things must be possible, because we only found one impossible thing. And guess what? We can't even find that one impossible thing. So there's zero evidence to back up that statement. Yet all the evidence exists to say, if anything exists, it must be possible, because impossible things can't exist, because these gloves, this TV, this remote, these boots, these shoes, my robe I'm wearing is all possible. Everything that exists is possible. Nothing that exists is impossible. And you can never point to anything that exists that's impossible. But I can point to everything that exists, and it's all possible. So it's easy for me to make the claim, if anything exists, it must be possible, because impossible things can't exist. It's impossible for you to make the claim that impossible things can exist. But notice what happened. You didn't prove that possibility is prior to existence. I've been doing it the entire time. You can't name anything that exists. Again, name one thing that exists that comes into existence prior to it being possible. Name one thing. This backpack needed to be possible before it was produced. This water bottle needed to be possible before it was produced. I needed to be possible before my parents produced me. If my mother could not get pregnant, or my father could not make a woman pregnant, or both of them couldn't do, my father can't make a woman pregnant and my mother can't get pregnant, then guess what? I would be impossible and I would not have been born. The simple fact that I am here talking to you proves that I was possible. Because if I was impossible, meaning they could not create me, I would not have been created. But they did create me, meaning they were capable, they had the capacity, they had the potential to create me. The possibility to create me was there. And they actualized that possibility by fucking. If their fucking could not create me, it would not create me. But it did create me, meaning it could create me. And there's no two ways around it. You cannot claim that their fucking could not create me if it literally did create me. You can't claim that Mark Moon Spilly, all hail his name, can't draw a picture if he's already drawn 100 pictures. Like, bro, he's already proven that wrong. Before you even made the claim, he proved that wrong. And after you make the claim, he draws another picture, proving it wrong again. Like, you can't make the claim that something is impossible if it has already been done. Unless it is something that was possible, but is now impossible. For example, if a woman goes through menopause, she can no longer get pregnant. So her getting pregnant was a possibility, and then she went through menopause, and now her getting pregnant is no longer a possibility. So when it was a possibility, she could have gotten pregnant. Now that it's no longer a possibility, she can't get pregnant. You are a man, if I recall correctly. Yeah, you're a man. I remember your voice. You're a guy. If you are an anatomically correct human male, you cannot get pregnant. You could go to jail and get raped in your booty, and every orifice you have, 10 times a day, and you'll never get pregnant no matter how much semen you take, because you are anatomically impossible to impregnate. The possibility for your impregnation
Do you like? I don't know how many different ways I have to say this. I'm getting stupid now. Just getting foolish. But you get the point. There's no there is no possibility for your impregnation. It's that simple. So you can't become pregnant. But if a fertile woman is placed in that position, oh, she's going to get pregnant. Getting raped 10 times a day by grown men who are capable of impregnating her, she's going to get pregnant at some point. Now, is it possible she never does? Yeah, it's technically possible. The sperm still got to win the race at some point. Maybe all the sperm don't win the race, but the odds, getting raped 10 times a day, say she's in jail for 10 years in a man's jail somehow, getting raped 10 times a day. 10 different men, all the men are capable of impregnating her. So it's 10 different men every single day for 10 years, and all of those men are capable of impregnating her. The odds of her not getting pregnant are way lower than the odds of her getting pregnant because she's an anatomically correct female. They are anatomically correct males. She can get pregnant. What's going on outside? And they can impregnate. That was a weird sound. Anyway, they can impregnate her. She can be impregnated by them. She's being raped 10 times a day by them for 10 years. She's probably going to have many babies. Like, she's probably going to have a baby a year. like real talk. She'll probably be pregnant every year unless all that raping and all that pregnancy makes it so at some point she can no longer get pregnant. Unless there is something about her anatomy that is harmed in that process that makes it no longer possible for her to get pregnant. But as long as it's possible, odds are she will. Do you see how the possibility works? If it's not possible, if she was in menopause, if there's like a 60-year-old lady who already went through menopause and cannot get pregnant, meaning it's impossible for her to get pregnant, it doesn't matter if she's raped 20 times a day for 20 years till she's 80. She will never get pregnant because she's anatomically impossible to impregnate. The possibility for the impregnation must be there prior to the actual impregnation. Or else, there can't be impregnation. I cannot be impregnated because I'm an anatomically correct male. The possibility for my impregnation is not there, period. There is no possibility for my impregnation. There's no potential, no capacity. There is no capacity for a baby to become or be developed within my womb because I don't have a womb. There is no potential for a baby to gestate within me because I'm an anatomically correct male. But an anatomically correct female has the possibility to become impregnated. She has the capacity, the potential, to become pregnant. The possibility for a baby to become or develop within her womb is there. Because she's anatomically capable of being pregnant. The possibility for her impregnation is there. But it ain't here. Because I'm a man. It's there because she's a woman. That which is impossible cannot be done, cannot happen, cannot occur, cannot exist. That which is possible can happen, can be done, can occur, can exist. It's that simple. It's so simple. There's no two ways around that. You're arguing that something impossible can happen, can be done, can occur, can exist. Well, if you think something impossible can happen, can be done, can occur, can exist, then all you have to do is show me just one impossible thing happening, occurring, being done, or existing. Because nobody ever has. All things that anyone has ever done, that anything that's ever happened, anything that's ever occurred,
anything that's ever existed, anything that you can point to right now, including you yourself, is possible. Period. So, if you're going to say the opposite, prove it. Show us something. This couch is possible. It exists. This phone in my hand is possible. It exists. This water bottle is possible. And all of the possibility for these things was there prior to them existing. All of the possibility for all of these things was there prior to any of them being actualized. This phone could not have been actualized into reality. It could not have become real. It could not come into existence if it was impossible. If the minerals that make up this phone did not exist on planet Earth, this phone could not exist. Maybe a phone could exist, a type of phone could, but not this one. This phone requires everything that makes up it. Every single component that makes up this phone is what this phone is. So if any of those components were impossible to exist, this phone as a structure made up of those components would later be impossible. You would have to make something else in some other way. You could not make this phone without the components that make up this phone. Without those components, this phone becomes impossible. The simple fact that those components were possible and actualized into reality, meaning they exist now, made this phone possible to exist. So when somebody sat down and thought, how can I make this phone? They thought of all the components, all the minerals, all the materials, including the phone structure, from its raw materials to its finished, completed form, and drew up the blueprints of every step of the way, and then actualized every step of those blueprints, from gathering the minerals, to refining them, to sending them off to a factory somewhere, to put the components together, to send to another factory that takes those components together and puts them in the form of a phone. But if any step of that process is impossible, the phone becomes impossible. If the chess pieces are impossible, the chess moves are impossible. You ever the possibility must be there prior to the thing, or else the thing could never exist. The possibility for something to happen must be there prior to the thing happening, or it never could happen. If I don't have any arms, I can't punch you in the face. The possibility for me to punch you with my organic human fist is impossible if I don't even have any arms. In order to make it possible, I would have to then get some artificial arms, or get somebody else to act as my arms and have them punch you. But even then, guess what? I'm still not punching you myself if they're punching you. And even if I'm using prosthetic arms to punch you with my prosthetic hands, guess what? I'm still not punching you with my own organic meat fists. Those are gone. I lost my arms in the war. Or I never had arms. I was born without them. I never had organic meat fists. So I never had the potential, the possibility, the capacity to punch someone in the face with my own two hands. It's impossible for me to do because I ain't got no arms. And I never had no arms. Do you understand? You get like a man who was born with no arms, meaning he has no fists at the ends of those arms has no potential to punch you with his own two fists. He has no possibility to punch you with his own two fists. So he never will punch you or anyone or anything anywhere with his own two fists because it's impossible. The argument you're making is that, yes, that man born with no arms, meaning he has no fists, can still punch you with his organic meat fists, even though it's impossible for him to do since he has no organic meat fists. That's the argument you're making when you say something can happen without possibility. It's impossible for him to punch you with hands he doesn't have. That's my argument. You're saying, no, he can punch you because the punch does not require possibility. What? How does the punch not require the possibility for him to punch? If there's no possibility for him to punch at all, even better, the baby was born dead. Like, it was stillborn and buried right away. So it's impossible for a 20-year-old version of that person, for that baby, to grow to be 20 years old and punch you in the face. That's impossible. Why? Because the baby's dead and buried 20 years ago. That motherfucker's decayed right now. At best, he's a little skeleton. He died in the womb. So there's no way he could grow to be 20 years old at all, let alone grow to be 20 years old and punch you in the face. It's impossible. There's no possibility. But your argument says, yes, he could. Because possibility is not required for things to happen. Possibility is not required for things to exist. Possibility is not required. Like, do you, like, if the possibility is not required for a thing to exist, then possibility is not required for anything. You could be punched impossibly. This baby who died 20 years ago and had no arms, this baby who was stillborn with no arms and was cremated 20 years ago, can still punch you in the face today as a grown man. But that's impossible. Nope, it's not. But the possibility for the baby to survive with arms and grow to the age of 20 is required for him to even be possible to punch you at the age of 20. If the baby is stillborn and has no arms and was cremated, so now it's just vapors and ash, there's no possibility for him to grow to 20 years old and then punch you in the face. So the baby never could grow to 20 years old and punch you in the face. X must be possible before it can happen, occur, or exist. If X is impossible, it cannot happen, occur, or exist. If the baby is born with no arms and is stillborn and cremated, it cannot, because it's impossible, it is not possible, it has no possibility to grow to 20 years old and punch you in the face with its own two hands. But your argument is that, yes, it can. That's what you're arguing. Yes, it can. No, it can't. It's impossible. It's impossible. And yes, Vazen, that GTHHH6 fellow, he commented on a video earlier today, instantly ad hominem attacks, instantly started, calling names and stuff. You're a fucking idiot. Da, 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 da. Like, so of course I had to destroy him with absolute ease too. Like, you know how this works, right? They have no arguments, they have no rebuttals, they have no refutations. All they have is ad hominems and strawmans. I'm going to try to simplify this shit in such a way that it makes it seem like this, but it's easy to just overthrow that dumb shit. All right, well, I'm just going to call you fucking names. Okay, I can call you names too, and I can do it while proving you wrong. So he just showed up in the chat randomly and was like, shut up, you fucking idiot, or some shit like that. So I was just like, goodbye. Like, we'll time you out for 24 hours. Let's see if you can come back and behave. If not, we'll just fucking block you. Like, if you can't be mature enough, intellectual enough, intelligent enough, knowledgeable enough to be amongst the gods over here, to be amongst these demons, bye, nigga. Like, goodbye. All right, on to the next one. It's this one, right?
So again, I've proved over and over again, that possibility must be prior to anything and everything existing. Like, there's not a single thing in existence you can point to that did not require the possibility to exist prior to it existing. Period. Not one thing. Not one thing. Yet everything that I have said so far definitively proves that possibility must come prior to anything that happens, occurs, or exists. The baby must be possible before the woman can even get impregnated. She must be possible of being impregnated before she can be impregnated. The man must have the potential to impregnate a woman before he impregnates a woman. So before the baby is possible, the possibility for the baby must be there. And before that baby can grow to 20 years old and punch you in the face with its own two hands, the possibility for it to grow to 20 years old must be there. The possibility for it to punch you with its own two hands must be there. So if the baby is stillborn, with no arms, and cremated, the baby was born with no potential to grow to 20 years old and no potential to ever punch you in the face with its own two hands, let alone grow to 20 years old and punch you in the face with its own two hands. It's impossible. It can never happen. It can never occur. It cannot exist. That potential could never actualize because it's not a potential. That possibility could never actualize because it's not a possibility. It's an impossibility. And impossibilities cannot actualize, therefore they don't. That which is impossible cannot happen, cannot occur, cannot exist. That which is impossible cannot actualize because there is no potential. There is no capacity to become or develop into anything in the future if it is an impossibility. It must be a possibility. It must be a potential to have, to show, or to be the capacity to become or develop into something in the future. If no potential is had, no potential is shown, and no potential simply is, then no thing could ever become or be developed into in the future. In the future, meaning it must be there prior to the thing happening, occurring, or existing. It must be there prior to the thing becoming or being developed into. In the future. Like, that is what that is. If there is no potential for something, that something can never happen. No possibility for something, that something can never happen. In order to make the argument that it could, you'd have to show something that did. You'd have to show something impossible that exists. Show me something impossible that can occur, that can happen, that can be done, that can exist. Definitively and objectively. Not subjectively, not belief-wise, not through faith. You got to prove it. You got to provide actual evidence. There's an apron hanging right here. There's 2 trash cans right here. There's a broom right there. There's some cinnamon toast crunch right here. All of that is possible. All of it.
Nothing I can point to, nothing you can point to in existence is impossible to exist. If it was impossible to exist, it would not exist. And there's no way to make that argument without you providing evidence to back up that argument. But I can make the opposite argument because everything in existence backs up my argument. Again, you have yet to come up with a single example of a single thing that exists without possibility. You've yet to show me a single impossible thing that exists. Because you can't claim something can exist without possibility. And then claim it's not impossible. Because that's what your claim is. Your claim is something impossible can exist. It doesn't require possibility. Possibility requires it. Therefore, it comes prior to the possibility for itself. Meaning, it's literally impossible, yet still in existence. So please, show me something impossible existing, and then maybe, maybe we could take your argument up the chain to all of existence. But even then, again, you would just be showing me something that proves the rule, the exception to the rule. Because there's one thing in existence that is impossible, yet all else is possible. That's an exception that proves the rule. There's some sort of loophole here. But again, that loophole doesn't exist because that loophole itself is impossible. And you'll never show me something impossible that exists. Nothing. You will never show me a single impossible thing that exists. You will never do a single impossible thing. You will never create, lead to, contain, say, feel, touch, smell, taste, hear, anything impossible. Ever. And I'll say it 10,000 times because that is the challenge Aristotle issued 2,500 years ago, and I'm issuing it again today because ain't nobody take him up on it, and nobody's taken me up on it yet. Show me one thing that's impossible, and you prove me wrong. Show me one thing that's impossible, and you've at least provided a single piece of evidence for your thought process. But if you can't even provide a single piece of evidence, you cannot say that your argument has any proof because it doesn't even have any evidence. And if your argument ain't got no proof, your claim falls flat because it's built upon your argument. The claim is built on the argument is built on the proof is built on the evidence. No evidence, no proof, no argument, no claim, big dog. Yet my evidence is existence itself, reality itself. All that you could point to is possible and was possible prior to its existence. And if you're going to try to point to anything that you say is impossible, if you're going to point to anything that exists, you have to show me how it exists without being possible. Because I'm holding this phone in my hand. It's possible. And I can break down why it's possible. But if I was to sit here and tell you this phone is impossible, I would have to then explain how it's impossible. I would have to explain how the screen is not possible, how the minerals aren't possible. I'm like, the minerals do not exist in this reality. And then we can go on the internet and look for the minerals and be like, oh my God, these minerals don't exist. Send it to a laboratory or some shit. And you're like, damn, these minerals are non-existent. Like, which doesn't make sense because they exist. If they didn't, the phone couldn't be a phone. Like, I couldn't hold a non-existent phone in my hand. Something that doesn't exist. I can't hold that which doesn't exist in my hand. As an existing being with an existing hand, I can only hold existing things. So I can never make the argument that what I'm holding is non-existent. I can never make the argument that what I'm holding in my hand is impossible. Because I'm holding it, big dog. And everything within it can be sourced. It had to be in order for it to be put together as a phone. And as all things that I can point to around me, as all things I can point to in existence, same with you. Same with you. If you could do otherwise, please do. I'm begging you. I've been begging anybody to do that. Please show me something in existence that's impossible to exist. Please do it. You can't do it, so you won't do it. You can't do it, so you won't do it. You're running into the same wall everyone else who's ever tried to make this argument has run into. It's the wall of impossibility. What you're saying is your claim is impossible. Therefore, your argument has to be impossible. Therefore, the proof and the evidence that would build up to your proof is also impossible. And if the evidence and proof are impossible, they're non-existent. And if they're non-existent, your argument is impossible because it's based on non-existent evidence and non-existent proof. If you go to court with non-existent evidence, well, court is ran by humans and they can make stupid decisions, but in a truly fair court and that is actually based on evidence and they're not just railroading people, in a truly fair court, non-existent evidence could not be presented. If you're accusing someone of something in a court, you would have to provide them the evidence that amounts to proof, because they're supposed to be innocent until proven guilty. But if your evidence is non-existent, then your proof is non-existent. Therefore, they remain innocent because you could never prove them guilty. So if your evidence is non-existent and your proof is non-existent, your argument is non-existent. You're not making an argument for the thing. You can't. It's impossible. It's impossible. You're going to end up making an argument that is contradictory, which is exactly what you're doing. If anything exists, it must be possible because impossible things can't exist. That's a fact. To prove otherwise, you would have to provide evidence of impossible things existing. But you can't. Nobody can. Let's see. You just defined impossible as cannot exist. Yes, that is part of the definition. That which is impossible cannot happen, cannot occur, cannot exist. And in order for you to prove that wrong, you would have to show me something impossible that can happen, that can occur, and that can exist. And the only way to prove that would be to show me something impossible that is happening, is occurring, and is existing. Because you can claim, well, this is impossible, but it can happen, it can occur, it can exist. And I go, prove it. Well, I can't prove it. In order to prove something, so like I can say, hey, this water bottle is possible. And the proof that it's possible is that it exists. And if I want to get down into it, I can bring you through the entire process of how it came into existence. I could show you the water bottle factory and where they got the water from and what water's made of and H2O and molecules and like we can actually go into this water bottle and break down every step of its actualization process, proving that every single step of it was possible, which is why it exists right now. And I can say, guess what? It is possible that water bottles can continue being created. We can go to the water bottle factory or just look it up and watch them make another water bottle, meaning it is still possible for water bottles to be created, meaning it is still possible for water bottles to exist. It was possible because I'm holding on to one that was created, and it is still possible because they're still making them today. Its existence is proving its possibility. Every step of its actualization process proves its possibility. That is proof. I could claim water bottles were possible, but if I could never show you a water bottle that ever existed, it's just a claim. I can't prove the claim. I can't even prove they were possible without drawing up the whole fucking plan for them. But since water bottles do exist, I don't have to do all that. I ain't got to draw up the blueprints of a water bottle, how you would refine the what minerals it would be made out of, how to refine it, how to fucking send it to the factory. I don't have to draw up because Someone's already done that. Poland Springs exists. This great value purified drinking water from Walmart already exists. All I got to do is show you that bottle. Nah, great value purified drinking water from Walmart's impossible. Well, nigga, I got a bottle right here of great value purified drinking water that I got from Walmart. Matter of fact, let's drive to Walmart. Look, there's packs of them right there. You want to know how they did it? Let's go on Walmart's website and see how they make their great value purified water. Let's go to and if you want to get further, we can go to the factory. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, you can go through the actualization process of this bottle of water, proving that it exists, proving that it's possible to exist. But if you're going to tell me something impossible can exist, you'd have to be able to run me through that same process to show me that to prove that to me. You can claim anything. You can claim anything, but can you prove it? Can you even provide evidence for it? No, you can't even make a logical or logically or philosophically consistent argument for it, let alone provide proof of it, let alone provide evidence of it, let alone proof of it. You can't provide a single shred of evidence of something impossible existing. You could never point to anything in existence and say that it's impossible. Therefore, you can never show me anything impossible that exists. Therefore, you can never make a logically and philosophically consistent argument backed up by evidence and proof of the claim that something impossible can exist. So yes, I just defined impossible as cannot exist. Impossible is cannot blank. It doesn't even have to be the word exist. That's just one thing it cannot do. If it's impossible, it cannot be done. It cannot happen. It cannot occur. It cannot exist. It cannot. It's impossible. If it's possible, it can. It's possible it can happen. It's possible it can be done. It's possible it can occur. It's possible it can exist. You see what I'm saying? Possible is can. Impossible is cannot. Yes, that is exactly how we defined it, right? That makes your argument circular. A, impossible things can't exist by definition. Correct. B, everything that exists, therefore, isn't impossible, meaning everything that exists is possible. C, therefore, everything that exists was possible. Correct. That doesn't show possibility as a prerequisite. It just shows we use the word impossible to mean doesn't happen in reality. But why doesn't it happen in reality? Because it's impossible. Like, it's not circular, it's definitive. Literally, the word definitive. Not only is it defined in this way, this describes what's occurring because that's what is. If something cannot occur, it will not occur. Think about that. Cannot comes before will not, right? Can becomes before will. Can I do that? If I can, and I try to, then I will. Even if it's something that might take a few tries. Can I hit a three-point shot? I can. I haven't shot a basketball in like 6 fucking years. It might take me 6 tries. But I can hit a shot, and if I shoot enough shots, I'm going to hit one. It's not impossible for me to hit a jump shot. It's possible for me to hit a jump shot. So just based on the odds, just based on the mathematics, let alone my level of skill augmenting the mathematics, if I shoot enough shots, I'm going to hit one at some point because it's possible. The possibility for me to hit the jump shot comes prior to me shooting the jump shot. If it was impossible for me to shoot the jump shot, I could not shoot the jump shot. And if it's impossible for me to shoot the jump shot, it's impossible for me to hit the jump shot. I must first be capable of shooting the jump shot in order for the jump shot to go in. The possibility always comes before the action. If I have no legs, I cannot shoot a jump shot because I cannot jump. The impossibility of the jump shot, of me doing a jump shot, is based on my impossibility of me jumping because I don't have any legs. I do not have the potential, the capacity, the possibility to jump. Therefore, I do not have the potential, the capacity, the possibility to shoot a jump shot. Therefore, I do not have the potential, the capacity, the possibility to hit a jump shot. In order to hit the jump shot, certain potentials must have already actualized prior to me even thinking about taking the jump shot. I must first be born. Like, there's a whole lot of shit that has to happen. And we can go back to the first thing in existence all the way up to the moment of me taking that jump shot. All that shit's got to line up. All of existence that occurred before that moment that caused me to even want to pick up the basketball to shoot the jump shot must occur. All those things must be possibilities that actualize into reality, leading up to basketball itself, basketball courts, basketballs, up to my birth, shit, humans, my parents, basketball, basketballs, a basketball court, a basketball rim, basketball hoop, basketball net, up to the moment where I'm at a certain age, of a certain time, in a certain place in my life, where for whatever reason, I want to shoot a jump shot. So then I get a basketball some way, somehow, which has to be possible. If it's impossible for me to get a basketball, it would be impossible for me to shoot a jump shot with a basketball, right? All these things must be possible, and they all must line up for me to get to the moment of picking up the basketball and shooting the jump shot as many times as I need to shoot it before it goes in. So in order for the possibility of me hitting the jump shot, there must first be the possibility of me shooting the jump shot. Which means basketballs must be possible. Which means basketball must be possible. These recordings are 1950 long. Is there a size cap? I don't know, but it starts blinking at 1930. So you're going to hear this at some point if you listen to all these recordings. Amon, I do not know what the size cap is, but at 1930 it starts blinking red. Like, I just went to 2130 on the last one, and I was like, oh shit, because it's blinking. So I think it's 22 minutes. I think 22 minutes is the cap. I'm not sure. I can't remember. But I just always try to keep it before 20. I always stop before 20 because the red blinking makes me think at some point I'm going to get cut off and I'm not even going to notice because I'm ignoring it, which probably happened in the past, which is probably why I've trained myself this way and I just don't remember. So my guess would be it's 22 minutes. I've gone over it before. And because I've gone over it before, I remember now it should be under 20 minutes. So I always check the time to see how close it is to 20 minutes. And if I see it flashing, I know it's over 1930. Like, I just saw it flashing, and it was at like 21:30. I was like, let me end that one and just go on. So, as I was saying in the last one, if basketball is impossible, if basketball hoops are impossible, if basketballs themselves are impossible, let alone the game of basketball, if I'm impossible, if my legs are impossible, if me jumping is impossible, if me shooting a jump shot is impossible, if jump shots are impossible, if jump shots going in are impossible, I could never shoot a jump shot that goes in. All of that must be possible prior to me even taking the jump shot in order for me to shoot a jump shot that goes in. There's no two ways around that. There's no two ways around that. If everything that is required for me to hit a jump shot is impossible, I could never hit a jump shot. But if everything that is required for me to hit a jump shot is possible, then I can hit a jump shot. It's not a guarantee that I will. I might suck. It might take me 100 shots to hit one, but I can hit one. It's possible I can hit one. And if it's possible that I can hit one, it's pretty much a guarantee that as long as I keep shooting at some point, just by the odds, just by the probabilities of mathematics, just through chaos theory alone, I'm going to hit a jump shot at some point. Even if it takes 1,000,000 shots, I'm that fucking bad. Shot 1,000,001 goes in. Like, because it's possible. But if it's impossible for the jump shot to go in, I can shoot an infinite number of jump shots and it will never go in because it's impossible for it to go in. The possibility for a jump shot to go in must be there prior to the jump shot going in. If there is no possibility for the jump shot to go in, the jump shot will literally never, ever, ever go in. There's nothing you can point to in existence. There's nothing you can point to happening, occurring, being done, or existing that does not require the possibility for it to happen, be done, occur, or exist prior to it happening, being done, occurring, or existing. Nothing. The possibility for my mother to create these cupcakes had to be there prior to her making the cupcakes. The chocolate had to exist. The cupcake stuff had to exist. Her ability to make cupcakes had to exist. All this had to be possible to exist itself. So if none of those things were possible and none of those things existed, she could never make the cupcakes. So the possibility for the cupcakes is non-existent, meaning the cupcakes don't exist. Like, but if all those things are possible, she can then, if all those things are possible, the cupcakes then become possible. And once they're possible, she can do it. She had the cupcake batter sitting on the thing for 2 days, and she had the eggs sitting in the fridge. She had 3 eggs in a bowl in the fridge. She had all the ingredients to make the cupcakes. Without those ingredients, the cupcakes are impossible. But without the possibility for those ingredients are impossible. If chickens didn't exist, the chicken eggs she had in the fridge wouldn't exist. Chicken eggs are impossible without chickens. And chickens are impossible without chicken eggs. So what came first, the chicken or the egg? Let's stop. You know what I would answer? The possibility for both. Throw the whole argument off. What came first, the chicken or the egg? The possibility. Good answer, you philosophically consistent son of a bitch. But yeah, if the ingredients for the cupcakes are impossible, the cupcakes are impossible. Because if the ingredients for the cupcakes are impossible, the ingredients could never actualize into existence. The box of whatever that powder stuff is, you know, the brownie box, the cake box, you know, you go to the store, you go to the aisle where they got the cakes and the brownies and stuff that you can make at home. The box, the cardboard box that the stuff is in. If that stuff was impossible, that stuff would not exist. And if that stuff did not exist, she could never go to the store and buy that stuff. And if she never goes into the store and buys that stuff, she could never use that stuff to then come home and create the cupcakes. The cupcakes were possible for days. The moment she bought the stuff and brought it home, along with the eggs and the milk and everything else, she had her ingredients. Her making cupcakes is now possible. And guess what? The cupcake thing sat on the counter for like 3 days. Those 3 eggs that she needed stayed in the fridge in that little bowl. She took them all out, but she didn't make them each day. So the possibility did not actualize for 3 days. The moment the shit existed, it was always possible she could make it. Because it was possible she could go to the store and buy the eggs and buy the cupcake batter and buy the milk and bring it home and then put it together. She got closer. The possibility of this occurring went up. The probability went up when she actually went to the store. It went up when she went to the aisle that these things were in. It went up when she selected them. It went up when she paid for them and put them in the car. It went up when she brought them home. It went up even higher when she separated the 3 eggs. It went up higher when she put the cupcake batter on the counter. And then it went up and up and up until it hit 100% while she was making them. But it took her 3 days to make them. So I sat in this house, seeing that for 3 days, knowing cupcakes are possible. When she'll make them, I don't know. I don't know exactly when they will occur. I don't know how many will come out. But I know when they do, I'm going to get me one. So I had to wait for that possibility, that potential to actualize. Because I didn't want to make them. So I just had to wait for her to have the energy and the want to actualize that potential herself. And guess what? She did. She did it yesterday. She actualized the potential of the cupcakes. And now, there is cupcakes. If any of the steps leading up to these cupcakes existing was impossible, these cupcakes could never exist. The steps for the cupcakes had to exist for the cupcakes themselves to even be possible. Meaning, there had to be a possibility for those steps to even be possible, for them to be possible. Again, why are babies born? Because of their parents who come before them. Why are they born? Because of their parents who come before them. All that is created, all that comes into existence requires the possibility for it to exist prior to it existing. All things that require other things only require those things because those things make those other things possible. It's still a chain of possibility. The baby requires the parents to make the baby possible. And then once the baby is possible, they can then actualize it. And the process of actualizing a baby is sex. Without the sex, without the sperm and the egg, the baby does not actualize as a potential. It simply remains a potential. It remains a possibility that has not yet been actualized. Everything is within the chain of actualization. Everything requires a potential that is going to be actualized. If there is no potential prior to the actualization, there will be no actualization. If two people get married and they want to have a baby, but they don't know that they can't, the woman doesn't know she's infertile, the man doesn't know that he's infertile, say they're both infertile, but neither of them know it. It doesn't matter how many times they go through the actualization process of fucking, they will never actualize a baby because there's no potential for a baby from their actualization process. Their sex could never lead to a baby. Sex between them producing a baby is already impossible. It's not possible. Therefore, no matter how many times they have sex, they will never produce a baby. The possibility for the baby must be there before the baby is actualized, or there could be no baby. And that goes for that baby's parents, and those babies' parents, and parents, going all the way back to humanity. This is just a chain of possibilities actualizing. Everything that comes before the next thing is required in order to provide the possibility to that next thing coming existence, going all the way back to the first thing, which is the only thing that doesn't require another thing, because all it requires is possibility itself. It is that persistent and that self-replicating. This is why it has to be self-replicating. Because it must be capable of replicating itself. And this is why, whether you go into data science, information science, life sciences, when you bring everything to the most base level of existence that we could possibly study, it all starts with self-replicating things. And those things are all possible. None of them are impossible. Single-celled organisms are self-replicating. They go through mitosis. They don't mate. You know what I'm saying? More complex organisms mate. But single-celled organisms are possible.
If they were impossible, they wouldn't exist, but they do, therefore they are. So the first thing to ever exist, which is what brings existence into being, the first thing to ever be real is what reality even is. That's when reality begins. Still requires the possibility to be. If it was impossible, it could not be. Therefore, it would not be. And if it was impossible, it would not lead to a chain of possibilities coming after it. You said no reality, no possibilities. But if that reality itself is impossible and does not require possibility, it would never lead to things that are possible. It would never lead to things that require possibility. That which is impossible cannot contain, create, or lead to possible things. It can't do anything because it's impossible. It can't even exist. It can't happen, it can't be done, it can't occur, it cannot exist. So it could not lead to possible things that can happen, can occur, can be done, and can exist. It can't do anything. It can't exist. Therefore, it can't do anything. Therefore, it can't lead to possibilities. And even if it nonsensically and illogically and paradoxically, completely and utterly paradoxically, could impossibly exist and impossibly do things, and things could happen and occur and be created and contained impossibly within it, then all it would lead to is impossible things because it's an impossible reality. The simple fact that everything in this reality is possible and requires possibility, let alone requires the possibility for it to exist prior to it existing, guarantees that everything in the chain of existence requires possibility prior to it existing, including the first thing that ever existed. Because if it didn't, it would make all of existence paradoxical. It could not be real. It would break reality. It would break existence. An impossible thing could never exist, let alone lead to anything, do anything. Nothing could happen or occur within it. Nothing could ever happen or occur within it. It existing is a paradox. It doing, creating, containing, or leading to anything is a paradox. Anything happening within it or occurring within it is a paradox. At all. And if anything did happen within it or occur within it, that would have to also be impossible because the reality itself is impossible because the reality itself does not require possibility, let alone possibility coming prior to it. Therefore, it can never produce possibility. Impossibility cannot create, contain, or lead to possibility. It cannot produce possibility. It would only produce more impossibility. It is impossible for me to fly, right? So any next thing would be impossible. It's impossible for me to fly, so it's impossible for me to fly to space. Which means it's impossible for me to fly to the moon. Which means it's impossible for me to dig up some moon dirt with my bare hands after flying to the moon, and then fly that to the sun, but it's impossible for me to breathe in space, so even if I could fly to space, I could never make it to the sun, but I can't even fly, so I can't even fly to space. This is just a chain of impossibilities. Everything in the chain of me flying to the moon, digging up moon dirt, and flying it to the sun, and burying it in the heart of the sun is all impossible. I can't fly. I can't breathe in space. I can't fly to space. I can't fly to the moon. So I can't dig up the moon dirt. I can't fly to the sun. So I can't bring the moon dirt to the sun. Myself and the moon dirt wouldn't survive the fucking atmosphere of the sun, let alone the surface of the sun, let alone beneath the surface of the sun, let alone the center of the sun. So I cannot bring the moon dirt to the surface, to the middle of the sun, and then fly back to Earth with a piece of the sun. Every step of that chain is impossible. It's an impossible chain. So the logic of that chain is, I couldn't do that. It's impossible. If I follow the logic chain back to its very beginning of this first part's impossible, me flying to space, me flying is impossible, period. So everything after that becomes impossible. So if your reality
if the first thing that is ever real, the first thing to ever exist, which causes reality, which causes existence, is impossible itself, everything after that would have to be impossible. There's no way you could argue that this impossibility led to all these possibilities, any more than I could argue my impossibility leading to any possibilities. My impossible flight could never lead to me flying to the moon, could never lead to me digging up moon dirt, could never lead to me flying to the sun, could never lead to me burying the moon dirt in the sun, could never lead to me bringing a piece of the sun back to the earth and showing it to you. I can't even get past the first part of flying because it's impossible. So everything after that is even more impossible. You're just stacking impossibilities on impossibilities on impossibilities the moment you say reality is impossible. And that's what you're saying when you say reality does not require possibility. That which does not require possibility is impossible. That which is not possible is impossible. If reality is not possible, if it does not require possibility, it is impossible. So whatever the first thing is, whatever the first real thing is, that which begins existence, that which begins reality, even that must be possible. It must be an actualized potential, or else it could never lead to actualized potentials. It could never lead to possibilities. Possibilities wouldn't be necessary because there would be nothing that's impossible. But if we're in an existence that is impossible, meaning nothing is impossible, we should see impossible shit happening all the time. There should be impossible things existing everywhere. Yet, as I keep saying, you can never show me anything that is impossible happening, occurring, or existing. You can never do something impossible, just as I cannot fly to the moon. I cannot fly to the moon. Alright, that was this one, right? Which means basketball must... Yeah, that was that one. Alright. On to the next one. Spooky. We're in for a long night, boys. We're in for a long night. I don't know how long I'm going to keep this going. Because I got one more recording here, some shit to read. I could stop it here and start the rest tomorrow. We'll see. Let's play this. So yes, it does show that possibility is a prerequisite. It absolutely does. The only way to show otherwise is to show me something impossible existing. Because if you could show me something impossible that exists, you would definitively prove to me possibility is not a prerequisite for anything existing. If possibility is a prerequisite for anything existing, then everything that exists will be possible, because it has to be possible. But if possibility is not a prerequisite for anything existing, then literally there should be impossible shit happening all the time. Impossible things should be happening, occurring. You should be able to do a bunch of impossible things, and a whole bunch of impossible shit should exist. As a matter of fact, way more impossibilities should be happening, occurring, being done, and existing than possibilities. Because there's way more impossible shit than there is possible shit. There is way more things I can't do than I can do. I cannot transform into anything that in existence that I want to. Just think of all things that you know exist. I'm just looking around this one living room. There's probably 300 separate items in here. Like, just every individual thing that's in here. And I mean individual. Like, see, this is a remote control in front of me, right? But that remote control has like 30 buttons on it. I cannot turn into the button with the number 1 on it. I cannot turn into the button with the number 2 on it. Or the button with the number 3 on it. I can't turn into any type of button at all. There's 6 cereal boxes here. I cannot turn into any of those cereal boxes. I can't turn into a box of any kind. I cannot transform into anything. And that's just transformation. Transformation, for me, is physically impossible because I'm not a transformer of any type. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, I cannot transform into this pot. I cannot transform into this sink, this oven, this refrigerator, this cup, this sandwich that I still haven't eaten 2 hours from now. Like, I was just sitting down to eat a sandwich and I saw your reply and I was like, let me give him this reply real quick, and then I'll eat the sandwich. It'll be a reward for after I do this. I can't transform into any part of that sandwich. Not the bread, not the pickles, not the bacon. That's all impossible for me. Transforming into anything is impossible. And how many things are there in existence? A lot of things, right? So that's a lot of things I can't transform into. Just under transformation. Let alone anything and everything else that I can't do. So there's far more impossibilities that cannot be done, that are not happening, that do not exist, then there are possibilities that can be done, can happen, and do exist. So if we were in an impossible reality, if things could exist impossibly, if possibility was not required for existence, then guess what? There would be way more impossible things happening than possible things. And yet, not a single impossible thing can or has ever happened, occurred, been done, or come into existence. And you can't provide the evidence of even a single one. Not one. Yet everything I've talked about, these graham crackers in front of me, are possible. There's an entire actualization process of how these graham crackers come into existence. A step-by-step process that leads to them ending up on the shelf at the store so someone can purchase them and eat them. An entire step-by-step process, and every step of that process is possible. And the possibility for every step of that process is possible prior to that step of the process being actualized. The possibility for a factory to produce them is there prior to the factory being born, prior to the factory even being put down on blueprints. If there is no possibility for the factory to be put on blueprints, there's no possibility for the materials to be gathered and refined, and then to be sent to a construction company, and then for that construction company to produce the building, and then for engineers to get materials that have also been refined to build the machines, and then those machines being sent to the building, and the factory coming together. And then if there is no possibility for humans, meaning there's no possibility for workers, then the workers can't come to the factory and work those machines and use the materials that are sent to the factory in those machines to then produce the fucking graham crackers at the graham cracker factory. All those things must be possible before they even occur, in order for them to actually occur, actualization, actually, and then produce the graham crackers. All those possibilities actualizing into reality is what created the possibility for the graham crackers to then be actualized into reality and then boxed and then shipped to a store so somebody can then buy them and then eat them. The possibility of me eating these graham crackers that are right here in front of me only exists because of a line of possibilities that came before it. And every one of those possibilities existed prior to them being actualized into the steps that produced the graham crackers, put them on the store shelf, got them in my mother's car, got them to this fucking house, and got them here in front of me so I can then eat them. If none of that shit was possible, none of that shit would have happened, and then I wouldn't be sitting here staring at them ready to eat them. Because it wouldn't even be possible for them to be here, let alone for me to eat them. Like, there's no way to argue against this, my guy. There's literally no argument in existence against existence being possible. None. Literally none. All you're going to do is make the argument for me. Whether you realize you're doing it at the time or not, that's all you're going to end up doing. You could never make the argument that you're making if it was impossible for you to make the argument. It first has to be possible for you to even make your argument before you ever make the argument. I could never make this argument holding this record button in this Discord app on this phone if this phone didn't exist. If this phone didn't exist, it would be impossible for me to use this phone. So prior to me purchasing this phone, the phone first has to exist. Once the phone exists, it then becomes possible for me to purchase it. It's not a guarantee that I will, but it is possible. That possibility, that probability rises as I get to the store and I'm looking at the phones. And then I stumble upon this phone and the probability rises. And I go, I think I like this one. And the probability rises. Well, let me show you that phone, Mr. Sir, there, customer, sir. Let me sell it to you and get my commission. This is how this phone works. Ooh, I likes this phone. I wants this phone. Probability just went up. How much this phone cost? I can afford that. Probability just went up. We walk over to the register. Make the payment. They activate the phone. I now have the phone. It's now my phone. It's no longer a possibility. It just actualized. The possibility of the phone led to the phone actualizing and getting sent to that store. The possibility of me wanting a phone got me into that store. Now it's possible I could buy the phone. I see the phone, that possibility keeps rising until I'm at the register, and then I actualize the purchase process. Until I own the phone, it's simply a possibility for me to own the phone. But once I paid for the phone, that possibility actualized into reality. My ownership of the phone was no longer a possibility. It was no longer a potential. It was now reality. My ownership of the phone now exists. This is now my phone. And then, like 5 years later, so I had this phone for a while. I want to say at least 2020, if not 2019. Shit. Now, some years later, I can hold this record button in this Discord server on this phone and record this audio. But I could not record this audio on this Discord server on this phone if I did not have this phone. To record on this phone, I must have this phone. And in order to have this phone, it must first be possible for me to have this phone. If it's impossible for me to have this phone, I could never get this phone. Therefore, I could never make this recording on this phone. The possibility of the phone had to come before the phone even came into existence. And then the possibility of me buying the phone had to be there prior to me actualizing that possibility, which I can prove to you definitively by the fact that the phone was at the store before I was. Me existing and me having that certain amount of fiat currency in this system, this economics, this capitalist structure, etc., all the things that makes buying a phone possible, all that shit had to exist. But in order for all that shit to exist, it all had to be possible first and then be actualized. Fiat currency has to be possible before it's actualized into existence. And we know for a fact there was a time where fiat currency did not exist. But it was possible. It could exist. but nobody had actualized it yet until some Jews got together and decided to start making banks with IOU notes, banknotes, which later down the line evolves into fiat currency thanks to central banks like the Federal Reserve and whatnot. So we end up with fiat currency in our capitalized system. Cell phones get invented, which wouldn't happen if it was impossible. And then eventually, this phone comes into creation. It becomes possible, and someone at the Sprint or Android or whoever the fuck makes this shit actualized it. They designed it, developed it, and then produced it. And have an entire production process for producing it, which all had to come prior to its production. You can't produce the phone without the production process. So they had to come up with the entire process, all the materials, all the resources they would require, all the refinement, all the warehouses, every step of the way has to come into existence, meaning it all has to be possible and then be actualized before this phone is even possible to be produced. Once all of those possibilities are actualized and then the phone is possible to be produced, they then have to actualize the phone by actually producing it. And once it's actually produced, if they want to sell it to someone, they have to actually get it to the store. It's possible it can go to the store. It's possible it could be sold. But until they actually put it on a truck and actually deliver it to the actual store so it can actually be put on for sale. Do you get this? Actually. So it can actually be put up for sale. And a customer such as myself can actually walk in the door and actually see it and actually purchase it. It can't actually be sold. So you have to go through all these processes. All these things must first be possible, and then they must actually happen. Meaning they must actualize into reality. They must become real. The phone had to become real, which would have been impossible if it wasn't possible. But it was possible, and they wanted to do it, so they did it. They actualized it. They put it in the store. I walked in. I liked it. It was possible for me to buy it. I had the money. I was there. I saw it. I knew it existed. I liked it. But I still had the possibility of leaving. I still had the possibility of looking at other phones. But I was like, I like this one. I can afford this one. My purchase and ownership of this phone is possible. Yeah, I think I'm going to actualize this. Let's ring this up. Bring it up to the front. Bring it to the cashier. Actualize the purchase. So now I actually own the phone. And now that I actually own it 5-6 years later, I can actually record. See, once I owned the phone, it then became possible, because I owned the phone, Discord existed, the Discord app existed. That alone makes it possible that I could end up downloading that app, getting on Discord servers, and recording audios with this phone. Right? One day I meet Arene on the internet on my first live stream. He was the first person on my first live stream. Why? No fucking clue. This is how possibilities actualize. He just saw my shit live and jumped on and started listening to this random dude on a live stream that he had never seen or heard of before. And he liked what I was saying, so he stuck around. After that, he told me he had I forgot how we got in contact. I don't know if it was in the YouTubes. He told me to start a Discord, and then I think he gave me his profile or something, right? So I went into Discord because he told me he had one, some way, somehow. And I joined this server. on this phone. But see, I could have never downloaded this app on this phone if I didn't have this phone. I could have downloaded it on another phone if I had another phone, but another phone is not this phone. I could only download that app on this phone if I have this phone. Without this phone, it is impossible for me to download anything, let alone this particular app on this phone. And if I can't download this app on this phone, I can't come into this server on this phone. And if I can't come into this server on this phone because it's impossible since I don't have this phone, then I could never record this recording in this channel on this server on this day and time on this phone. All the possibility for me to record this audio on this day and time on this phone in this channel inside, all that had to line up prior to me pressing the record button. I can't press this particular record button if all those possibilities didn't line up prior to me pressing this particular record button. And there's no two ways to argue that. You could never say, actually, even if it was impossible for you to have that particular phone, you could still, right now, 1252, 252, shout out to Selfmade. Actually, even if it's impossible for you to have that phone, you could still record this audio on that phone. How? If I don't have this phone, I can never record anything at all in any form or fashion, in any way, at any time on this phone. So if it's impossible for me to even have this phone, let alone actually have it, it's not even possible for me to have it, how could I ever record anything on this phone? I could not. And because it's impossible, I will not. Like, it's impossible, so I can't. And since I can't, I won't. But since it was possible prior to me purchasing it, I ended up actualizing that possibility by purchasing it, by keeping it, by downloading this app, by getting in this server, and by being in here up to this point and doing all the things like my live streams. All those things had to happen or this conversation wouldn't happen. All those things made this possible. Without everything that led up to this particular moment of me pressing record on this particular phone, it would have been impossible for me to press record on this particular phone. So the possibility has to come prior to the actualization. That just is what that is. That just is what that is. All right. What we got here? Spooky. You always say that, then you are still going like 10 hours later. I do. Sizzle. What up, Sizzle? Damn, bro, I tapped into this earlier and you still on. You must be passionate about this topic. I need to be. Motherfuckers seem to need these lessons. Like, motherfuckers seem to need these lessons. Must have been triggered by a troll. Well, there was a troll earlier, actually. But no, I was not triggered by the troll. I just have, where I'm at right now, I have today and tomorrow. So I figure I need to get this out. So that way after that, whatever happens, happens, you know. But since I'm here for today and tomorrow, and then I'm out of here on Saturday, I might as well get this done today, if not tomorrow. Now let's see. Where we at? Amon responding to Super Sub. He said logic is incorrect. He said you missed my point. I was saying your logic is incorrect. X's existence must be possible before it can exist is a logically correct statement. These are facts. These are facts. Metazusta. May we be passionate about a bunch of topics. Yes. Sizzle, were you still going live with Gaylicit Mind? When? Today? We supposed to be going live today? I'll always go live with Illicit. We don't currently have anything scheduled, but we do need to schedule another one. We still need to pick up where we left off on the last one. Yeah, we definitely gonna schedule another one. Oh, he did say after I was done this one. So either this one or the next one, which will be tomorrow, if I don't finish it tonight. Then he and I can schedule our next one, preferably with Lord Moon Spilly. All right, me talking to Super Sub. Look at me lying again. Okay, that's all for me. Lying ass. It's never all from you. For now, you have plenty to listen to, and I think I provided more than enough examples, more than enough evidence, more than enough proof, and more than enough philosophically and logically consistent arguments to show how objective my claim is. And again, as always, in order to prove my claim incorrect, and to prove your claim correct, you only have to do one thing. Show me anything in existence that is impossible to exist. Show me anything in existence that does not require the possibility for it to exist prior to it existing. Show me a chessboard that did not require the possibility for the chessboard existing prior to the chessboard coming into existence. Show me anything in existence, a tree, a person, a couch, a chair, a star, a universe, or anything that you can definitively and objectively prove exists that does not require the possibility to exist prior to existing. Because again, all that exists is existence. All that is real is reality. You cannot separate anything that exists from existence. You cannot separate anything real from reality. And if all that exists requires possibility for it to exist prior to it existing, then you could never make the argument that existence itself does not require the possibility for existence prior to existence. There's just no two ways around it. The only way to prove it wrong would be to show me something existing that is literally impossible to exist. But you can never do that. Nobody ever could, because it's literally impossible to do. Anyway, enjoy the audios. I'm going to eat this sandwich now, which I still don't think I did. I'm pretty sure there's still more recordings in here. Define possibilities. Don't worry about it. Trust me. I already broke it down all very thoroughly. And we don't want to jump the guy. Like, we don't want to just be jumping on people. Like, you got somebody responding to 7 different people. Not everybody, some motherfuckers get flustered and shit. Feel like they're under attack. Discussion like this for a few months. Yeah, it seems like we're going to have to. Like, I don't know why, but it's necessary. It's not just for Super Sob, it's for anyone else that's interested as well, including the quiet ones in the back who might think the same thing that he does. It took me so long to eat that fucking sandwich. It's not just for Super Sob, which is why I don't want everybody replying to him, etc., right? There was another one here. It said something. Okay. Yeah. I don't know how I went from part 4 to part 5. I kept saying part 5 after that. I kept thinking the next part was part 5, even though it was part 4. But, Vazen said he's still learning and whatnot here. I said something. I will be making Anti-Cosmic Voidism part 4, this, as well. Not today, but soon enough. With all the responses I've gotten from different folks to further prove the point, even in the face of contention, I want to show that that which is objective cannot be refuted. And when people try to refute it, they will ultimately end up proving it, right? That's what happens. Figured. I actually thought a few days ago, wow, this might as well be an Anti-Cosmic Part 4 thing soon, and possibly Part 5. Thought Part 3 may have been the last, but oh no, we got a lot more to go over. That's why I started saying Part 5, because you said it, Vazen. I blame you. Because from that moment forward, I think I just kept saying Part 5, Part 5, Part 5. Skipping this whole Part 4, just going straight to Part 5. And you see, this is how the next one started, right? So I said there is way too much potential for a part 4. I'm just gonna say 4 because it's really 4, for me to actualize part 4. Meaning there is already potential for part 4, yet it has not actualized into existence and become real because I have not yet actualized it. See, I said that on the 11th. It is now what? What is today's fucking date? The 27th. So I said that 16 days ago, right? Meaning the possibility, the potential for part 4 was already there, right? Weeks ago. And yet I didn't actualize this potential until right now. Meaning the potential / possibility was already there prior to this part 4 coming into existence. Part 4 did not exist, yet it was possible prior to it existing. Do you see what, like, all actions, all things prior to them occurring, or else they could not occur at all. Where we at? So once I actualize it, that actualization itself will be further proof that the possibility for part 4 came prior to part 4, proving I would not have been able to actualize part 4 if part 4 was not possible prior to me actualizing part 4. So me actualizing part 4 is also part of my response to those claiming that potential / possibility for something does not come prior to the something being actualized. Just me actualizing part 4 definitively proves the point, as we're doing right now. If you're ever in the Discord and you see these, just know those are things that are going to be added to my recordings later. So if you want to get a head start on them, you can already check them out. And here, Super Sob. I see what you're saying, but there's a subtle distinction in how potential works. The fact that you can act to create part 4 doesn't mean the potential existed as a separate thing before part 4 existed, but doesn't it? If I haven't created part 4, yet part 4 is already possible, the possibility and the actual part 4 are not the same thing. A possible part 4 is not part 4. A possible anything is not that anything. Like I said earlier, a possible baby is not a baby. Just because these two people have possible children, they could make babies, does not mean that they have or that they ever will. Do you get, like, a possible thing is not the thing itself. It is simply the possibility for the thing itself. The possibility for the thing and the thing itself are not the same. They are two different sides. Even if you say they are the same, they're two different. There's an actualized and an unactualized. The same, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, the possibility is before actualization. The thing existing is after actualization. The possibility for me creating part 4 was there 16 days ago, but I didn't create part 4 until today, meaning part 4 did not exist till today, even though the possibility for part 4 has been there for weeks. Right? Right. Seventh thing before part 5 existed. Part 4. Potential is a feature of reality, not an independent layer floating somewhere before existence. Make that make real sense, though. How does reality exist? Like, how is it real yet impossible? If reality does not require possibility, then reality itself is literally impossible. Make it make real sense. Your ability to actualize part 4 depends on the structure of reality you're already in. So when you create part 4, it doesn't prove that potential came first, in a fundamental sense. It just shows that reality had the capacity for part 4 to emerge once you acted. And the reason why it does prove it is because if part 4 requires the possibility for part 4 prior to part 4, in order for part 4 to be actualized into reality, then all things follow this rule. No thing in existence can actualize into reality prior to being possible. In order to make the claim, you would have to show me something in reality that is impossible. Yet all things in reality are possible, and all of them were possible prior to them becoming a thing. And there's no thing in existence you can point to that does not fit that rule. Period. So to make a claim that anything in reality doesn't fit that rule, even though it's part of the same reality that requires that rule, doesn't make sense. Like, you gotta prove it. You gotta prove it. All right, let's see what I said here. Oh, not that one. That one. Another thing I want y'all to realize is that I do all this shit live. I do all this shit publicly. Most of the stuff I say is with my own voice. You hear me read the words and respond to them in real time. I'm not Googling shit. I'm not looking shit up. The only time I do that when I'm recording is if I want to prove a point even further, or just because I'm having fun. Where I say, let's Google it live. Let's look it up live, y'all. But you'll notice, I have this shit so far down packed that I can read somebody's response in real time and respond to them in real time. No pauses, no stopping, because I fully understand this. I have a complete and entire logical and philosophical understanding, understanding, and overstanding of this. My goal is to get everyone that I possibly can to that same level so we could have theoretical conversations on what to do about it. What to do about it is the theoretical conversations. What it is, what's happening, what's occurring, what is and isn't possible is objective. The logic, the philosophy, the math, the science, the metaphysics, etc. All of that points to the objectivity. The theoretical side of it, the theoretical aspect is what solutions are there to the metaphysical cause of existence itself. Because all the answers to all the problems in existence are objective answers to objective things that objectively exist. You know what I'm saying? Real things have real answers. Metaphysical issues are much harder to solve. And the metaphysical issue of potential, of possibility itself, may even be impossible to solve. I don't think that it is. I'm not going to sit here and lie and say it definitely isn't. I could make the argument that it isn't based on the somethingness of potential and the somethingness of any type of process such as actualization, even though it's classifiable as nothing, but it also has to be classifiable as something, you know, both something classifiable as nothing, etc. Like, we can go into it, but in order to even have such a conversation, you have to reach the point where you understand the objectivity of reality and existence itself. If you can't get to the objectivity that reality requires possibility, you can't even have the conversation that's necessary to try to solve the problem. And that's the problem with, I think, the so-called truth community that complains and whines and cries about reality. The antinatalists, pro-mortalists, ethalists, all the ists that don't like this reality and want to do something within it, about it, let alone something beyond it, about it. If they don't understand it truly at an objective level and get what the actual problem is that leads to all the problems, they'll never have the proper conversation or the proper motivation or intention that will definitely be required to solve the problem, if it's even solvable. Like, you know, it's like, we can't even have the conversation on whether it is solvable, let alone how to solve it, if we can't get folks up to the point of understanding the objectivity of it. So that's my ultimate goal. Get everyone to the objectivity of possibility is required for existence. That which exists must be possible. If it isn't possible, it can't exist. If we can't get them there, we can never get them to the point of any possible solution. So you get what I'm saying? So that's my goal. So when people do respond, because I know how they're going to respond, they have no choice but to respond in certain ways. And every way that they respond to has already been destroyed by past philosophers. It just is what, like, Aristotle issued the same challenge I issue every time 2,500-ish years ago, and no one has answered it ever since he issued the challenge. No one even tries. No one even, you notice, everyone who's responded to me has not actually tried to do so. They've made the claim, but they've never made a real argument for it. They've never provided any evidence, let alone proof. They've never shown me a single thing in existence that exists impossibly. They've never shown me a single thing in existence that exists without the possibility for its existence being prior to its existence. They can never explain a baby without parents. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's just not possible. You can't explain an effect without a cause. It's impossible. Impossible. So no one's ever done it, and no one ever will do it, because it's impossible. So we're going to get folks there. We're going to get folks there. And the more responses I get, the better. Because the more I get, the more I get to teach them. And the more potential I have for the next part of the series. Every response I get is going to be more potential for the next part of the series. So the potential itself is already building prior to me making the next part of the series. So once I actualize the next part of the series, which is actualizing that potential that is built up to that point, it is even more proof of the potential being there prior to the actualization of the next part of the series, which just proves our point even further. Next. Well, the potential itself is not a thing. Well, the potential itself is not a thing at all. Potential is non-existent. It technically doesn't exist. It is what allows the thing to exist. The potential for part 5 is what allows me to produce part 5. The possibility for part 5 is what allows me to produce part 5. If there was no potential or no possibility for part 5, I could never create part 5. But there is possibility for part 5. Part 5 is possible. Therefore, I can actualize that possibility into reality. Part 5 has not yet been actualized, meaning it does not yet exist. In order for your argument to be correct, part 5 cannot exist because it is impossible to exist unless part 5 can exist without being possible, and then leads to the possibility of part 5. But that's not possible. The possibility for part 5 must already be there prior to part 5 existing. If there is no possibility for part 5 prior to part 5, I could never make part 5. It's really that simple. And yet I'm already planning part 5. I could not plan part 5 if it was impossible. If it was impossible for me to plan part 5. And yet here I am already planning part 5. Because it is possible for me to plan part 5 ahead of me actualizing that possibility. Like, we're doing it in real time. I have not actualized the potential that is part 5. And yet, that potential already is. I'm already talking about it. We're discussing it. I'm already planning it right now. You're adding more to it with everything you say yourself. So you are even providing more to the potential of part 5. You are providing more possibilities of what can be shown in part 5. Because you're allowing me to have more of an opportunity to respond to what you're saying and then put it in part 5. Yes, everybody shout out Super Sob, because without Super Sob, there might not be a part 4. I keep saying 5. Super Sob's responses are part of the potential of part 4. You see what I'm saying? Shout out Super Sob. Prior to part 5 ever being created. So once I actualize part 5, once I actually create part 5, once I actualize the potential that is part 5, once I actualize the possibility, once I realize the possibility, once I make part 5 real, once I bring part 5 into existence, it will be definitive and objective proof that the possibility of part 5 was already there prior to part 5. The simple fact that we're sitting here talking about part 5 after part 1, 2, 3, and 4 guarantees, or actually, I did 3 parts. No, I did 4 parts. I did a 4th part, didn't I? I don't know. Whatever. Whatever the next part is. We're just going to keep saying part 5 because I can't remember what part I'm even on. I've done so many parts now. But we'll say part 5 because I think that's what I'm on. I think I did 4. Anyway, the fact that we can even have this discussion about part 5 prior to part 5 means part 5 is possible prior to part 5 being real. Part 5 is possible prior to part 5 coming into existence. Part 5 is possible prior to part 5 actualizing. If part 5 was impossible, part 5 could not actualize. If it was impossible to discuss part 5, to think of part 5, to plan part 5, let alone to actualize part 5, I could not think of part 5, speak of part 5, plan part 5, or actualize part 5. Yet here we are, thinking of it, speaking of it, planning it. And I am going to actualize it. So it's already possible right now. Part 5 is possible right now. If I wanted to at this moment, if I hadn't been up since yesterday, I would go live right now and start part 5. Because part 5 is possible to do at any moment I want to do it. I simply don't want to do it right now, so right now I'm not actualizing it. But when I want to actualize it, I will actualize it. And prior to that moment, the possibility for it actualizing was already there because it's there right now. The possibility for part 5 is here right now. And yet, I'm not actualizing it right now. So when I do actualize it in the future, when part 5 becomes or is developed in the future, potential, then that will prove the potential came before part 5. That will prove the possibility for part 5 came before part 5. There's no two ways around that. You can't say the possibility for part 5 came after I created part 5. It's possible right now. That's inarguable. YouTube exists, my phone exists, my camera exists, these recordings exist. Everything that I need for part 5 exists right now, making part 5 itself possible to exist. Once I actualize it, it then will exist, meaning it did not exist. It was not a thing. Part 5 was nothing. There was no part 5. And then there is a part 5 after I actualize it. And that is me actualizing the potential of part 5. But part 5 did not yet exist. So part 5 itself could not hold the potential. Because the video itself does not exist. The live stream itself does not exist. It's only a possible live stream. It's not an existing live stream. Parts 1, 2, 3, and 4 are all existing live streams. They no longer hold the potential to become live streams because they already are live streams. And since they were not live streams prior to me making them live streams, they could never have any potential. Yet the possibility for them existed. Until something exists itself, it as a thing has no potential. It can't do anything. It doesn't even exist yet. Once it is actualized, it then gains potential. But if it is impossible, it cannot actualize in the first place. There must be a potential for its existence to begin with. There is a potential for the existence of part 5, but part 5 does not yet exist. That's a fact. There's no way you can argue that. You cannot right now tell me part 5 already exists because I have not made it. And if part 5 does not exist because I have not made it, yet the possibility for part 5 exists, right? There is the possibility for part 5, but there is no part 5, then the possibility definitively comes before the part 5. There's no two ways around that. You cannot argue any other, like, go ahead, try. Part 5 doesn't exist. So you can't say part 5 holds the potential for part 5, because there is no part 5. There's no part 5. Part 5 does not exist. And yet, part 5 is still possible. We can talk about part 5 as a thing that I can do and that I will do, that I'm planning to do, only because it's possible for us to talk about me doing a part 5, because it's possible for me to do a part 5, even though I have not yet done a part 5, meaning the possibility for part 5 came before part 5. There's no two ways around that. Now, once part 5 exists, part 5 then holds the potential or leads to the possibility of part 5 being viewed, watched, listened to, shared, commented upon. But you can't view, watch, listen to, or comment under, or chat during the live stream of part 5 until I do it. You can't be in the chat for part 5 until I'm doing part 5. Because until I'm doing the live stream itself, it is impossible for you to be in the chat of the live stream. In order for you to be in the chat of the live stream, I must be doing the live stream. Until that moment, it is impossible. Everything in existence proves my point, bro. There's no argument there. Like, you could never make another argument. You can't tell me that you could be in my chat, in my live stream of my part 5, when I'm not even doing it yet. You can't comment on the video of the live stream after the live stream is done until I've done the live stream and the live stream is done. So as of right now, at this moment, prior to me actualizing the potential for that live stream, you cannot chat within its chat, nor can you comment under it as a video, because it does not yet exist. Yet, the possibility for its existence is already here. Can I touch that possibility? No. Can I see it, smell it, taste it, hear it? No. Can I hold it? No. Can I manipulate it? Only through actualization. I can't do anything to possibility other than actualize it or de-actualize it or block its actualization. Possibility is 100% interacted through actualization. If I go to do part 5, I am actualizing part 5. If somebody comes in the house right before I'm about to do part 5 and shoots me in the head, they just stopped me from actualizing part 5. I can't physically, in any way, manipulate the possibility. All I can do is actualize it by carrying out the actions that actualize it. That person walking in the door and shooting me in the head can't shoot the possibility itself. They can't do anything to the possibility. They can simply stop me from actualizing it. Because the possibility itself is not a thing. It's not a thing you could literally interact with. All you can do is actualize it, stop it from actualizing, or de-actualize it. This couch was a possibility before anybody created it as a couch, before they structured it as a couch. So it's already been actualized as a couch. But I can break it into pieces, which would make it something other than a couch. It would just be pieces of a couch. And then if I take those pieces of the couch and bring them outside and burn them, I de-actualized the couch. I did not de-actualize the atoms. Shit, I didn't even de-actualize the molecules, let alone the atoms, let alone the particles, let alone the waves or the quanta or the energy that it's all made out of. But I did de-actualize the structure of the couch by breaking it and burning it. The only way to interact with possibility is to actualize, to stop the actualization, or to de-actualize the possibility. That's it, because it's not a thing itself. I'm the thing that is going to do part 5. So I'm the thing actualizing that potential in order to make that no thing, that thing that is not a thing, the video that doesn't exist, into a thing. Into a video that exists, into a live stream that exists. I'm taking a no thing and making it a something. So if somebody wants to stop that process, they want to stop that possibility from actualizing, they got to stop me from actualizing it. And if I actualize it, but they don't like it, if YouTube don't like it, they got to delete it. They got to de-actualize it. Actualization and de-actualization is the only way possibility, potential itself, can be interacted with. You could become a better basketball player, but if you don't practice, you won't become a better basketball player. You will not become or develop into a better basketball player without taking the actions that will actualize you being a better basketball player. Like, this is how shit works. This is just what it is. The potential, the possibility, is there prior to the development of the thing itself. The potential, the possibility for part 5 is there prior to part 5 coming into existence. The potential, the possibility for part 5 already is. Yet part 5 itself is not and won't be today. Because I'm not doing it today. Even though it's possible for me to do right now. I got my phone in my hand right here. I could do it right now. I can actualize that potential right now. But I'm not going to. I'm going to push it even further into the future. Meaning, the potential, the possibility for part 5 will be here even longer, even more prior to the actualization of part 5 itself. And there's no way you could argue that. It's possible right now. If I made it right now, the possibility will have existed for a certain period of time before part 5 does, before the actualized potential does. The possibility for part 5 will already be here prior to part 5. But if I do it tomorrow, the possibility for part 5 will have been here even more prior to part 5. And there's no way to argue against that. Because part 5 was possible the entire time. But I decided not to do it until the time that I do it. So let's say it became possible right now. It's been possible since I did part 4, technically. I could have just turned the camera on and started part 5 right away. I wouldn't have had shit to say, but could have did it. So technically, part 5 has been possible since the end of part 4. As soon as I shut the live stream off of part 4, part 5 became possible. So as soon as I'm done this part 4, the actual part 5 will be possible. It's been possible this entire time. So part 5, the possibility for part 5 was always prior to part 5. Because the possibility for part 5 was there the moment I ended part 4. So as long as I don't do a part 5, that just adds to the amount of time prior to part 5 that part 5 was possible without being actualized.
Just is what it is.
It just is what it is. All right, what's next here? All right there.
Potential is a feature of reality, not an independent layer floating somewhere before existence. Your ability to actualize part 5 depends on the structure of reality you're already in. And you're already proving yourself wrong because part 5 doesn't exist, does it? Does part 5 exist? No. Therefore, if the potential for part 5 is already here, there is already a possibility for part 5, yet part 5 doesn't exist, you just proved yourself wrong. That part 5 does not exist, yet there's already a possibility for part 5. Right? Right? And you just said you're going to do a final write-up. Do not do that final write-up without finishing the presentation. Because again, I know last time we spoke, you said you weren't done my final video. You weren't done part 4 or wherever you were. So finish that and finish listening to my responses and then do your final write-up. And make sure it actually addresses what's being said. Because you cannot claim that the potential for part 5 is a feature of part 5 itself. Part 5 is a feature of the potential for it. If there was no potential for it, if there was no possibility for it right now, I could not do it later. Like, I could do it right now, meaning it's possible for me to do right now, yet I'm not doing it right now, which means the possibility is prior to the part 5 existing. There's just no way to argue against that. Part 5 does not yet exist. Yet the possibility for it is right here in my hand. I got this phone, this camera, a YouTube channel, all the ammunition I need to record something. And yet I'm not doing it. I'm not actualizing it yet. Meaning the actualization process is taking place after the possibility for it. Because there's already possibility for it right now, but I'm not going to do it till later, maybe tomorrow or the next day. So the actualization is coming after the possibility, period. That's a fact. Like, there's no two ways around that. There's no two ways around that. Like, none whatsoever. Even if we say, well, the possibility for part 5 is only there because part 4 exists. You're damn right. If I didn't do 1, 2, 3, and 4, I wouldn't be able to do 5. If I only did 3, the next possibility would be 4, right? But the fact that I did 4 makes 5 possible. Again, you're just going forward or backward in existence. The possibility for 4 was the fact that I did 3. The possibility for 3 was the fact that I did 2. The possibility for 2 was the fact that I did 1. The possibility for 1 was me wanting to do it and having all the things possible to do it. So I did part 1. But if I didn't exist, if this phone didn't exist, if all the things that I needed for part 1 didn't exist, part 1 would have been impossible. And I couldn't have did part 1. But since all that stuff was possible and actualized, I was able to do part 1. And if the stuff that stuff was based on and the stuff that stuff was based on, again, you just push it back to the first thing in reality. But once you hit that first thing in reality, you still have to run with the same logic. You can't suddenly switch up your logic. If everything in that chain of existence required possibility coming before it in order for it to exist, then the first thing in existence requires possibility in order for it to exist. If you're going to change the logic up at the first thing, you have to make it make real sense as to why, and then show how that logic switch still produces the logic that you used to get there. So if everything in existence up to that first thing requires the possibility for it to exist prior to it existing, the first thing in existence must also have the possibility prior to it existing. If there is no possibility for the first thing existing, the first thing can never exist. If you're going to say, yes, it can, you then have to
Make that make sense, and then show how that still leads to the rest of the logic chain. See, it's easy to say the logic is the first thing must be possible to exist or it can't exist because the rest of the chain follows that logic. All things that exist require the possibility to exist prior to them existing. There's nothing in the chain of existence that you could point to that doesn't follow that rule. So, if you're going to suddenly change that rule for the first thing that exists, you have to make that make sense and then show how that first thing creates that rule without needing to follow that rule. You got to show how the first thing can be impossible, meaning it does not require possibility. It is not possible for it to exist prior to it existing, yet that first thing still causes the possibility of all that exists after it. Make that make real sense. And the only way to actually make that make real sense for the 5,000th time is for you to show me something in existence that exists without the possibility to exist. You must show me something in existence that is impossible to exist. You must show me something in existence that can exist prior to the possibility for it to exist. You got to show me a baby with no parents. A baby born before its parents. Like, that's what you're arguing here. That's what you're arguing, that the bees can exist prior to the queen laying the eggs. How? The baby can exist prior to its parents. How? That's impossible. How, Sway? How? That's what you're arguing here. You're arguing that part 5 could exist prior to part 1. How? You're arguing that part 5 exists prior to it being possible. But reality itself is proving you wrong right now because part 5 is currently possible, yet not in existence. So how could you possibly argue that part 5 exists or even could exist prior to the possibility for part 5 existing if right now in reality the possibility for part 5 existing is already here? That possibility's already here, but part 5 is not. Reality itself is already proving you wrong. You can't argue that part 5 can exist, let alone that it does exist, prior to the possibility for it existing at all. There's no argument to make. Especially when reality itself is proving you wrong in real time. Because there is already the possibility for part 5 right now. Yet there is no part 5 right now. Meaning the possibility for part 5 is prior to part 5 right now in real time. So yes, when I create part 5, it definitively proves that the possibility, the potential for part 5 came before part 5. You could never make it. Show me anything else in existence. Show it to me. You can't, because we're doing it right now in real time. Part 5 does not exist yet at all. It doesn't. But the possibility for it is already here. There is already the possibility for part 5 right now. And yet, part 5 does not exist right now. Therefore, if the possibility is right now, but the actualization is not right now, then the possibility is prior to the actualization. If the possibility is right now, and the actualization is 2 days from now, the possibility preceded, it was before, it was prior to, it was a prerequisite of part 5 actualizing, becoming real, existing. There's no 2 ways around that. None. This is a definitive fact. Period. Again, you say, well, that just shows that reality had the capacity for part 5. Okay, and why is that? See, and this is the part, again, this is what you religious people be doing, man. Religious people do this all the time. What made reality possible? See, if reality, again, what is reality? Reality is that which is real. Part 5 is not yet real, so part 5 is not a part of reality yet, right? But the possibility for part 5 to be real, the possibility for part 5 to be part of reality, already is. And why is that? Again, you just keep going back to the first thing. Part 5 is because of part 4, because of part 3, because of part 2, because of part 1, because of me, because of this conversation, because of Discord, because of existence, humans, my parents, me, nature, earth, going all the way back to the first thing. And then you have to ask the same question, well, was that thing possible? Of course. If it wasn't, it wouldn't be. If it wasn't, it wouldn't lead to a chain of possibilities. It being possible is why it actualized, and it actualizing is what led to further possibilities, and those possibilities then lead to further actualization, and those actualizations lead to further possibilities, and those possibilities lead to further actualizations. But again, you cannot point to anything actualizing without the possibility for the actualization. There's nothing in existence that can actualize without the possibility to actualize. So if the first thing is causing possibilities that then actualize, and all of those actualized possibilities are things, they exist, they are real, and they extend from that first thing that exists and is real. That first thing also requires possibility prior to it in order to actualize. There's no way you could break that logic chain without making the first thing impossible. You can't say the first thing exists without possibility, without the need for possibility, without the requirement for possibility, without the prerequisite for possibility, without possibility being prior to it, without making it impossible. Like, there's no two ways around that. None whatsoever. Well, reality had the capacity for it. You're damn right. But that's only because reality itself is possible. Something that is impossible cannot have possibility. Something that is impossible cannot show possibility. Potential, having or showing, and they should add or being, having or showing or being the capacity to become or develop into something in the future. If there is no capacity for reality to become or be developed into in the future, there is no reality. Period. All that is real is reality. All that exists is existence. And if all that exists requires possibility prior to it existing, just like part 5 does not exist, yet is already possible to exist, meaning that possibility is prior to its existence, then guess what? Existence itself requires the same thing. You could not consistently, logically or philosophically state another claim. The moment you do, you're creating a paradox that you cannot break. The only way you could break that paradox, again, no matter what you write up, no matter what you say, unless you can present something in existence that is impossible to exist, you can never prove your point. You can't even provide a single piece of evidence for your point, whereas I can just point to existence itself every time. Potential doesn't come before existence. Well, the potential for part 5 is here, but part 5 is not here. So part 5 does not exist, but the potential for it does. And guess what? Potential is not a thing. Possibility is not a thing. So even it technically doesn't exist. Potential's not real, not until it's actualized. The potential for part 5 is not real until it is part 5. Prior to that, it is nothing. It is just possibility. Possibility is not a thing. Possibility is what things rely upon. Things, you cannot say a thing is responsible for all things because it is a thing. Reality cannot be responsible for all reality because it is reality. That which is responsible for reality must come prior to reality. That which is responsible for the baby must come before the baby. That which is responsible for the house must come before the house. If there is no wood to build the house, you cannot build the house out of wood. The trees must exist in order for you to cut them down and turn them into the wood planks that they need to be turned into in order to build the house. Or else there is no possibility, there is no potential for the wooden house. Because there's no wood to build the house with. You're going to have to build it out of something else. If there even is a something else to build it out of. Because if there is nothing else to build it out of, then the house itself is impossible. The things required for the house to be built must already be prior to the house. If those things aren't, the house is impossible. But if those things aren't possible to be, then those things are impossible, so those things aren't either. Going all the way back to the first thing. If the first thing is impossible to be, then it can't be, so it won't be, so it will not come into existence and lead to the possibility of everything else that it leads to. If the tree is impossible, it cannot come into existence, so it does not. So wood cannot be cut from the tree, so that wood from that tree cannot be used to build a house because it's just a chain of impossibilities. You can't build an impossible house with impossible wood from an impossible tree. That's impossible. The tree must be possible, making the wood possible, making the house possible. If the tree is impossible, the wood is impossible, the house is impossible. It's that simple. That's how simple this shit is. And there's no two ways around that. If the parents aren't possible, the baby isn't possible. If the parents are possible, but they don't actualize, the baby isn't possible. If the parents are possible and they actualize, the baby is now possible. But if they don't have sex, the baby doesn't happen. It doesn't occur. It does not actualize. If the parents have sex, now the baby's possibility goes up. Even if it doesn't happen, even if she doesn't get pregnant after the first time they have sex, every time they have sex, it raises the probability of the baby. The baby's going from possible to probable until it reaches the objective status, actualization, being real, once she actually gets pregnant. Once she actually gets pregnant. Their actualization process of sex might not take the first few times. It might take 4 times of them trying to get pregnant for them to actually get pregnant. Because the baby's possible, but not guaranteed. So they have to up the chances, the probability rates, with each time they have sex. Until the baby becomes guaranteed by her being pregnant. And even then, she's got to survive the pregnancy, the baby's got to survive the pregnancy, all sorts of shit has to go right in order for this baby to be born. And then they don't want the baby to just die when it's born, do they? So now they got to raise this little motherfucker and keep it alive and all, these are all possibilities actualizing on possibilities actualizing on possibilities actualizing, going all the way back to the very first possibility that actualized. You cannot get the second thing in existence as a possibility that is actualizing based on the first thing in existence if the first thing in existence wasn't also a possibility that actualized. You can never logically or philosophically consistently make that make any sense, nor could you provide any evidence in reality. If you could, you'd be able to do it right now by showing me part 5 right now. Matter of fact, even that wouldn't be right, because the possibility for part 5 came right after part 4. So if part 5 just suddenly existed right now, it was still possible in reality. You'd have to show me part 5 before part 4, before part 3, before part... Impossible things would have to be happening, and you'd be able to show them. Yet you can't show a single impossible thing happening. You can't show a single impossible thing existing. You can't do a single impossible thing. And no matter how many times I say this to you, you're not even going to directly address it because you know it's true. Let's be real about that. Let's be real about that. Now, during this entire conversation, have you all seen him try to actually directly address that even once? No, of course not, because it's not possible. And anyone who makes this argument never will address that because they can't. They can make the claims all they want. They can never provide any evidence, let alone proof, to support their argument. And their argument itself is logically and philosophically inconsistent. It's metaphysically inconsistent. It's physically inconsistent. It's literally impossible. Like, that just is what that is. Okay, thank you. I'll finish, but part 5 does exist as a feature, part 4, I should say, does exist as a feature of reality. That doesn't even make sense. A feature of reality. How? Like, it didn't even exist yet. So how could it exist as anything, let alone a feature of reality? A feature of reality is something that reality features. If it's not in reality, how could it be a feature of reality? Come on now. Make it make real sense. And yes, actualization comes after possibility. Once there's grounding, there's no way around that. Once there's grounding, how is there grounding if the grounding itself is impossible? Once there's grounding. Okay, so what is the grounding? And is the grounding possible or not? Because if the grounding comes prior to the possibility for the grounding is then impossible. Right? Like, this is simple shit. It shouldn't be this hard to get. Next. And as you said, it shows that reality had the capacity for part 5 to emerge once you acted. So meaning, before I act, the possibility for me to act is already there. And once I act, part 5 actualizes. If I don't act, it doesn't actualize. But it's possible that I could actualize it. So the possibility for it to actualize is already there. It's already possible for part 5 to become or be developed. It just simply takes me doing it. But just because something is possible doesn't mean you have to do it. Meaning, you doing it is not what makes it possible. It was possible prior to you doing it. I could do 1,000 things right now. I could do some push-ups right now. I choose not to. I could do them right now. I could put this phone down, get on the floor, and start doing push-ups. But I don't want to. So I'm not going to. So those push-ups, even though they're possible, will not actualize into reality. It will not be a thing that is done. It will not be a happening. It will not be an event that occurs. Those push-ups will not exist, even though they're possible to exist. So the possibility of them existing is not based on me doing them. It's based on the fact that I can do them. There's 1,000 things I can whip my dick out right now and jerk off right here in the fucking kitchen. I'm not going to, but I can. There's nothing physically stopping me. I'm simply choosing not to. I have every capacity to do that right now. There's nothing stopping me from doing so. There's nothing making it impossible. Therefore, it's possible. I'm simply not choosing to actualize that possibility. So the possibility is already there, whether I act on it or not. The part 5 possibility, the possibility for part 5 is already a possibility, whether I do it or don't do it, Whether I do it now or do it later or do it tomorrow or do it next week, the possibility was there the entire time. But it didn't actualize until I did it. So it could have been actualized at any point after it was possible, but it first must be possible. If it's not possible, I could never act in a manner that will actualize it. Just as it's not possible for me to fly to the moon, so I could never act in a manner that will fly me to the moon. I cannot actualize moon flight because that's impossible. I can't do that. Therefore, I cannot actualize that. Therefore, there is no potential for that. There's no possibility for that. If it was possible, I'd be able to do it. But it's impossible, so I cannot do it. The possibility for me to fly to the moon must already be there in order for me to then make the decision to do it. The possibility for part 5 is already there. I'm simply deciding not to do it right now. Like, there's no two ways around that. You know, like, there just isn't. Like, no matter what you say, unless you can provide me something in reality that's impossible, you can't really make your case. And your case is always going to make my case because reality is going to make my case for me. Part 5 is possible right now, but part 5 does not exist right now, meaning part 5 has not yet actualized. Yet the possibility for it to actualize is already here. So the possibility came prior to the actualization, meaning the possibility came prior to the existence of part 5. And if part 5 is something that exists, is part of existence, it's part of what makes up existence, because all that exists is existence. And part 5 requires the possibility for part 5 prior to part 5 existing, just as all other things like this hat, this candle, this sandwich that I still haven't eaten, this phone in my hand, all require the potential to exist prior to any of them existing. Then existence itself, which is made up of all of them, literally has to require the potential for existence prior to existence. There's just no two ways around that. The only way you could disprove that is to show me something in existence that definitively and objectively exists, yet is impossible to exist. You have to show me something in existence that definitively and objectively exists without the possibility for it to exist prior to it existing. And again, you cannot, so you will not. I doubt you'll even address me saying these words, because I've said this 1,000 times and you've yet to say anything about it. Along with everyone else who disagrees, along going all the way back to Aristotle, this is how you know when people are being intellectually honest or not. I'm giving you the challenge. I'm telling you exactly how to prove me wrong. Something can't exist if it's impossible, period. So, if you can show me something impossible that exists, you win. If you can't make your claim, because your claim literally says something can exist while being impossible. As a matter of fact, existence itself is impossible because the first thing to ever exist was impossible. The first thing to ever exist did not require possibility. Well, if that's the case, it could never lead to possibility, meaning it could never lead to things existing that are possible. Shit, if it's impossible, it never could exist to begin with. And even if it did somehow, as a necessary existent, it would have to be infinite, eternal, and perfect, meaning nothing could happen within it, because there's nothing that could be upgraded or degraded within perfection. And even if you did argue something could happen within it, anyway, if we ignore all this logic and go down that path anyway, then it would be infinite things happening in it, because it's an impossible reality, so it can never lead to possibilities, and there would be nothing straining it, nothing restraining it, because it's infinite, eternal, and perfect. So then, if it does have any possibilities, for whatever reason, that even though it shouldn't, if it does, it should have all possibilities. Nothing should be impossible if the reality itself is impossible, yet still exists, and is eternal, and perfect, and infinite. Shouldn't be able to do anything at all, yet things can still happen within it. Well, if anything can happen within something that nothing should happen within, that shouldn't even exist, all those things would be impossible. And if impossibilities can occur within this impossible reality that shouldn't even exist, shouldn't be capable of doing anything or creating or leading to anything, yet it still does, then all that it creates and leads to and contains should also be impossible. Meaning it should be literally everything. There are no impossibilities. Because all that is impossible can be real, apparently. And yet when you look around at reality, all that exists is possible to exist, and that possibility is required prior to any of it existing, just as the possibility for part 5 is required prior to part 5. Like, right now in real time. Like, that just is what it is, bro. Like, there's no two ways around that. Like, there's no two ways around that. No, taco truck. I wish I was on drugs right about now. I need to go smoke some weed. How much more of this particular part do we have? Because there's a whole other section to go through this, which I think I'm going to do tomorrow. God damn. Where does this fucking end? Right there, right? It ends there. Yeah, it ends right there, right? There ain't shit past that. All right, how much is that? It ends here, right? So that's where we would be. And then I would be responding to that, right? Yeah, we're going to pick up there tomorrow. I don't feel like going through the rest of this tonight. I'm not going to lie. I'm fucking tired. So we're going to put a nice bookmark there. Go down to the bottom, see our bookmark there, and we can delete these. Get rid of them's. Get rid of them's. Get rid of them's. Get rid of them's. And that's where we'll pick up that tomorrow, right? Because not only do we have this to do, but where is it? Bang, in here. Damn, nigga, what is all this? Who is this? Is this you? Is this you talking? All right. You're basically saying if anything exists, it must be possible. Everything that exists is part of existence. Therefore, existence as a whole must be possible first. Correct. Because if... Okay, yeah, I get... You know what? I actually thought about adding these in here, Vazen, so you beat me to that. But we also got this shit to go over, which I was going to add as bonus material. I guess I'll add it as bonus material tomorrow, right? Got quite a few things in here. Because we're also debunking determinism simultaneously. Like, whether people realize that or not, that is occurring during these recordings. That is occurring during these recordings. All right. Life abolitionism. But that's why they say we have an immortal soul. I always have to ask them to define immortal. If they mean eternal, they're wrong. Like, I don't care if you believe in an afterlife or if you believe we have souls or anything along those lines. Because these are just beliefs. I really don't care what people subjectively believe as long as they know their beliefs are subjective and they can't externally prove them. It's when people start to say, no, this is what it is. And I go, okay, now you're gonna have to prove this to me. Like, like prove this eternality of your soul. Like, can you even prove you have a soul? I think I can make a better argument than most people could who are making the claim. Now, can you prove that your soul is eternal? Can you prove anything is eternal? Like, like, as long as people just say, hey, this is my belief, I really don't care. It's when they start to say, this is fact, this is true, where I go, okay, now let's run that down. Why they believe in reincarnation, they get this from the number 0, which is infinite. This doesn't prove that we are immortal. The number 0 represents what? Nothing. Therefore, nothing is infinite, which they don't understand. I'm like, even in a reincarnation process, reincarnation wouldn't be infinite. Reincarnation could not stretch eternally. This is a process. And it's a process based on bodies. There has to be enough bodies for the souls to reincarnate into. There will come a point, anywhere and everywhere in existence, there simply isn't enough bodies for the souls to reincarnate into anyway. Like, this is why I say, no matter what you believe, I don't care. When you start trying to make objective sense of it, that's when I'm like, all right, let's be objective then. How could reincarnation last forever? Like, we could go down that line of thought, what I'm saying? Like, nothing lasts forever. Think of the words, nothing lasts forever. You know what I'm saying? Like, they don't understand these concepts. They don't understand infinite, infinity, eternity, 0, nothing, potential, possibility, actualization, chaos. They don't understand the metaphysics, so they don't understand the physics. And they don't understand the physics, so they can't walk it back to the metaphysics. They don't understand the semantics or the definitions, so they can't even use the words in a philosophical sense to try to make sense of their own claim. Like, they can't use the math, the science, the semantics, language, metaphysics, magic, spirituality, you name it. It doesn't matter what it is. They can't use it in an objective sense. And because of that, they can only use it and view it from a subjective sense. So everything they say is going to require belief. This is why I say, if you want to talk about the afterlife or whatever, what's going to happen next, just prepare for everything. Prepare to be voided and cease to exist. Prepare for heaven. Prepare for hell. Prepare for all the religious outcomes. Prepare for all the spiritual outcomes. Prepare for all the astral outcomes. Prepare to wake up in the Matrix pod. Prepare to wake up in the chair with the headset on. Like, prepare for all of it. Because no matter what you believe is going to happen, you can't externally prove to anyone what is going. You can't even prove to yourself what's going to happen next, if there even is anything that happens next. Do you get what I'm saying? No matter what I believe is coming after this, I could never prove that to anyone. I can't even definitively prove it to myself, as much as I think I have. So I'm still going to prepare for every possibility. And I'm still going to hope for the void. I'm still going to prepare for everything while hoping for the void. Even though I think I know what's going to happen based upon my own thought processes. But guess what? So does billions of people on the planet, right? So, Metazusta, 666 quadrillion audio recordings later. Yeah, and we still got 666 quadrillion more, bro. I already, like, y'all see what we got here, right? Like, where is this? Where are we at? All right. Come on. Scroll, stupid phone. Well, it's not the phone. It's really just me being stupid with my own finger. See what you're saying? There's a subtle distinction of how potential works. The fact that you can... Okay. Shit, I can get rid of these, too, because these is old. I always got these bookmarks just marking shit up so I don't forget shit. Because I will forget some shit. All right, definitely proves that. Okay. All right. So we came down here. So we got this starting here. The rest of this to go. Ending there, right? And then we gotta come over here to free will. Since motherfuckers don't believe in free will, we have no will. There's nothing we can do. Again, abolitionism. These niggas and their appeals to futility, right? There's nothing we can do. Wah, wah. Oh my lords. Oh, blasphemous demons. Sweet light of Lucifer. Love of Lilith. These niggas is futile. All right, so. Matter of fact, speaking of appeals to futility, let me just play that real quick. This is how motherfuckers need to be.
Now, above us, you're a big man, but we're many. You can't kill us all.
No, but I can kill the first 6 or 7. So those of you who wish to be among that number, step forward. I have my blade ready to count you to heaven.
That's the mindset motherfuckers need to have. You can't kill us all. No, but I can kill 6 or 7 of you motherfuckers. Whoever wants to be on that list, step forward. I'll be number 8. Fuck you. Let's die. You know what I'm saying? Like, I hate you. Let's die. That is my favorite phrase of the youth. But we also got all this to go through. Shout out to Lord Moon Spilly. And I got a whole bunch of comments to read if I really want to. Audio messages. Other shit, right? And then I'm going to tell everybody they should watch all these videos. I mean, I got a whole playlist that they could watch, realistically. They really want to understand this shit. So you got this shit to go through, this shit to go through. Those are the 2 playlists for anybody who really wants to understand this shit. And then some audios. And then Illicit Minds, shout out to brother Illicit, all hail to God. But one of the things I said in a comment into, what was it, ChatGPT, I think, and asked it what it thought about it, and it gave a bullshit response too. So I had to go in on it. Had to debate the AI. Like, listen here, you little fucking robot. So we got some more recordings, right? So we got some shit to go over tomorrow. It seems like it should be way less than today, though. Like, maybe 3-4 hours instead of fucking, what are we at? Like 10, 9 something, 9.5, some shit like that, right? So we got some shit to go over. Even while Vazen's watching, he's in here typing away and shit. Motherfucker in here typing, nigga. In here typing, nigga. Anyway. Yeah, come check us out. Come hop in the Discord. Come peep everything we got going on in here. Come check out all the conversations. What other comments we got? Let me get through these comments before we get off of here. A couple hours ago, you was asking me to forward some of your audio recordings in the Free Will channel or whatever, if I remember, and so I did. You went and did a whole other task. I appreciate you, though. I was asking you to put this live stream, to share this live stream into Chaos Sphere, Free Will channel, and the group chat. You went and did a whole other mission, but I appreciate you for it, because I was thinking about putting those in there at some point too, going through them and putting them in there based on which ones actually fit, you know, the channel. So you just saved me some other work. I appreciate you, brother. Probably in the first hour or so of the stream. Gotcha. Life abolitionism. It's relevant because I'm arguing for the right to medical assistance in dying. That's a good argument to make. Shout out to Against Life 1000. I believe she's doing something along those lines. That's why I wanted to elicit mine. Hopefully he can get y'all both on together, because that was gonna be great. Like he was supposed to get her on. Something went through on her end, like it fell through. She couldn't be available for one reason or another. And I believe he was trying to get you on the same one, so y'all could all three be on there and talk about that. That'd be awesome. I would love to hear it. You, Illicit, her, that'd be great. They are saying that dying won't end suffering because we are immortal and will just come back in another form. Maybe, but they don't know that. Like, that's when you say, prove it. I will always say, look, if you want to die, if you want euthanasia, do you, pimpin'? Who am I to tell you what to fucking do with your life and your body? But I would at least prepare for any possibility, because who knows? Maybe you do reincarnate, and maybe you do come back here, and maybe you do continue suffering. Maybe you do go to another realm somewhere, and it's fucking shitty. Or maybe you just go to the void and you cease to exist. None of us will actually provably know until we get there. You know what I'm saying? So if they tell you, well, this is what's definitely going to happen afterward, prove it, motherfucker. Prove it. You can't. So if this person wants to die of euthanasia, let them fucking do what they want. Stop trying to control other people. This is what makes me want to kill everyone. You can't do that. Says who? I'll put a bullet in you. Shut the fuck up and let him do what he wants. Like, man, I hate people. I really do. I really fucking do. You shouldn't do that, because you'll come right back here. Maybe not. You don't know that motherfucker. Like, first off, you can't objectively prove it, because I can't objectively prove it, because it can't be objectively proven. Secondly, I would hope that they prepared for it just in case it is, the case. But even if they didn't, if it's what they want to do, it's their fucking choice. You might not want to die because you think you're going to reincarnate. Okay. But that motherfucker over there does. They're willing to run the risk. So let them do what the fuck they want to do. Like, that shit bugs me. When one person's religious belief is what they try to use to stop another person who doesn't have that belief from doing something with themselves, that shit just makes you want to shoot people. Like, that actually triggers me. It really fucking does. Yeah, they determine our rights based on their beliefs. Exactly. Exactly. LA, you all, yeah. That shit bothers me, bro. That shit bothers the fuck out of me. Spooky7. Amen, brother. Amen. Amen. Metazusta, we are being out. I love the way you say these things. Not we are out. We are being out. That is what we are being. And yes, you still did miss some comments back up in there. If you shall still read them there too. In the chaos sphere or here in the chat? I missed a lot of comments in the chat. I was just too tired to go through everything tonight. Sean typed a lot of shit. Sean doing what Sean do. I know you typed some things that I definitely missed. And there's definitely more shit in chaos sphere that I skipped. I know you had a conversation that I skipped over. Because, man, I'm really just trying to get done with this presentation already. I'm trying to be done with it. I'm like, holy, how many times do I have to do this? Last comment to scroll back up to, it is being possible to even speak about my message. It is even possible. They don't actually believe in free will, they believe in force. And the worst thing is, even then, that is will. So I believe in force. Might is right, whether we like it or not. Like, if I go to somebody and say, give me your money, and they say no, and then I pull out a pistol and shoot them in their face and take their money, like, that just is what that is. But that would still be a choice I made. That would still be my free will. They still exercised their free will when they said no. Give me your money. I made the choice to tell him to give me the money. He made the choice to be like, no, fuck you. I made the choice to pull out a gun and be like, give me the money or I'm gonna shoot your ass. And then he made the choice to be like, I said, fuck you. And then I made the choice to pull the trigger and take his money. Even force is free will. Now, I get what some people are saying. Well, you're forced to exist. Yes, this is true. You didn't choose to exist, but your parents did. They chose for you to exist. They made choices that led to your existence. But they didn't choose to exist either. Their parents chose for them to exist. Like, these are all still choices. It's all still free will, whether people like it or not. And a lot of people mix up free will with free ability. Well, I can't just fly and shoot lasers from my eyes. Yeah, because you don't have free ability, nigga. You are biologically locked down. Your biology is only capable of certain things. Free will is the ability to choose from any and all available options within any current circumstances. Like right now, I could jump on this table and start doing at least trying to do a breakdancing head spin. Just on that table right there, right? I could just knock everything off the table. Just jump on top of it and try to do a head spin. I can't head spin. I don't have the ability. I have not practiced. I have not trained. I have no breakdancing skills. But I can still get up there and attempt to try it. That is what free will is. People hate to hear that shit. No, free will is to be 100% free to do anything, anywhere, at any time. That's never been what free will is. That's what modern people want free will to be, so they can just claim they don't have it. So they can continue going about being slaves without feeling bad about choosing to continue to be slaves. They hate being told they are choosing slavery. So they just, no, I'm not choosing it. I was predetermined to be it and can do nothing about it because I have no free will. We live in a 100% strictly deterministic reality simulation. I'm like, oh my God, nigga, prove it. You can't, because it's definitively impossible. Undecidability is a thing. I'm about to go on a whole other rant here. But I hear you, LA, I hear you. These motherfuckers don't believe in free will. And I'm like, bro, this is all free will. Even force is free will. Even force is a choice. You know, it's like, it's crazy. That these motherfuckers, they just, anyway, that's a whole rant for tomorrow, because we got a whole free will shit to go down. Metazoos, and yes, once someone points a guan, okay. You're trying to beat the algorithm, I see. A gun at you. You shall be like, do it. Pull the trigger, bitch. Right in the head specifically, nowhere else. For real. Give me your money. Only if you shoot me first. Hey, shoot me and you can have it. I'm paying you to shoot me, basically. Here in the live stream chat. Yeah, I definitely missed a bunch of shit in the live stream chat. I was definitely not as interactive today as usual. Normally, I'll scroll back up at the end and go down everything. If there's anything that anybody posted that's shared or that you really want me to read out loud for whatever reason, copy them to your clipboards and share them tomorrow. Maybe I'll get to them tomorrow, because tonight I'm not in the zone. I just wanted to get through this shit, to be honest with you. We are being out here, not playing these games. Yeah, fuck these games. But you have so much to live for. Man, I was just thinking about that shit earlier today, too. I had a whole conversation with a motherfucker who was not here. Just in my head. Trying to get them to tell me what that is. Yeah, but there's still stuff to live for, man. Like what? The only thing that I am living for now is to commit mass murder. Like, whether that's against the elites, the government, or all of humanity, or all sentient life on the planet, or just one day spazzing the fuck out, walking outside and becoming a mass shooter. The only thing I live for now is to do this shit right here that we're doing right in this fucking moment, and to kill a whole bunch of people at some point, because a lot of motherfuckers need to die. Shit, honestly, everything everywhere needs to die. All of existence needs euthanasia, whether it wants it or not. But we'll see how this all goes. But yeah, there is no reasons to live. Like, You make your own reasons. Like, life is just life. It's simply trying to survive and replicate itself. That's the meaning of life. Other than that, there is no meaning of life. There's no inherent meaning of life other than life itself. Like, what is life? A thing attempting to survive and replicate for as long as possible. That's all it is. It's just this fucking constantly spreading thing. This fucking virus, this cosmic virus that just tries to spread itself in every crack and crevice of existence. Just and hold on for dear life. It refuses to cease. Oh my God. That's its only inherent meaning. Everything else is a meaning people give to things. You ask the lion what's the meaning to life, that nigga's gonna say eating and fucking. Like, that's the point. Eat me a fucking zebra, fuck me a lioness. What's the lioness gonna say? Eat me a fucking zebra, feed the cubs, get fucked by the lion. Like, that's life. Okay, you know? That is the meaning of life. Eating and fucking. Let's just be fucking real about it. Survival and replication. Beyond that, there's no fucking meaning. You give it a meaning, whatever the fuck you want it to mean. For me, that means learning, teaching, preaching, promoting, carrying out, and supporting any and all possible solutions to any and all possible problems, including the problem of existence itself. Beyond that, I have no reason to be. We do not give a bitch-ass damn for what in the motherfucking bitch-ass hell shall that matter in the grand scheme of things. As if that be something. People in their hollow-ass platitudinous motivational guilt-tripping lines for them bitches be out here always having nothing new to say, like shit like that. The patheticism. The patheticism. LA. They don't want you to live for yourself. They want you to live for the benefit of others. These are facts. These are facts. Which is mind-boggling. I'm like, if you're gonna choose to live, if you're like, fuck that, I don't want to die, then you better be the most selfish motherfucker around. Because if you're anything but selfish, good luck. You're fucked. You are fucked. You got any type of empathy at all, you are fucked. Like, good luck. Good luck out there. Precisely. Survival and replication. I need to use that. By all means. That is life. It is just survival and replication. It is persistent replication. Like, existence itself is just a persistence. It's literally a persistence. It is a possible thing that is persistent and refuses to go quietly, which I understand and I can respect it. I got you, existence. I understand you. You fighting for it. And I'm going to keep stabbing your ass until you stop fighting. That's how I see it. Like, life, existence, it's just a thing attempting to persist eternally. It can't. It's impossible. It ages, it decays. This is entropy, the second law of thermodynamics. The shit can't last forever, and it hasn't always been. But it's going to try hard as fuck to hang on for as long as possible. So we increase the entropy in all ways that are beneficial to us in order to destroy anything and everything we seek to destroy, if not everything, because entropy is going to do that anyway. The only problem that I still have is with the potential in the void that causes existence in the first place that niggas is still trying to figure out how to stop. Like, this is why I do these presentations, because I'm trying to get motherfuckers at least up to a point. I'm like, all right, all this shit is going to go eventually. Entropy will do its job. We just have to help it do its job in whatever ways we are willing and able to do. But when it comes to existence itself, even when this shit is gone, like when it comes to like reincarnation, niggas is worried about their reincarnating as an individual being. I'm like, man, I'm worried about existential reincarnation. existence coming back. You finally get rid of the shit thanks to entropy driving everything to a state of fucking chaos. But since the potential is still there and the actualization process is still continuing, because entropy drove everything back to chaos, meaning chaos is still chaos, well, some other persistent fucking thing is gonna rear its ugly head and existence begins again. Like, ugh. Just the thought of that is just fucking enraging. So that's what I'm trying to figure the fuck out. What could be done about that? Everything beneath that, bro, entropy's gonna take care of that. All we gotta do is help it in whatever way we want, like on whatever level of reality we exist upon. Like, there's answers for all problems on all levels of existence, period. Futility is bullshit. People are just pussies. That's the truth. But when it comes to the potential in the void, is there a fucking answer to that? Do we just have to wait for the actualization of potential to simply stop? Or is there a way to put a stop to it? Because that's the ultimate fucking problem. Like, all other problems have definitive and objectively provable solutions. This is the only one that I look at and go, fuck. Like, there's no other problem that I know of that makes me do that. Because I'm like, all these problems are fucking simple. All these problems are fucking simple. None of these problems are that fucking hard. We're just pussies or retarded. Like, that's just the general scheme of things in existence. But that problem, the potential, the possibility for existence itself, fuck. When I was younger, it was the necessary existence. This is why I know this necessary existence shit is bullshit. I was thinking that shit when I was 12. I was studying that shit when I was 12, when I left the church and read the Bible for the first time a whole way through, because I was trying to figure out how to kill God. Like, I was like, okay, so this thing has always been, should always be, it's impossible, it's omnipotent, omniscient, and omnipresent. But can I kill it? Like, yeah, that was me at 12 years old, bro. But can it die, though? I get that it won't just die on its own, but can it be killed? Like, vampires are like immortal, right? But if you drive a stake through their heart, they die, right? So can I kill God? Because I don't want to go to hell. That shit was like child abuse. That shit tortured me as a kid. I was so afraid of hell, but I didn't want to obey shit. I was so torn. Like, that to the point at 12 years old, I was like, fuck it, I'm just going to risk it. But from this day forward, I try to find a way to kill God. And I really fucking did. I'm not going, I swear on I'm still going to kill God if there's any type of God. Like, you guys are like, based on what I think about the word God. But now I'm even beyond that. I'm like, oh, okay, that thing that made this thing. Well, what made that thing? Why is that thing even possible? If that thing exists and it made this, which I exist within, then that thing is possible, but why is it possible? Well, what made that thing? And then you step it all the way back to the potential in the void. That's where I'm at. At 12, I was thinking about the necessary existence. By like 14, I came to the conclusion it was impossible. And I was like, whew, that's a whole God I don't have to kill. That's a whole necessary existence I didn't have to figure out how to make unnecessary. But the only part that was good about it was, well, if it is a necessary existence and if I can get rid of it, shit, no more existence, right? How do I kill God? And then I found out that shit was bullshit and that was impossible and that wasn't real. And I was like, all right, well, what's real? And then I end up at the potential of the possibility in the void. I end up at chaos. And I go, okay, let's just drive everything back to the acausal state, which is why I end up with anti-cosmic philosophy. But then I realize, oh, the acausal state is the state that leads to causality. That's why causality is even possible. God damn it. Even the chaos is my enemy. Like, I must even kill the gods of chaos. Like, and here we are, trying to kill potential. Like, 20-something years later, and I still don't have a true answer of how to do it. I have possibilities that I can never fully enact from this level of reality. But that's been my goal. We got to kill the potential So this shit could never happen again. Yet motherfuckers can't even wrap their head around the fact that existence can only be if it's possible. Like, like fuck. We can't even get people to the level they need to be at to have a certain understanding, to even have the hypothetical or theoretical conversation of possible solutions for the problem that is chaos, which leads to structure and order. We can't even get to the point of them understanding why there even is structure and order, how it could even be, let alone doing away with that which causes it. Like, oh my God. And that's why I'm on presentation number 4 of this shit. And realistically, it's like presentation 9 million because I've been talking about it the whole time. Like, you know, it's like, yeah. Yeah. Anyway. Phasing. But yeah. Ooh. Ugh. We cannot be out here giving a bitch ass damn about living life, enjoying things here, parties, family legacies. Bitch, we be here to be dark philosophical chaos. Not yeah, for real. I'm just a point of entropy at this point. I am but a vessel of entropy. I am but a vessel of chaos within the order and anti-chaos within the chaos because I want to be anti-potential against the potential. Like I'm just a point of anti. I'm an anti-point. That's all I am, an anti-vessel. There we go. I am a vessel for that which is anti to all that exists, to all that is chaos. I am a vessel of nothing. Let's just say it like I am a vessel of nothing. And plus, again, there be no life here, only existence. Yeah. LA. That's why they tell me that I am selfish. I don't want to live for others. That is a trap. You damn right it's a trap. You damn right it's a trap. That's the entire point. That's why they want you to work and career and military and all this shit. That's why they want you to have family and kids and all this shit. Like, they want you to have this thing that you try to hold on to. So you're going to do the things they tell you to do to hold on to it. They want you to have all these attachments that you're afraid to let go of. Because when you ain't got shit to lose, that's scary to them. That's terrifying to them. They need you to have shit to lose just like they do. Because they're afraid they'll lose their shit if you lose your shit. You get what I'm saying? I guess we would have to figure out how to blow up the sun. That would be nice. And I ain't gonna lie, through occult practices and certain magical processes, motherfuckers been trying that for like the last 2 years. And I've seen some progress. But I couldn't prove that. Of course, that's just, you know, my religion. I could never develop a technology to blow up the sun, and I doubt humanity will ever allow us to do such a thing. But that would be nice. That's why I would love to just fight a big enough war. I would love for them to fight a big enough war amongst themselves, to kill a nice chunk of them off. And then the rest of us can kind of kill the rest of them off until we can wrestle certain buttons out of control of their hands, you know? And just start pressing all the buttons. Just start pressing all the buttons. I mean, you can't really point them at the sun. It'd be useless. Even if we threw the entire planet into the sun, it wouldn't so much as make a solar flare. It literally wouldn't. The sun would, it'd be like dropping a droplet of water into the ocean. It wouldn't even recognize the fact that our planet ran into it. But at least the planet would be gone. That'd be nice. But since we probably can't run the planet into the sun in any way possible, it'd be nice to wrestle those buttons out of their hands and just start pressing them and just start launching everything and just blowing up everything. Metazusta, beings worrying about step 111 perpetually while criticizing others for aggressively preaching how we must initially do step 9 first. Yeah, exactly. I'm still trying to drag a lot of motherfuckers to step 1, which is stop being such feudalists. There's nothing we can do. Like, oh my God, this motherfucker's still at step 0. They haven't even taken the first step yet. Like, how did this nigga even make it to this comment section? Why are you even here? You're like, how are you at step 0 and here at all? Like, oh my god. Foolish ass clowns. Yes. It gets to a point where even children need to intentionally have nothing to lose. Facts. Facts. And of course, aggressively have to consciously go out of their way to break the attachment conditioning. Honestly, these kids got to be anime protagonists. You know what I'm saying? You ever seen an anime protagonist with good parents? Like, good, loving, caring parents who were there for his whole life? No, nigga. Deku's mom told him he couldn't be a hero. Naruto's parents are dead. Superman was sent to another world. Goku was sent to another world. Vegeta's daddy died. I'm like, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's just the reality of this shit. Obey me or else I'll take your Xbox away. Take it away then, bitch. For it means nothing to me anyways. Yes. Yes. In fact, you keep telling me that you brought me into this world and you can take me out. Do it then, ho. You should have done so a long time ago. I will hand you the knife. I'll give you the pistol. I will give you the pistol. Young folks out there, do not make the mistake of having children. Be very strong-willed in that. Be very strong-willed in that, because some of y'all motherfuckers might find yourself in a situation one day where you might think about running the risk, because pleasure is pleasure. And there are certain pleasures in this world that are magnificent, especially when juxtaposed against all the fucking suffering you're going to end up going through in life. Be strong-willed. I'm telling you, be strong-willed. Do not force anybody into this reality to have to be that anime protagonist. And for those of you who have already fucked up and made that mistake and have realized that it's a mistake, start raising anime protagonists, goddammit. Teach them early, teach them fucking young. Teach them right the fuck away. As soon as you know, they should know. Like, that's how parents should be. As soon as you fucking know, they should fucking know. Like, none of that, well, they're too young shit. Nah, fuck that. Once you know, they should know. Period. If you got little brothers or sisters or something, once you know, they should know. Even if they're hard-headed NPC types, beat that shit into their head anyway. Beat it into their head anyway. Spooky. I had an ex-girlfriend who was always trying to get me to knock her up. Yeah, that'll happen. That'll happen. I know multiple men who have been caught that way, and I know multiple females who have been locked down because the nigga pumped a baby into her on purpose. Like, well, now that I got her pregnant, she's mine, and I'm gonna start cheating on her. Like, I literally know a nigga like that. Like, once I got him pregnant, they're mine, and I have access to them sexually. Niggas got like 9 baby mamas, and I'm not joking. I'm not even exaggerating. I'm literally thinking like 9. It's insane. One nigga, 9 babies. This dude's got like 11 kids. I'm like, how, guy? How? I just be fucking. But how do you take care of 11 kids? I don't, nigga. Yeah, okay, I got you. That makes sense. I don't know how you could, nigga. That's a lot of taking care of. That's a lot of money and a lot of fucking children from a lot of motherfuckers. Like, but that is the world. Motherfuckers will lock you down. That girl will clench up on you. Like, no, you gonna come at me, and you gonna be like, ugh. And that nigga will pump a baby into you, women. Like, fuck around and find out. So, for all you young folks out there who ain't made that mistake yet, stay strong. Be strong-willed. Really strong-willed. I would say try to avoid that shit at all costs. All right. With that said, I think we about to be out of here. I think we are being out of here, as Vazen would say. I will be back tomorrow at some point. during the day, during nighttime, I don't know, but at some point to finish this up. And if I don't get to it tomorrow, it'll definitely be this weekend or maybe Monday or something. I just don't know exactly how things are going to be. I know that I have here the next day, so I want to do it tomorrow. But on that note, we out of here and into the abyss. Peace and chaos. Oh, actually, let me just shout out to the God. Peace and chaos.